A note to listeners. The following podcast contains strong language, including a reference to the word. Listener discretion is strongly advised.
Press this again?
Press it and let it go.
Can you tell?
Let me see, sir.
How can you tell?
Yeah, it is. I think it is. I see it's blinking.
That's my dad, Allan Rothbart, in 1983, with some sort of camera tech guy trying to get his new camcorder to work.
Hi, baby.
He's pointing it at me as a baby, his only child. He pulled it out on Saturday mornings to film me. He had an obsession with recording everything. Recently, I've kind of developed the same obsession.
Freeze frame. What a baby. What a face. See, mommy helps a little bit, but Barry's on his own. Say hi, baby. What's Barry looking at?
It's a weird thing to look into your past and your childhood. It can be strangely disorienting. It's like you've got one foot in the present and one foot stuck in the past. And if you take a step in either direction, you might never find a way back.
Barry. Barry.
Is the audio on also?
Hi, baby. Let's hear the Boozarts. Say something, Barry.
I'm Barry. I didn't talk back then. I do now. And recently, I've started asking some questions, big questions, about my past and who my dad was. Maybe it's like looking back to be like, was he a person? What was he like? Especially after like what happened.
What?
You know, like all the stuff that happened.
Uh-huh.
I have a family of my own now, with my wife Grace and our daughter Rudy, and I'm the one making the baby videos.
There's some watermelon in there. We want to finish that watermelon.
Watermelon or grapes?
This is the puzzle.
Rudy, say watermelon.
You want watermelon or grapes?
Do we have theories?
I'm giving you grapes. I'm a comedian and an actor. I've been in some stuff. You may have seen me, maybe not. It's fine.
Please welcome the very funny Barry Rothbart. Please welcome Barry Rothbart. Barry!
I saw this. I was at a mall, and this kid was tugging on his dad's shirt. He was like, "Daddy, Daddy, when I grow up, I want to be a dancer." And his dad, without missing a beat, looked at this kid and went, "Don't you say that! You're a boy! You'll never be a dancer." And I was like, whoa. Did you really just say that to your kid? Have you ever seen a movie? You just made him the greatest dancer to ever live.
But after years of doing stand-up and acting, I decided I needed to do something more personal, to look back and paint a clearer picture of who my dad really was, because the things he did were different than other dads, more unconventional. Like, do you relate to this at all?
I think yes, but I think it's a little bit different because my parents didn't create a whole nother thing, a whole nother kind of version of themselves. I think there's been this myth around your dad for a really long time, and I think, especially when I first met you, I don't know, I think you got a lot of power and a lot of oomph from it.
Especially after something I found out about him when I was 16 years old, which really set him apart from other dads. I found out he got arrested, and he told me that he does illegal shit. And I was just like, what? Yeah. But what started out as just some interviews with friends, family, and people who knew my dad to find out a little bit more about who he really was and things he was doing, ended up uncovering a truth I never saw coming. Something darker and weirder. Something that would change everything I thought I knew about my dad, myself, and the way I saw the world. But more on that in a minute.
Do you actually want to get to the bottom of it, of what it actually was?
Yeah, I think the issue is, what if I don't like what I find? Audible Originals presents Searching for Allan Rothbart. I'm Barry Rothbart.
Barry. Yes, folks. Did just like Daddy. What's that, Barry? Let's watch him in action. Let's watch Barry.
Episode 1, based on a true story. That's the title. Also, it's based on a true story.
I'm really curious what you decide to focus on, because there's a lot here.
This is Danny, my best friend. We met each other when we were 10 and grew up together in Forest Hills. He likes to speak deliberately and with purpose, because he knows his stuff, and he especially knows me.
This is your story, so I'm very happy to be a supporting character here. What?
No, yeah, in my movie, yeah, you're definitely like a really big supporting character. You know, you're like the guy in the rom-com who, you know, they play basketball together and talk about girls. I mean, you've known me probably longer than anyone. I was talking to Roman. He knows me slightly longer than you because he was my first friend, and then you came in. And I forgot about this. Like when I bought you Dumb and Dumber to become your friend, I bought him that movie Twins with Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Whoa, yeah, Danny DeVito. Oops. Yeah.
Oh my God. Look at these pictures.
You're in some of these.
This is Roman, my other childhood best friend. We spent a lot of time together before I met Danny. Then he kind of had to share me. Can I tell you something weird? I thought your mom was really hot.
She was really hot.
I liked Roman, but I also felt like he was cooler than me. A lot of our relationship was based on that kind of weird dynamic.
We came in at the same time. We were both the new kids. Maybe that's why we became friends.
This was the second time I had moved in like 3 years, and I was like all new students, and I was just like, I have to fucking make new friends again and everything. And I remember I was the weird kid and you were the weird kid.
Yeah.
It's funny how chubby I thought I was, but I was look back and I'm
really
like, I was not chubby at all.
Yeah, you were a little plump.
It wasn't even that. I look back, I'm like, I was a normal looking kid.
Yeah.
I wasn't like,
Yeah.
But I remember like, I want Roman's body.
He has the best body.
Back then, we were these sort of typical mid-90s kids doing our typical sort of mid-90s thing.
Alrighty then.
Do you remember us playing Magic the Gathering?
You know, I think we also played other video games too, like SimCity and shit. NHL 94, I think, was the best one.
But for us, we had one thing that was different. Something that set us apart from all the other kids.
It's like, oh yeah, like his parents were divorced, but like, oh, his dad's cool. Like, we always had video games and food. I was like 10 years old. What else did you care about? Like,
Looking back, I see it was like more like friends than parent. He was more like a cool uncle than your dad. I think he would like do one-liners, like lip shits and like phone whistles or butt whistle, ass whistle, right? Do you remember that one?
Yeah, no, he said if your lip shits, my ass whistles.
I could see him as a character like on a TV show who was divorced, you know, like a single dad kind of situation, or like he lives in like some kind of bachelor pad, you know, plays video games. I remember he played Tetris. That was kind of a game he enjoyed.
That's right.
I mean, the guy definitely didn't like pants. I can tell you that.
That's right.
I saw your dad's balls in his butt a lot. Yeah.
This is Ben, another childhood friend. He was always at my dad's house too.
Whenever the doorbell rang, I would see them. I think you described it once. Where he would just hear it and you would just see him dive out somewhere.
I wanted to show off my dad. I knew he was the only cool thing I had. I knew it, my friends knew it. Do you remember my dad showing us crazy shit on TV?
I remember watching Pulp Fiction when it came out, and I was 10 years old. It's a totally inappropriate movie for a 10-year-old.
You're right.
He showed us Pulp Fiction and Reservoir Dogs.
He brought your grandma with us when we watched Pulp Fiction.
My grandmother loves that movie.
Everybody be cool, it's a robbery!
He was kind of a cool dad, and at that time, I really needed him. My parents had been divorced since I was 4, and things in my life weren't easy. I mean, what was your impression of me, though? Like, when we started hanging out? Like, you be honest. You know, tell me honestly.
I feel like you were kind of like a shell-shocked person or something. Like you went through some turbulent adjustments that were not anything you caused. It was just because of the relationship between your parents. It seemed that you were...
So you got that impression immediately from me.
Oh, for sure. But
That's funny because that's
so
not
was
at
I.
all what I was trying to put out there. I was trying to be like, I'm the coolest. I'm the coolest kid here.
Is that true?
Yeah. My parents were sharing custody, but my mom had more custody than my dad. And so I spent more time with her, which was difficult because we moved around a lot. She had this unsteady career and a new relationship with my stepdad. But my dad's place was always fun, super fun. It was like living in the movie Big, where anything was possible, especially when I was 10 and my dad told me for the first time what he did for a living. It's one thing to look back at your dad and like, if he's just a guy who works at like an office.
Oh, well, is anyone just a guy who works at an office?
Versus like, he was John Bon Jovi's manager.
Really?
Yeah.
Bon Jovi's manager.
Yeah. Which turned out to not be true, like at all.
Which is a strange lie. Hey, I could get you Bon Jovi tickets. And I'd tell my friends, hey, we could get Bon Jovi tickets. And he'd be like, couldn't get them. Like, what? Just don't say anything.
But it was for good reason, because I would soon figure out what he actually did for a living. And it would be a lot more intriguing than what he said he was doing with John Bon Jovi.
For like the perspective of a 10 to 14-year-old, how many questions do you even really ask at that age?
Then what was your impression of what he did later? Because you eventually started like knowing more, right?
Yeah, because we would go to that office on 35th and 8th, I think it was, or around. What is that considered? Fashion?
Yeah.
Fashion district.
He would always take me to these bizarre offices in Midtown Manhattan with bare walls and lots of phones. It was next door to a sweatshop. And I was like, for a while, I was like, what is he doing in there? But
Yeah.
And then there was just naked women on the walls. Do you remember that?
It was almost like a WeWork, but for like illicit and pretty grungy businesses.
That's when I started to suspect that there might have been something more to my dad than he let on. That there was this side of him that he had been keeping secret from me for all of my childhood. That I didn't know the whole version of who he was.
My impression was that he somehow was able to like live off the grid in some kind of way, doing some kind of abstract work.
He always had cash laying around somehow.
Everywhere, right? I always knew exactly how much money he had because it was either thick or it was really small.
Yeah.
How much was it?
I don't know. At some point it was like maybe this. Something like that.
The bank account's 6 inches high today.
Then, the moment that changed everything. I was 16. I was at my mom's apartment in Forest Hills, Queens, waiting for my dad to get in touch because he said he'd pick me up that morning, but then he never did. Finally, the phone rang. It was my dad, calling from jail. The Queens County Correctional Facility. He said he'd been arrested, but I shouldn't worry, he'd be out soon. He said he'd explain everything to me when he was home. So I hung up the phone. Then a few hours later, I was at his apartment, and he laid it all out. What he actually did for a living, how it worked. I was floored. My dad revealed to me that not only was he not Bon Jovi's manager, he wasn't in the music industry at all. He was actually a major player in one of the largest crime operations in the United States. Yeah, my dad worked for the fucking mafia. That mafia. The mafia. And it was the fucking coolest thing I'd ever heard. I look back at those times like my dad is the biggest baller on earth.
He would tell us a lot of names of famous people that would gamble. think there were a couple of directors, if I remember.
It was the coolest thing ever, like in the history of things. And now that it was out in the open, I became a bigger part of his life. We all did. Roman, Danny, Ben, we were along for the ride.
We would just be going to these like back of pizzerias and meeting these guys with huge hands that had giant hands. And it was just like, these guys were so cool. And they would give me a $50 bill. One of them gave me a Ken Griffey Jr. rookie card, just as like a gift. He was like, here, kid.
He was
the guy.
He was Tony Soprano, yeah.
There were actually people who had our backs. Like actually had our backs. That was a real thing. Like after I got into this fight at camp,
I remember I told him about this and he was like, I'm gonna get guys to come up there and talk to him. And I was like, what? My dad knows guys that can do that? And I was like, but don't do that. I was like, that sounds terrifying. He had always told me a story that this guy he worked with was like the fucking muscle for the mafia. And then he went to jail because he killed a guy.
That's cool.
Yeah, I felt like I was like in a movie.
I started wanting to be more like him, to stand up for myself, to live outside the norm. And that's when things kind of took a turn.
Can we talk about that?
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to talk about that. It kind of implicates other people, or it wasn't just me and you.
That's when I actually started working with him, when I was 17. And pretty soon, I'd be wrapped up in a world I knew absolutely nothing about. But I'd later find out I may have known even less than I thought.
He was definitely a mysterious dude.
Yeah, man, it's like, can you actually piece together who someone was?
Oh, a little burp for everybody. What up, babe? Oh, a spit up, too. And we'll take a little break for a second while we clean up Barry, then we'll be right back.
Okay, we need to get into this now. So okay.
At the time, I was a sophomore in high school, and I was straight up killing it socially. In that, I actually wasn't. I was mostly rollerblading and watching reruns of Seinfeld.
And then a few years went by and he started like taking me to his office where he worked out of, is like the hangout or the headquarters. And
There was an actual office.
Yeah.
I started out with simple jobs, nothing too glamorous.
At first I started sweeping the floors and they would hand me $50 to sweep the floors.
Then as people started trusting me a bit more, I would bring packages from one place to another. Sometimes the envelopes would have money, and sometimes there would be other stuff in there, mysterious stuff. I started doing this more often, almost every night. He was paying me more, and my confidence was going up.
You never opened the package or asked what the package was?
I didn't fully understand what was going on. And my dad would give me like $500 a week, cash. Like $500 cash when you have no expenses back then was like,
Jesus, a fortune.
I remember just having no qualms about spending $100 on something. I just remember that specifically being like, $100, easy.
Life with my mom was still erratic. She was struggling with money, with a difficult marriage, with raising my brother, her kid from a new husband. There was fighting constantly. So I started to pull away from her, and I moved in with my dad. I became intoxicated with the way he saw the world. It's like if you wanted to do something, you just go and do it. He saw what life's possibilities could be. I was trusted with bigger tasks, and I got more responsibilities.
I remember he just gave you a suitcase of tapes.
Ben knew me through this whole time, and he'd sometimes help me out with these jobs.
And we had that old school like magnet. So you would put the magnet over all of them to erase all of them the best you could. And then you got rid of like a suitcase in the dumpster or something.
Oh my God, yeah.
And it was either the tapes and the slips also, because everything was recorded and everything was written.
I had to dispose of that shit. Maybe you were with me when I did it, but I had to dispose of it at different dumpsters.
It was in like an old school suitcase, like from like the 60s that was made out of vinyl, I think.
Yeah, that was crazy. I just didn't give a fuck. I was like, it's some money. I guess what are you gonna do?
I started disposing of more evidence. My dad's operation was growing and he was moving up the ladder. I was too. I was making money, and lots of it, like adult money. At some point, it was up to like $1,000 a week. Cash, off the books. Which for a kid, I mean, I started wearing gold chains with Jewish stars, colorful windbreakers, jumpsuits, not the cheap ones either, the velour with the stitched fila. I looked amazing. I felt like a teenage boss badass player. And I was making moves, big moves.
Oh, you went to Miami alone. Oh,
With Carissa, with my girlfriend.
Oh, that's right. Oh, well.
Yeah.
Oh.
I took her to Miami. That was when I was like rolling in it. I was like 16, 17.
Oh God, what a nightmare.
I was just like, I'm a baller.
Jesus Christ. I'm terrified of 16-year-old you.
I remember I walked into a fucking travel agent to do it.
That's the most ridiculous.
A travel agent. I was like, I'm going to Miami. And they were like, are your parents here?
You definitely went full unconventional mode. And then you dated like 8 girls named Kate in a row or something.
And I got so fat around that time. I was just a big fatso. I was really big.
Were you becoming your dad?
I think maybe I was.
Then, along with my dad's help, Danny and I branched off into our own operation in sports betting. We were junior bookies. We would get people to gamble through us. If we made money, my dad would take half the winnings. If our clients won, my dad would cover our losses through his larger operation.
It was almost like a pyramid scheme kind of thing where you were able to like create your own little like subsidiary of their situation.
We thought we were gangsters, man. We really did. Remember we would wear suits to go to like Atlantic City? I would dress in like a Men's Warehouse suit, and it felt like we were like, yeah, I would dress in a Men's Warehouse suit, and I would be like, we are big shots coming in. You smoked those kind of fancier cigarettes that came in a box?
Like, we were susceptible to that. Like, I had visions of fucking, like, oh, I'm gonna get a Range Rover any day now.
Me too.
You were just dumb kids.
No, and I think my dad sold that to me. And maybe to us. Like, that there's this, like, way to do it that no one else is doing it. And we're better than everybody else, and we're gonna circumvent the system.
It's an entertaining way to live. Like, it's very immersive and exciting. It's like a fucking video game.
And the more I did with my dad, the less I cared what we were doing. We were doing it together, and that's what mattered. I felt like a VIP member of his exclusive club. We had this secret that nobody else had. We had our own little world. I felt like I was powerful. I was on the inside.
Most people have like 9-to-5 jobs that are fucking, you know, affording gas, apartments, taking your kids to fucking hockey games. Like, how many Devils games did you go to?
And that lifestyle worked for a while. But as the story always goes, at some point, things started to go downhill for him. And when they turned badly. Fast. You had a client that shit started to get hairy. I don't remember why or how. Do you?
I think they won is what happened. I think they were winning. And then we had to get the money from wherever the hell it came from.
To pay him out.
I don't...
That's right.
Yeah.
He was winning a bunch. And then I remember being like, oh fuck, this is getting hairy. And then my dad, it seemed like my dad was getting in trouble for it. Do you remember that? Feeling that? He said that he owed money to people he shouldn't owe money to. And that seemed scary. But then I was like, maybe he's just paying this out of his pocket? I don't know what was going on.
You know what
there.
I think happened? I think his sports gambling thing moved overseas or some shit. And I think that dried up his income source. And then it started to get pretty bleak.
The advent of the internet had shaken up almost all illegal street operations. And by the early 2000s, it was more practical to move these outfits overseas. My dad said he could move his operation to Costa Rica to keep money coming in, but there was one big reason he didn't, and that reason was me, his only son. Instead, his spiral sped up. It started happening faster and faster.
I'm not sure like where his income was coming from. Then he probably stopped paying rent for like at least 6 months.
He got evicted, yeah.
So I remember that, like the sense of like any month now, we're gonna have to leave here. Because I think I was living with you at the time, and it seemed pretty like there was a dark cloud over things as that date was approaching. And then we had to do a move, and I remember like packing everything up and like destroying the shit out of that place.
You got him an apartment, like some shit ass apartment in like, I want to say Jamaica, Queens.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was sad.
That was a rough time.
To see him go from like this guy that's fun and jovial, you know, and was always very generous with us.
Yeah.
You know, with me at least, you know, and I was very appreciative of that, to see him kind of like, you know, the kingdom come crashing down, where he's living in like a shared house in like Jamaica. And, you know, I remember the Red Cross or something, like we had to like get him help because he was getting evicted from there also, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
It was sad to see it. I'm sorry to like, you know, speak of him like this, but it was just like, I remember the good times, and now like all like the, you know, the kind of like the downfall, you know, coming, you know.
Through these times, I supported him financially. I got him a place to live. Basically, I had to recreate him as a person. But I was happy to. I did it because he had done so much for me, and he was my hero.
You know, honestly, I think the thing that kind of, this is like not that glamorous, but you having to support him, and like, we're working a million jobs and like getting him back on the grid with like Social Security and stuff, while you were like 24 and scrambling and trying to hold down a job. I don't know. That's the one that I'm really like, fuck. I feel like that just, like, that must have been so hard.
Pretty soon after he was evicted, he collapsed at a bus stop. He was brought to a local hospital and told he had stage 4 colon cancer and less than a year to live. I knew he was going to die, so I asked him to record his life story on some tapes. I gave him a recorder to do it at home as a way to tell his story, to document him, and to hold on to who he was when he was gone, and as a way to grieve. He liked the idea.
I'm born on May 2nd, 1947, King Highway.
For whatever reason, though, I couldn't bring myself to listen to them at the time. It all just seemed too much, too difficult. Pretty soon, he was full-time in the hospital, barely conscious. I ended up being the one who had to make the decision to pull the plug. My memory is of a doctor walking up to me casually in the hall, like he was going to ask me where the cafeteria was, then being like, "Hey, so your dad isn't going to make it. You should think about palliative care or something." And I was like, "What do you mean, or something?" Then he paused and went, "All right, look, your dad's not going to make it," and walked away. Then he died. It all ended on June 5th, 2007. I remember how bright it was in the hospital when I went to identify the body. My dad didn't look anything like my dad. It was really strange. He looked like a Madame Tussauds wax dad. He just wasn't all the way there. I mean, obviously he wasn't.
And I remember you got the phone call.
This is my friend Mike. We were very close in our 20s, around the time we both started comedy.
And you were like, okay, thank you, or something. And you hung up the phone, and you said, you know, my dad just died. And I froze, didn't know what to do. And you put your head down, and you went like this, and you started crying really hard, like uncontrollable, really hard, for like 15 seconds. I just remember sitting there thinking, I have no idea what to do. I had no tools to console anybody.
I remember thinking, fuck, I have to take a cab, and that I don't have enough money.
Oh my God, Barry.
And
Jeez.
And that was really tough. But I do remember, yeah, it's funny, I don't remember crying, but now I do. I cried, and then I was like, okay, I gotta go, gotta do stuff.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want to deal with it. And
Yep.
I don't think I ever cried again about it.
Yeah.
And I went to the funeral, and I did the funeral.
Yep.
And I just was like, gotta forget about it now and keep going. So that's what I did. I just kept going. I put that part of my life behind me and focused on my career. I started doing comedy full time, all the time, and it went well.
I was at the beach. I had my shirt off. Some kid told me I had a dad bod. I was like, what's a dad bod? And they were like, oh, it's when you're out of shape. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Have you ever seen a dad? My dad had gout. That's a dad bod. My dad had mustard on him at all times of the day.
In the years to come, my career started popping off, slowly at first, then quickly. I moved to Los Angeles, and in 2011, I was cast in the reboot of MTV's Punk'd. Then I started working more in TV, movies, stuff like that.
Yeah, and now you're fucking in Wolf of Wall Street of all fucking movies. Like, you're in the fucking movie.
I'm not fucking leaving. The show goes on.
As a special note to my listeners, I was in a lot of that movie, but then most of my scenes were cut. I'm still in it, but, you know, it sucked at the time. But I mean, it's Scorsese, right? A guy could do whatever he wants. Things got better in the years to come. Less scenes of mine were cut. I felt like I was coming into my own. Obviously, things weren't always good, but I was working a lot. I was happy. I had somehow bridged two worlds. The life I led as a kid with my dad, and the grown-up I'd now become. It all became a big part of my identity. I built it into a life I was proud of. I started a family of my own with Grace.
Have you ever loved somebody so much?
She's an amateur singer.
You cry.
And our daughter Rudy, who has the cutest voice in podcast history. Do you know Papa has a papa? Or had a papa?
Papa? Papa? Papa? Papa?
Yeah, exactly.
But my flashlight doesn't work.
I took all the good I got from him, his loyalty, his humor, and I mixed it with an ability to feel comfortable living outside the lines. It shaped me into something that seemed to work. And as my career moved along, more people wanted to hear our crazy stories. And I was proud of him, so I talked about it more and more. I talked about it on TV.
When I figured out what he did and he was a criminal, I wanted that lifestyle. The Sopranos was on
I talked about it in interviews.
Did you know the mafia people at all?
I did, yeah.
What were they
Of course,
like?
they were the greatest. They were awesome dudes. I talked about it on Joe Rogan.
God, what a character.
Isn't that nuts?
Dude, you should
But he was a great dad. He was like a really good dad.
You should do a one-man show about your dad.
I know. It was like this buddy movie, full of these hilarious moments and sexy vignettes. But the more I talked about it, the more I started to get this weird gnawing feeling. Like maybe I was missing something. Like in the process of trying to make it interesting and funny, maybe I was missing another side of this thing. Something about it just felt off. So after the brunt of the pandemic, that's when I decided I needed to talk to some friends. Maybe to find out more about him, to tell our story, or to reaffirm the story I already knew. Did you start recording? Hold on, wait.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Test.
Whoa.
Do you hear?
Too loud?
Can you hear me now? Is this good?
This is very clear.
Is it weird to do an interview with your husband?
Yeah, it is kind of weird.
But as this was slowly being put together, something weird happened. Something that kicked off a completely different path to this entire journey. I got an email out of nowhere, like some message from the beyond. It was from a mysterious woman named Iris, a woman I'd never even heard of, who wanted to get in touch with me because she knew something about my dad. Now, I had a mystery to solve. I want to read you the Iris emails.
Oh, Jesus.
And get your take on them.
Okay.
I am trying to locate Allan Rothbart of Queens, New York. He had a son, Barry. Would you be that son? And she
she goes,
She said she worked with him for many years, and they stayed friends even after his life had gone downhill, speaking at least every few months. She told me that they kind of dated and then said, if you knew him, you'd understand.
Dating like normal people wasn't possible. I was always afraid he would drop dead at any minute. I would never take a phone number for him because I didn't trust what he was up to.
She said she had so many stories about my dad, and that she'd be up for talking to me.
And I said, wow, that's crazy. He passed away a few years ago, but I'd love to find out more. And then she never got back to me.
Your dad never mentioned her?
No.
Where did they work together?
I don't know.
I felt strange, like maybe I was missing something. Whatever it was, I felt a spark. I needed to know more. Who was Iris? What did she want? What did she mean by she never trusted what he was up to? I knew I had to contact her, so I started calling. And?
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
No answer. I thought she must be asleep, so I tried again the next day, and then again.
23849 is not available.
Hi, Iris. My name is Barry Rothbart. I'm Allan Rothbart's son. We were emailing, and I don't know, just wanted to see if you
And then, again.
Again, my name is Barry Rothbart. It's 34725.
Mailbox full. Please hang up and dial again.
I don't know why she would have a change of heart, right? She wanted to contact me. It's just bizarre. I have a feeling maybe she's in like a home or something, or maybe infirmed in some way.
And the call went to her, and that wasn't her? Or it was her?
If it's not her, I think that's the case.
It was getting harder and harder to think that I was ever going to get a hold of her. Then things got even worse. Iris's email, the one she contacted me with, that I'd been responding to, it suddenly came back as inactive.
Delivery subsystem. Address not found.
What was going on? It was like Iris was some kind of ghost who came up behind me and whispered, I have secrets to tell you, and then just disappeared. It was a dead end. But the secrets were still out there, pissing me off. What was she hiding? Why did she feel like it wasn't safe to talk? Her disappearance gave me even more ammo. I knew I needed to investigate deeper. So I decided to finally do the one thing I hadn't wanted to do all these years. The thing that was sitting right under my bed in the guest room. My dad. On the tapes. The ones he'd recorded when he was dying. The ones I'd never listened to. So I pulled them out, dusted them off, and found an old cassette player.
All right, let's go all the way back. Remember rewinding? That was a thing. So I'm really nervous. I feel nervous. I don't know really why. It feels kind of like things are going to change for me. But I'm going to do it. Yeah, I guess I'm just going to listen. Just going to do it.
I don't know exactly why it took me so long to listen to the tapes. Maybe it was the fact that this would be the last time I'd ever hear from my dad. Like it would be his final words, and I wanted to put them off as long as possible. Or maybe I was scared to know the truth. But whatever it was, I finally did it.
I am born. I'm born on May 2nd, 1947. Brooklyn Hospital, Kings Highway in Brooklyn. I came plopping out at 7 pounds, 14 ounces.
And what I ended up hearing was nothing like what I thought I'd hear.
My father, Henry, was treated like complete dirt. He slept on an army cot, verbally abused every day by my mother, called every name in the book. But even if I didn't try, I could not cry. Tears would not come.
He seemed like a person I'd never met. He sounded different, darker, in a way I hadn't remembered.
So, I essentially grew up thinking that all women were cunts and men were assholes who let these cunts refused them.
And he talked about these crimes I'd never heard of.
We were doing some sort of illicit deal in Alley Pond Park, and we got caught by the cop with a man who we called Scarface. He was a mobster from up in Canada.
Some of them were big crimes.
I started a new career as an embezzler. I started small, then I got greedy. From 1982 to 1986, 85, 86, over $2.5 million I embezzled. It was like a huge monopoly game to me.
And there were really weird crimes too.
I remember basically stealing chest x-rays of girl students, and of course these x-rays showed their breasts, which was very exciting to me.
Then some very odd stuff.
I managed to fuck one of my mother's bingo buddies, one of the women she used to go. Anyhow, to make a long story short, I find out later on, this is much later, that they both embarked on careers as serial killers. They started killing prostitutes and cutting up their bodies and burying their bones. You can look it up.
As nuts as it all seemed, there was some normal stuff on the tapes, where my dad sounded like his usual loving self, like when he talked about me.
Barry is born. He was born May 25th, 1983. The love of my life. I take Barry everywhere.
But then there were things that made me wonder what kind of a person he really was.
People were terrified to do anything to us. We got away with basically murder. I remember I would interview girls, and during the interview process, I would put my hands on their legs, and I did things which was just incredible that I was not reported and arrested.
Now I started questioning everything about him, about myself. What else had he done? And what was he doing with these tapes? Why reveal all these dark things about himself so much later in life? At the end, what was he trying to tell me? It kind of made me feel sick to my stomach. There was so much I needed to know, so many questions I needed answered. But there was one thing that stood out to me more than anything, the thing I couldn't explain. It was the presence of one name, a name that kept popping up over and over again.
I had an affair with a 42-year-old account executive named Iris Schwartz. Anyhow, I chose to go out with Betty as opposed to Iris. Iris Schwartz. So when I told Iris, I'm like, Iris Schwartz.
Who was Iris? Her name was everywhere, and towards the end of the tapes, it popped up in a way I did not see coming.
During my, I'll call it, well, my girl period, I got 4 girls pregnant.
What?
Yeah, isn't that insane?
Have you done 23andMe?
No. Should I?
Because if you do that, I think there's an option to connect you with other people that may be related to you.
Holy shit, that's a really good idea.
I got 4 girls pregnant. Betty, Allan, Iris Schwartz, and Carol, who I later met at a wedding.
Whoa.
Where I went with
Yeah.
my Aunt Ida.
Do you know what she looks like?
Later on.
No.
Now, I had to find Iris. I couldn't go back to the way things were, the way I saw myself, the way I saw my story. Do I have all these siblings I don't know about? What else did she know? If my dad kept all this from me for so long, what other secrets was he keeping? I had to find her.
Oh, hi. This is kind of out of the blue, but my name is Barry Rothbart. I've been looking for Iris Schwartz.
She had emailed me
I think you may be related to her. Your number came up.
I can't seem to get a hold of her with the number.
I got nowhere, just one dead end after another. Then I decided the only thing to do, my last very dumb option, actually go to New York and track her down myself. So I booked a flight to New York on Delta, the airline.
You'll have to trust us. The daddy is here. Photographing the whole thing. Oh, Barry, he's looking good. Let's get a bit of shot. Oh, what a shot of the bottle and Barry. Give us a smile, Barry.
How much can we really know about our parents, especially after they're gone? Is it something we should have access to? Or is it something designed to be left a mystery? And if you could, would you want to know the entire truth? Maybe as kids, we're trained to see our parents as simple, digestible, to have an easier story to help us understand the world, something solid and unflappable. Well, I want to change all that. I'm on an investigation to uncover the mysteries of my father and my childhood, to go deep while chronicling our story to figure out what was really going on with my dad behind the scenes and what he was really doing. Who was he? Who was I? I'm going to try to piece him together as a whole person, and maybe even eventually piece myself together too. All I needed to get started was one little break, just a foot in the door. And as I was about to leave to go to New York, I got a call from Iris. And she was finally ready to talk. That's next time on Searching for Allan Rothbart by Barry Rothbart.
Goodbye, everybody. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Yes, Barry says goodbye. Bye, everybody. Bye.
A note to listeners. The following episode is completely fine. No need for listener discretion. Unless you're under 18, then don't listen. Otherwise, no need to discretion. DNA activation kit. Okay. There's a strange thing that happens after you get an at-home DNA test. It finally comes in the mail, and there's this weird mix of excitement and fear and an all-around ickiness.
Hey, Grace?
Yeah.
Want to help me do it?
You take it out of its box, and there's this test tube thing with this big, really big plastic funnel on top of it. And you realize something's going to have to go in there, but you don't know what.
Whoa, what, is this for your cum? I guess I'm going to do it now.
And it starts to dawn on you. You have to give them a piece of you, a piece of your body, a piece of your you stuff.
Oh my God, there's another package? My only fear is they'll frame me for a crime and I'll go to jail for murder. Because they have my DNA, they could just put it on a crime scene.
I know. What about Rudy, too? If Rudy starts committing crimes.
Well, that's on her. Okay, so how do I do this?
It forces you to wonder what it means to be you, where you came from, or who you came from. And if my dad was out there just sowing his wild oats.
During my girl period, I got 4 girls pregnant.
There's no telling what else he might have done.
Here we go. For instructions. Oh, okay, there's instructions right here. All right. Welcome to a whole new world of personal discoveries. Wow, this feels like I'm joining a cult. All right. Spit in the tube.
Okay, here goes.
Fill the tube with saliva. Fill it?
If there's a line, you have to fill it this much.
What the fuck? How? All right, here we go. I need water.
No, don't drink water. You're gonna wash your saliva away.
What? Oh, fuck. Just got all over my face, Grace.
Oh. Yeah.
You think this is a bad idea?
I don't know.
But now, I was ready to answer a call from a certain 83-year-old woman in Yonkers, New York, who apparently knew my dad very, very well. Iris. This is Searching for Allan Rothbart. I'm Barry Rothbart. Episode 2, Ejaculating in a Closet.
I had an affair was a 42-year-old account executive named Iris Schwartz.
When Iris called me back, I was completely overwhelmed. I was nervous. I wanted to ease into it. But I also knew that if I didn't get what I needed now, I may never get this chance again.
Iris, I can't tell you how happy I am. I've been looking forward to this, I'm so happy you called me back. And
now, tell me what it is you want to know, and I'll tell you anything I can.
Is it okay if at some point I maybe record some of this for myself to maybe use at some point?
No problem, but
okay.
To be very honest with you, Barry, I don't know what you would want to record. I mean, nobody's going to have anything nice to say. And that's the truth, and that's why I kept putting you off, because I knew I had nothing nice to say.
Wow.
I don't know any one person who would stand up for him because he screwed everybody along the way. He did terrible things to a lot of people. He wasn't a nice man, Barry. I'm sorry.
Wow.
To put it mildly, this was not what I was expecting to hear from Iris, or at least so bluntly. I wondered what she meant. I figured I should just go back and start from the beginning.
How did you meet him?
I was 5 years older than he was, and I was recently divorced. And he was a client of mine. That's how I met him.
Iris was actually 8 years older than my dad.
I'm going to be 84 years old. The memory's not so great. But it was a new company to the United States, and he was their credit manager.
I remember my dad said that when he was younger, he worked for a large camera company at one point. He talked about it a lot, like he was some big shot there, and he seemed really proud of it. That's before he was, not Bon Jovi's manager. One thing to also know about my dad before we move forward into all this was that he loved to talk about his love life, like all the time. Recount it, relive it, give the gory details. It was kind of a quirk, and I kind of thought it was funny, like it was part of his character.
In the woods behind junior high school 213 in Queens, and I probably came in about 5 seconds. But that was my first sexual experience. She liked to be slapped during sex. It was just something from a previous marriage. And I had a threesome with her and her friend Mary. They seduced me in the backseat of Elliot's car. Lace curtains, incense in her bedroom. She was quite loud.
He had a lot of girlfriends while he and my mom were married, and a few I knew about after they got divorced. I remember one he lived with while I was about 8, named Diane. One afternoon in the middle of the day, I walked into the kitchen in her apartment, which you should know was a 1-bedroom apartment, and they were naked, seemingly sumo wrestling each other. I remember feeling something was weird about it, but what could have been one of the most awkward core memories of my life was eased immediately when my dad told me they were fooling around and getting in a quickie. Somehow that made me feel better about the whole thing. I later found out they were full on having anal sex, because my dad told me. But for some reason, he never mentioned Iris at all before the tapes. I wondered why.
I want you to know your father and I were more friends than anything else. I didn't want to have a relationship with anybody. I was very independent. My career, my kids were doing well. We had, what do they call it, friends with benefits?
Yeah.
That's what we had for 2 or 3 years. After that, we were friends, period.
Right.
In those days, we entertained our clients. The idea was I had invited him to the Knick game and then out to dinner afterwards. He opened my car door, leaped across the console, and said, "I knew I would love you. You're so beautiful. I said, get the hell away from me." We went to the Knick game. I had the worst professional time of my entire career, which was only 2 or 3 years at that time. And when we left the garden, he said, "Where are we going to eat?" I said, "No, I'm taking you to the Subway. I'm not going into a restaurant with you." At one point, I told him the only way I would even go out in public with him is if he allowed me to take him clothes shopping. And my girlfriend and I took him to Lord & Taylor. He almost had a heart attack, but at least we put some clothes on him. I mean, when he married your mother, I figured, to tell you the truth, because he had shown me a picture of her, that she used him to get into the country, because I couldn't believe that someone so beautiful would marry him. I like to gamble. He liked to gamble. I didn't like the track, but he made me have great times. There was never anything like, oh, is it going to be a great romance? Or that was never in it, because it never felt that way.
I will say, I went through his wallet, and your number and your name were very close to the front, and this is 2007.
But you know what? I think you're seeing more into that than it was, because after that first 2-3 years, my relationship with him over the next 20 years or 30 years or whatever it was 2-3 times a year tops. He was incapable of feeling anything for anybody.
Did you know his parents at all, or his home life?
No. To me, he was like an orphan. He had nothing and nobody.
Now, my family might have been one of the most dysfunctional families that ever existed. Because of my mother's relationship and arguments with my paternal side, I was not allowed to visit the house, to talk to my grandmother and my aunt on the phone, and was denied any kind of access to them or my cousins.
He stole something from his mother. That I remember.
Really?
Now, whether it was a painting or not, that I don't remember. But listen, it's a birth defect, what he has.
I learned on the tapes how my dad got into crime as well. Here's how it started. At first it was small, from a pretty young age. It was the late 50s, early 60s. We heard about him stealing x-rays. That was first. Then tampering with letters at a post office job, which I later learned is a federal crime.
Stealing a small level, envelopes with refunds that people had sent in for, from Campbell's Soup. Send in this coupon, you get $1 in the mail. I made myself $30, $40 a night with that.
Fixing horse races.
Now, on a racetrack program, you have listed the 8 previous races for a horse. The racing secretaries put them in classes 2 to 3 ranks below where they belong and could not lose.
And then some much bigger things, which we'll get into later. I was like his acolyte. I started working with him to do bookmaking stuff at some point, and...
You're kidding.
No.
He tried to get you involved in that? Barry, he wasn't an ethical man. He respected nothing and nobody. I mean, I wish I could tell you something nice about him. He never had a credit card that I know of. He always paid cash for everything. My closest friend, who lives right next door to me, her husband was, please rest in peace, a major player. One night, in the middle of the night, 2 o'clock in the morning, he rang my bell. Iris, take this, and he hands me a gun. He says, put this away, the police are coming for me and the family. And the police came in and took him and the whole family out because there was a hit out on him. He was big time bad. And Allan used to love to come here and talk to Stewie. He would play one person against the other. I can't say what he thought because he was so deranged.
I didn't know any of that, but I did kind of know some of the stuff from before. He did have a stack of money above his headboard. Remember his bank account? Then I decided to get to the point I wanted to get to. Just rip off the Band-Aid. I'll just, be super honest with you. He said 2 things about you. He said, number 1, that he called you the night the afternoon his mom died. And then the other thing that he said about you, he said he had gotten you pregnant at some point.
There's no shot he got me pregnant. That ship had sailed. Oh, that's terrible. No, honey, he did not.
He made such a point of saying it. I believe you, you know.
I hope you do, because it's the truth.
So I was here being like, maybe there's a half brother or sister I don't know about, or.
Now I understand. Nope, trust me, there was not.
Wow.
We were never a hot love affair, ever, ever, ever. So I think your father left you information about me that just wasn't accurate.
Wait, why would he lie about getting her pregnant? Was he lying about that?
He was such a liar. Absolutely false. Like I'm telling you, he could weave a tale that even I, who I'm so street smart, I would fall for it. He just couldn't help himself. He could not be trusted. But I feel so badly for you, because everything he's left behind, it was all lies.
Can I ask why you had gotten in touch with me and emailed me? How did that happen?
I mean, nobody ever called me or got in touch with me to tell me he had passed. In my heart of hearts, I knew it because too long a period had gone on without hearing from him.
Right.
But it wasn't something like I would look to seek him out, because I always knew when he needed me, he'd call. I think more than anything else, I was like a shrink to him.
What year do you think that was, the last time you saw him?
Oh, God. I have no idea, honey. The last time I spoke to him, he was in one of the islands being a bookmaker and hadn't changed.
What island?
In all the years. So
on an island?
I want to say Costa Rica for a little while.
That's also not true. He said his bosses offered him the job to move to Costa Rica, but he didn't take it to stay with me. Remember? I wondered, was he lying about this stuff? Or was Iris maybe just misremembering things? I knew I had to find out more from the others, as weird as that may be.
I got 4 girls pregnant. Betty, Iris Schwartz, Allan, and Carol, who I later met at a wedding where I went with my Aunt Ida.
I had to track down these women that my dad said he was running around with all those years ago. It was the only way to get to the bottom of it.
Sorry, your call did not go through. Please try your call later.
Hello, sorry that I'm unable to take your call right now.
Not sure if this is even the right number, but my name's Barry Rothbart. I think my father knew someone named Allan. If you could give me a call, my number is 347.
It took me a while to get a hold of her, but I finally got her number from her sister.
Allan, a girl. Her father was a famous attorney who actually, among other things, handled Bobby Darin's divorce with Sandra Dee, and was actually a very likable guy. I met her, and it was lust at first sight.
Allan, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have to call you back.
Okay, call me back. I'm here. Thank you. Hello?
Hi, Barry. I'm sorry.
Oh, don't be sorry. I'm excited to meet you.
I'm excited to meet you, Barry. Believe me. Now, what did he die from?
He died from colon cancer. He really didn't take care of himself very well for the last several years of his life. And yeah, he got pretty late stage cancer. And he died at 60.
Oh my God, really?
Yeah.
He wanted to get married. He wrote me love poems, actually.
Wow, if you ever found those, I would love to read them if you could ever send them.
Did you marry a Jewish girl?
Me?
Yes.
No. No, my wife, she's not religious, but she grew up Catholic.
Catholic?
Yeah, not religious, but she was not Jewish, that's for sure.
I had to just ask her, just come out with it.
To be fully transparent, one of the things that my dad said about you on the tapes, which I don't know if it's true, but he said that he had gotten you pregnant, and I didn't know if that meant that there was another kid out there or someone I was related to, because I had never heard that before.
No.
No. Did you have any kids?
I actually had a daughter with my first husband.
Oh, really?
She's 53 and she lives in Great Neck.
Yeah, I love Great Neck.
What the fuck? I had no choice but to plow ahead.
I turned 25. I was fucking my assistant, Betty. And actually every day we would go up to the 8th floor where they were doing construction, and I would get a blowjob.
Oh, hi. Would this happen to be Betty?
For legal reasons, this phone call has been entirely deleted.
I called Grace to talk about what was going on.
So, so one of the three women actually that I'm able to find of the women my dad got pregnant, she picked up out of nowhere, and she was like, "Wait, what the fuck? Who is this?"
Oh my god!
I used to take Betty home to Belmore. We used to take the Long Island Railroad, and I used to enjoy taking off her top and her bra.
She was just like, "Yeah, what the fuck? Who is this?" Like, she couldn't believe it. She was like, "Yeah, I knew your dad." At first I thought she was mad, but she was just blown away. And apparently she was just about to take a test to become a lawyer, or maybe the bar. I don't know what she was about to do. And she had to leave the room because she was so shocked. She was like, "I have so many questions for you." And then
she was about to sit for the bar when you called her?
Something like that. And she was just like, "I can't right now. Hold on, I need to take this." And she went to her car.
We're both naked. All of a sudden, the door starts to open. It's okay. We run butt naked up to her room upstairs. And I spend the next 2.5 hours.
And then I was like, "Hey, so I don't want to be like, you know, crude or personal about this, but he brought you up a lot on these tapes that he made and said that he got you pregnant at some point." And she went, "What?" And she was like, "He definitely did not get me pregnant." And she's like, "If you want me to be honest, we never even had sex."
I had more sex in a couple of months period than I ever had before. Unbelievable.
Oh my god.
She said, "Is Rudy in the car?"
No. She's at school.
She was like, "All right, you want me to be really honest with you?" And I was like, "Yeah." She was like, he wouldn't have sex with me. Instead, he would jerk off in the closet."
What?
Yeah.
Wait a second. Wait.
Grace, this is a 70-year-old Jewish lady I was just on the phone with.
Wow. First of all, bold. I love her. Second of all, what? They would like fool around and you'd go in the closet and jerk off?
Yes.
All right.
She was like, he was like a blip on her radar. Like, they barely dated. And it was when they were really young. She couldn't believe that she was brought up so much on these tapes.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Did he just jerk off in closets?
This was really strange. And I wondered, why was he lying about this stuff? Was he lying about other stuff? How deep does this go? But everything felt like a dead end. I was stuck. I figured I'd try to find Carol, who he later met at a wedding.
Carol, who I later met at a wedding.
She was the last person he may or may not have gotten pregnant. Of course, I didn't have a last name.
There's no way. There's 166 million Carols? Are you fucking with me? There's only 300 million people in the United States. Half of them are Carols? From Brooklyn?
A connection to a Carol.
Oh, a connection. Okay.
Hello.
Oh, hi. Is this Carol?
Who's calling, please?
Oh, sorry. My name is Barry Rothbart. This is super random, but you may have known my father, like back in the day. Were you ever in Brooklyn at any point?
I lived in Brooklyn, yes.
Did you know my dad, Allan Rothbart, by any chance?
I don't remember that name. No.
Okay, I'm going to read out some carols, and you're going to say stop when you get to one that you think is like...
Could be it. Yeah, maybe I've heard the last name at some point when I was younger.
Carol Wallen.
No.
Carol M. Roberts.
No.
Carol Palermo.
No.
Carol Peroni.
No.
Carol Neptune.
Yes.
Born 1947.
Yes. That's who I'm calling. My dad used to go to a Neptune diner. Oh, hi, Carol. My name is Barry Rothbart. This is probably out of nowhere. Hi, Carol. My name is Barry Rothbart. I'm looking for Carol. No. I couldn't really make sense of any of this. It just gets more bizarre. It makes me realize that, because in one of Iris's emails, she said if you knew Alan at the time when I was dating him, he couldn't have sex he couldn't date like a normal person. And I wonder if there's like a weird sex thing.
Well, it's also interesting because it seems like he lied about his kind of like sexual prowess and like getting women pregnant.
Is that what this whole podcast is going to lead to? Is me finding out my dad jerked off in closets?
It's not the worst thing. Who knows? I feel like we're all learning. Whatever.
I feel like he lied to me about everything, it feels like now. He built up this whole world that wasn't true. It's very weird. I sat there for a while, unsure what to do. So I decided to order an at-home DNA test. Replace the funnel with the cap. I mean, why not? It's like what everyone does in a lot of these stories to find out new information, right? I didn't know where to go, what else to do. All right, I'm sealing it up. Any last words? Okay. All right, it's closed up. Whew. Okay. Maybe it was just to do something, to be proactive. I felt like I couldn't get back to my life. There was something bigger going on here that could explain it all, and I needed to find it. All right, there it is.
How do you feel then?
I feel nothing, honestly. I don't know. Maybe when I put it in the mail, I'll feel different. Because then it can go anywhere. Who knows where. I put it in the mail and waited for results, which will come later. It was only after taking the test that Grace reminded me of something. Someone who I may not have been thinking about. Someone who knew my dad very well and had a wealth of knowledge about him, especially from a time when I didn't. It occurred to me that I'd never really talked to my mom about any of this or got her side of the saga. Mostly because we had a strained relationship and for reasons I'll get into in a bit. Once, early on, I tried talking to her about it, but she didn't want to open up.
Certain things that he did were still a mystery.
Like what?
Certain things, I don't want to not necessarily talk about it.
I'd like to talk about one day.
No, I don't want to, why go into it now? I didn't know what was behind all the problems, where he was like leading a double life.
And I realized she may have known more about him than she was letting on.
There's a lot you don't know about, but there's a lot I don't know about. My life fell apart in one afternoon. I remember him being very nervous that someone's going to ring the bell and he's going to be arrested. Let me put it this way, he led a secret life.
But first, I had to get her to talk. That's next time on Searching for Allan Rothbart with me, Barry Rothbart.
How you doing, man?
Don't always
messing around?
I showed up at my brother's place in Las Vegas and went upstairs to his cozy yet big 2-bedroom apartment.
What's in here?
Sure.
I needed some help in figuring out the right way to approach our mom.
Does it feel weird being recorded?
No, not really.
Me talking.
My brother and I had been close, really close, for a long time, even though he's 10 years younger than me, and we have different dads. Which I suppose is why he hasn't come up in this yet. I don't call him a half-brother or anything like that. Not that there's anything wrong with half-brothers. He's my brother. I mean, you get it.
Like, how do you feel about this whole thing? Like,
Well, it's different because it's your dad. You know what I mean?
I feel like you were close with him.
I just remember spurts of different things. He would get off when we'd order Chinese food, when I would go bike to him and watch the Yankee game. He would get off on giving a false name to correspond with the order. He'd be like, Ulysses. He thought it was so funny. I thought it was funny too.
Yeah, you really liked him a lot.
My brother was close with my dad too, because I was always with my brother. When he was young, I was more of a parent figure to him. But as he got older, that had to shift. And I sort of made him a peer and a friend, like my dad did with me.
I feel like I treated you like an older kid, so I feel like it matured you too fast.
It might have.
In some way. Do you feel like that? I feel like I had a relationship with you where I wanted to impress you, and it was similar to the relationship my dad had with me, actually, now that I'm thinking of it, where I wanted to impress you. I wanted to be like, look at all this cool stuff I do, and taking you to fucking mosh pits when you were 8.
Yeah, that was true. Slipknot, Disturbed, Korn. I was into all that angry early 2000s stuff.
It was fun.
I mean, you have a great life, so I don't think I fucked you up or anything, but
no.
I feel like you had some rough years, though.
I had some rough years mainly because of Mom.
Yeah.
I remember getting very upset when you couldn't come pick me up and stay at his house, because I always looked forward to it all day. It was really hard.
Fuck, that makes me feel bad.
One thing we both shared was a weird on-again, off-again relationship with our mom. It was rocky. She was always erratic and seemed emotionally unavailable for many years. Like when my dad died.
I remember being I don't know what to do. I'm at my wit's end. Can you help? It wasn't even money. I was just
You're just looking for some support.
I was just looking for anything. I was like, can you help in any way? And I remember she was just like, no, I don't want to help him. And I wanted to be like, well, you're not helping him, you're helping me.
Yeah.
But she was just like, no, let him fucking die. She was so mad.
Really?
She just was like,
I never knew that. That's brutal.
That was tough.
She was also always ready to flip out at a moment's notice. I grew up with nonstop yelling, and I was constantly scared of what mood she'd be in and what she might do next. My brother's relationship with her had become a bit better over the years. They were more friendly. They seemed to have more of a kindred spirit. But my relationship with her had gotten worse. It grew colder as time went on, and more distant. I began to resent her and see all the things she may have done to me that were mean and selfish over the years. But I realized as an adult just how much I didn't need to deal with her anymore. The feelings of fear, all the triggers of insecurity. At some point, I pretty much just stopped dealing with her at all. That's why I never talked to her about any of this stuff. We kind of stopped communicating completely, or at least about anything of substance.
I'm not saying it's bad, but I think it's so clear that you want nothing to do with her. Because I know you guys keep in touch on the phone here and there, but it's maybe centered around Rudy.
Yeah.
But just the last visit, you really, I don't know if it's conscious or not, but I don't think, you don't even give her the time of day.
I don't know how to interact with her because I don't know what I want from her. Every time I've gotten close with her, it's led to me either getting into a fight with her or her doing something that really pisses me off or triggering my anxiety in some way. And when I think about what I want from her, I don't know. I don't know what I want from her.
Why do you need something from her?
I thought about that, and I didn't really know. But I did know now I needed to talk to her about something of substance. I needed to finally know about my dad. I needed the truth about what actually happened between them all those years ago. I needed to talk to my mom. This is Searching for Allan Rothbart. I'm Barry Rothbart. Episode 3, Love at First Sight.
When I had gone to CCNY, one of the guys that was there was named Kenny Kleiner. He was kind of nondescript, was kind of a nerd. And he tells me, I met this incredible girl. He brings this girl over, and she knocks my socks off. She's 21. She's beautiful. It was just love at first sight. Oh my God, I flipped out. I just sat there and had total communication with this girl.
I didn't know too much about my parents' relationship as I was growing up. And when I was older, they basically had no relationship. It was acrimonious. I knew some of the cursory details about how they met from my dad, and that he cheated on her all the time, but he elaborated more on the tapes. And it's a pretty insane story.
Anyhow, I think I wish that I knew this girl, but I'll never see her again, so end the story. And I would say about 2 weeks later, Kenny gives me a call. He tells me, I am heartbroken. I said, what's the matter? He says, remember that girl, Tammy, that I was dating? I said, yeah. He said, well, she told me she doesn't want to see me anymore. So without missing a beat, I tell him, Kenny, you're one of my best friends ever. All right. Give me her phone number. I'll call her and I'll patch it up between the two of you. I call her up. I tell her nothing about getting them to get back together. I say, I would love to take you out on a date. We started to date, and we decided to get married on December 19th, 1979. Amazing, huh?
Let's go.
Okay, so I am parking in a spot. I finally found a spot in Forest Hills. About to see my mom.
My mom lives with my stepdad in one of those old pre-war classic-looking Queens brick apartment buildings. The one you're picturing right now from the sitcoms. That one.
So here we go.
I was nervous to talk to her, to finally find out what she knew, no matter what it turned out to be. But it also occurred to me, this might be a bell you can't unring. Once you're doing it, you're doing it. So I walked into the little lobby veranda and rang.
Hey there.
Hi, Mom.
Hey.
Then walked up 3 flights to meet her at her apartment door.
Hi, California. My California dude.
Here I am.
I can't believe you're here.
I can't believe it either.
I'm so excited.
Take my shoes off.
I went to see you.
My mom is on the taller side for an older Jewish lady. Even though she's in her late 60s, she looks younger and has this big, feisty presence in a room. When you're with her, there's no question that you're with her. And she always wears muumuus, always. In case you needed to picture something, muumuus.
I'm so hungry.
Good. Nice food is here. Yeah.
It started out nice enough. She was alone. My stepdad was out at work. We ate, did some casual catching up, but then I wanted to get going on the actual convo. So I started putting a microphone on her.
Give me a minute. You want a vitamin D?
Here, let me just make sure it fits on you. Just put this in your pocket.
You take everyday vitamin D?
I do.
Can I give you one?
Yeah, I'll take a vitamin D.
I hope you take it every day.
I take multivitamins.
Yeah, but vitamin D is crucial. Does Grace?
Sorry, do you have a pocket? If not, I can just...
No. Does Grace take vitamin D?
Let me just make sure it fits on you.
Oh, no.
What?
What are we doing?
I told you we're going to record some stuff.
Well, how are we recording it, though?
Just...
Oh, look at this. You got a whole thing. Oh, we're doing like a whole...
No,
wow.
that's just a receiver.
What is this thing? It looks like a drone.
You want to play with it?
No, I didn't even know how to play with it. What do I do? Stroke it? What should I do?
Yeah, you can stroke it.
I don't know. Why are you so fancy? I'm afraid now. I'm afraid.
I realized I was maybe going to have to manage her a little more than I expected, get her to open up a bit. But things started to take a quick turn.
Let me explain to you. I don't want to be connected to him in any way. You understand that?
Yeah. But you are my mom.
Connected to you, but I don't want my name out there in connection to him because he also...
What?
It's recording.
No, it's fine.
I didn't know anything. And I never knew what was going on when he was with you. You understand that?
Yeah.
You know, it wasn't great when you had to go to him. I wasn't like so thrilled.
Why?
I don't know, because I never knew what was going on, really. I didn't know what was going on there.
I mean, we weren't very close for a long time, me and you.
Yeah. I
That's
don't know
the reality.
why.
That's why I want to do this. I want to talk to you. I want to
Why weren't we close? Why?
I don't know. I think
you know more than I do.
Truth is, that was kind of a difficult thing to talk about. I did like spending time with him more than her. Like I said, my dad's house was a wonderland, like a playground to me. And I didn't expect to get into this personal stuff so quickly.
I mean, it seemed like he was leading a cooler life for a little while. And
Who was
my
leading?
dad?
Cooler?
It was
how do you define
quieter.
cool?
He was going everywhere. He was taking me everywhere.
I
He
know.
was,
No, I'm glad that you had a good relationship.
It felt exciting,
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's how I felt with him too. That's why I wanted to be with him. It was very exciting. Did you know that?
It was like she could sense something big was coming. Every time I asked a question, she started coming back with questions to me. And I sensed she wanted to hear it, but also maybe didn't. This was getting difficult. It was like she was dealing with this curiosity and this fear and this anger, all kind of converging at once. It seemed like she was wondering, why is he suddenly talking to me about this? What does he really want?
But what did you think of me? What did you think? Tell me. You're not really telling me.
I don't think it's that simple.
No, you saw him as this cool guy, and you saw me as this.
I think that opinion started
troubled-
changing about my dad when he started getting sick. I mean, do you know I supported him for many years?
No. Now I didn't know you actually supported him.
I did.
I didn't know. I thought he had money and was taking care of you. I thought you were working and that he was actually had money somehow. He said I'd pay for college. He never paid. He promised.
It became clear now that I'd have to reveal some things to her that she didn't know before I could get to anything I wanted to know. I just didn't know how much.
I'll tell you the truth. Here, so this is what happened. When I was 13 or 14, he would sneak off and he would go get on phone calls. And
He would sneak off, not out of the house and leave you.
No, but he would do these
but that's what
secretive...
happened to me.
He would go to payphones.
Yeah, wherever we were, he had to go somewhere and make phone calls. I can't wrap my head around it.
And then he started explaining to me what was going on. I didn't know who he was involved with.
What kind of organization? A nonprofit?
So I started.
Bookmaking?
So I think he was.
Was he a bookmaker?
So then he explained it to me.
He was a bookmaker.
He was doing bookmaking work, and he was involved.
I didn't know that either. Oh my God.
I don't know what. I at that point.
Don't say it.
After a little while.
Don't say who you think.
What? The mob?
Was it? Was it the mob?
I mean, I never told you this, but then briefly I started helping him.
No, don't tell me, please. Oh my God. Working at these places?
It started out where I would go to
You sure
this.
you want this recorded, Barry? You sure it's not it's a good idea?
Yeah. I'm not in any danger.
You went to these places?
This was not going great. Apparently, she knew nothing about any of this stuff. What was all that stuff she said about a double life? I didn't know what to do, but I kept going. I had to keep chugging on.
Oh my God. It's the worst, one of the worst things I can hear. Wait, let me take a breath.
Okay.
I may have an anxiety attack. So everything that I was fearing happened. So in other words, I didn't know anything about his life, and now it turns out I don't know much about your life.
And I don't know much about your life.
I felt like she wanted me to manage her feelings. I guess that's the story of our relationship. But in this moment, it kind of started pissing me off. I didn't have the patience for it right now, or really ever.
But you've known about things for a while. I'm just hearing about it. You've known about it for a while, right? the tapes and.
I have, but I'm an open book. I can talk to you about whatever you want.
No,
honestly.
no, but you understand that it's. I'm like I can't function. I'm so.
Why?
What do you mean why?
I don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
do you want to know everything?
I said, fuck it. Let's go. Let's just do this.
Yeah, tell me. Might as well because I'm numb.
He said that
I'm really numb
at
now.
your engagement party.
Oh my God. I don't even remember
Afterwards,
the
had
engagement.
sex with one of your friends.
No.
Yeah.
Barry, no.
He didn't say who. I don't know the name.
My engagement party?
Yeah.
He had sex with one of my friends?
Yeah. He was driving her home after or something.
Are you serious?
Yeah, that's what he said.
It can't be. Can you pause for a minute, please?
She didn't know about any of it. The cheating constantly, the alleged pregnancies, the other women, the ejaculating in closets, none of it. Then she started panicking and freaking out again. I wasn't sure what to do, so I quickly turned the recorder back on.
This is unbelievable. You probably have siblings. This is unbelievable. If I could get my hands on him, I would tear him apart. Oh, I feel like I'm gonna faint though. I need air. It's too much crap coming out. Oh, I feel like I'm gonna faint. Someone should have shot him. I wish that the mob would have gotten him and beat the crap out of him and beat him to a pulp. I really wish. I'm sorry. Are you kidding me? I really hope that he rots in hell, that he rotted. He got exactly what he deserved, the way he died. I'm sorry.
I had no idea how to handle this.
I think when my dad was dying.
I'm sorry, I need my multivitamin.
Yeah.
I forgot. I'm sorry. I have a special vitamin that has B vitamins in it.
Yeah.
I was told I need B vitamins.
As much as I wanted to be open with my mom, to really talk to her and get to what she knew, I kind of started to feel a bit bad for her, seeing all of her oldest wounds completely ripped open. And that was uncomfortable. I'm usually so mad at her. This was unfamiliar territory.
I just cannot believe what I'm hearing. But listen to this, the fact that he didn't keep it secret, he's boasting.
Well, he wanted to put
What
on
do you
tapes.
make of
He was
it?
dying.
Why
when
was he?
did
But
these
why
tapes.
put that on tape for your son to know what a piece of shit you were? Why would you do it?
I don't know.
That's a good father.
I think he wanted to get it off his chest. I
my
don't know.
God.
I wish I could ask him. I don't know.
I'm floored. This is too much already. Why would someone reveal all these things to their son?
I didn't really know. But in this moment, I was busy trying to attend to my mom.
He was proud of it, huh?
This has no bearing on you, Mom. Honestly.
What do you mean it has no
This
bearing
doesn't
on
make
me?
me see you in a negative way. I hope you
No,
understand.
why would you? I
didn't know a lot of this. I didn't know
Are
any
you
of this.
kidding me?
Hearing my mom deal with all this stuff, I began to see more of it from her side. It was making more sense, even if my feelings about my dad were just getting more confusing.
Was he ever in love with me? Did he say? Nothing, right?
I think he said he was really kind of head over heels and crazy about you.
Then it didn't show in his actions at all.
Then why'd you marry him?
Because we had a nice time together and I liked him. And then it became love after. Not everyone is head over heels the minute they meet. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Not everyone is, that's it.
Then a weird thing happened. We started to kind of just talk. I started to ask her questions about her life that I'd never really asked before.
What was your impression of my dad when you first met him? Do you remember?
The big personality, charming.
We got into Kenny and the story of how they got together. The one that my dad told.
So he screwed Kenny. Well, Kenny wasn't seeing me, so it didn't matter. It was nice that he waited.
And then we sort of just started chatting about her.
He said you were beautiful and you guys communicated really well.
Yeah, it's true. All true.
What were you like when you met him?
I was maybe 21. 21.
You were that young when you started dating my dad?
20, yeah. I got married at 22.
I didn't know that.
You didn't know that?
No, I guess I didn't do the math.
Yeah.
It struck me. that through all this chaos, I sort of started seeing her in a new way. For the first time, I could see her as an actual person, especially back then. Like she was a kid when she married my dad, a 31-year-old man. She got sucked into this whirlwind of a marriage with someone who was doing a lot of stuff behind her back. She kept going further into personal revelations.
I think I was also young for my age. I was like a Lolita. I only thought about it later, like recent years.
Well, how old?
When I was watching Lolita, that movie.
Yeah.
16, 17, 18, 15, I looked older.
He said that you gave him a shit or get off the pot. Like ultimatum to get married?
No, I wanted to get married. I liked him, and he could have said no, right? Why did he have to marry me?
But you said it was good times, that you were happy.
It was good times. I was very happy. We went places. You were numero uno. Everything centered around you. Thank God that I had you at least. That was the best thing out of it.
I remember things getting kind of stressful. And
very, very stressful. I was so depressed. Oh, I had problems with, I don't know why, with depression. I don't know why.
Sounds like you went through a lot.
It was very bad.
It was obvious now. She was going through so much back then, trying to move into some form of adulthood as a single parent in her 20s. Then we started talking about how I actually felt about her for the first time.
You were angry with me for a long time. You were angry because I wasn't emotionally available.
I think you were not only not emotionally available, but it felt like you were erratic.
Mm-hmm.
I resented it, and I resented how I felt, and it made me feel small, you know? It made me feel
small?
like scared, a little scared too.
Mm-hmm.
You developed coping mechanisms.
Okay.
You know, and I think one of my coping mechanisms was to just go internal and to be kind of closed off.
That's why you were so close. So you thought of me as a bad mother for like years?
Not a bad mother, but I resented you a lot, yeah.
Because why?
It was very hard to be around you. It was, but for many years, it was very unpredictable.
Yeah, I was not in good shape.
I'm sorry.
I was dealing with a lot. I'm not saying I shouldn't have been more thinking.
But look, honestly, now I know more about what you were dealing with.
I should have thought of you more, though.
I didn't know at the time what you were dealing with.
It's not that I loved you less. You know that, right?
Of course.
We were starting to talk about our relationship in a way we maybe never had before.
You know, I carry a lot of guilt with me over the years. You know, very unbearable guilt. Because I wasn't more like a better, parent.
It is what it is.
So sorry.
It's not too late.
So sorry. I know. I'm glad that
That's why I'm fortunate we could talk.
I could tell that you were angry, and I didn't understand why.
I didn't know this as a kid.
I didn't realize how much you were struggling. I wish I'd known. Maybe I would have turned things around. So if I knew you were, why honestly, you were so angry.
It made me a more fiercely independent person.
But I wish you had said something at the time to sit down.
Somehow, through all this chaos, something positive was happening. Maybe all I needed from her all along in our relationship, all these years, was for her to see me. It felt like maybe I didn't really get exactly what I came for yet, like insights and revelations on my dad. But for the first time in years, a new start was on the horizon with my mom. And it felt even kinda good.
I wish you had not gone through what you did. You know?
At the least,
picking up the pieces and taking care of him, and when he was sick.
Yeah.
And I feel my heart breaks for what you went through.
I'm sorry. You want tissue?
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
My heart really breaks for what you. You should have had a more normal life.
I think my life wasn't that bad.
Well, it wasn't, what it should have been.
Well,
but, I always loved you, no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
Even though you thought we weren't close, I did, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love you too.
Always loved you. But, it was a lot to go through for many years.
If nothing else, maybe it'll be a good story.
At least something, you get something out of it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's why I like telling stories.
Then, as the dust was settling, we found ourselves talking again about my dad, and she brought up something about him that I never knew.
What was the separation and the divorce like?
I was there a lot with you, and I knew that it was a very, very bad situation. I didn't know details at all. I never knew details, but I knew that something happened. It was very bad, and it was, there was no way to go on after that.
Here's what I always thought I knew about their relationship. According to my dad, they had a pretty good marriage. I know they traveled a bunch during the good times, even though now I know he cheated on her all the time. They had some money. I know he got a really good job at the time. Then they didn't. And as he says it, at some point my mom started to get, quote, constantly upset with him. And they started to fight all the time. She didn't like his less conventional lifestyle. He wanted to live in a bigger way than the rest of the world, and she was the rest of the world. Then, on October 25th, 1986, their relationship came to a head, a fateful crossroad. It was the night of Game 6 of the 1986 World Series between the New York Mets and the Boston Red Sox, and it was the bottom of the 10th inning. Anyone who follows baseball knows this moment well, but it happened like this. The Red Sox were up 2 runs with no one on base and 2 outs. Basically, 1 out away from winning the World Series for the first time in 68 years and breaking their curse, the curse of the Bambino. And my dad had put $380,000 on the Red Sox to win the series. $380,000. They were 1 out away from winning it all. That's when Mookie Wilson came up to bat, and history happened.
Mookie Wilson, little roller up along first, behind the bag, it gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win it.
The Mets come back from losing 5-3 in the 10th inning with nobody on base and 2 outs. Came back to win that and the World Series. I lose $380,000, but I laugh it off.
My mom did not laugh it off. He lost too much for her to handle, and that was it. The final straw in a long and slowly deteriorating marriage.
Your grandmother, Barry, calls a family meeting and tells me that Terry's going to get a divorce, and I need to get a divorce attorney. I'm heartbroken.
But, as it turns out, that maybe wasn't exactly how it went down. Maybe wasn't exactly how it went down at all.
Why would he mention such a stupid thing about a game? I don't even know what game that is. I don't even know games. Who's playing? Because he bet on a rec site. He made it up.
Then she told me the real story of what happened. And it might even be more insane than the one my dad told.
It was a beautiful day, and I was sitting and waiting for the bus. Parker Towers, they had the flowers around there. And I was thinking, oh, it's wonderful. I remember even I was wearing the skirt. I was sitting there, and I was waiting for you. And I was thinking, I'm pretty lucky. It's not like we were rich people, but I felt like we had a privileged life. Everything was hunky-dory. So one day he came home.
This was after you picked me up?
Yeah, that afternoon. And he said, if someone knocks on the door looking for me, or something to that effect. I said, what the hell are you talking about? What do you mean if someone comes to the door? He said, well, something happened. I don't remember, Barry, I don't remember. It was a long time ago. But all I could tell you is it was the beginning.
But this is what I'm trying to find out.
The beginning of the end.
What, did he think the cops were after him?
He said, I think he mentioned FBI or the cops.
The FBI was after him back then? It made me think maybe my dad did have something bigger, much bigger, going on behind the scenes back then. Something he had to hide from me for all those years.
I knew something wasn't right, and he said I actually have a couple of other accounts. So we had secret accounts.
Really?
Oh, you didn't know?
Then it reminded me of something he talked about on the tapes that had to be related to what she was talking about. Something that might have been more dangerous to my dad, and maybe even to me, than I ever realized. And something that might have altered the trajectory of his life and proved that the things he said on the tapes could be a lot more truthful than I thought.
And then what happened?
I don't remember my movements, and I had to make a decision, and it was a very tough decision.
Sorry, my head is spinning with different things.
Yeah, I'm also spinning. I'm like getting very...
I had to look into an incident that seemed almost too insane to be real, that could answer a lot of questions about my dad. I had to go deep into the dark underbelly of corporate digital print solutions and business services.
It's 1981. I'm married to Terry. Life is good, but I want more.
That's next time on Searching for Allan Rothbart. By me, Barry Ross Rothbart.
Okay, we're going into the next session, which I call I Want More.
Barry's 5.5 months old. Hey, Barry.
Barry, let's ask you questions. What do you think of President Reagan? Interesting. It's the 16th of November, and Barry's going strong.
In the fall of 1983, my dad was 37 and working at a camera store called Berkey. I had just been born about 6 months earlier, when suddenly he got a call, out of nowhere, from a headhunter. A headhunter was what we used to call LinkedIn. It was an opportunity of a lifetime, starting up a new division at a big company with huge potential and a growing market. Electronic cameras were starting to become all the rage.
I interviewed for a job which well over 100 other credit managers wanted. It was the national credit manager job, just going direct in this country.
This company, whose name I can't say for mega huge legal reasons, was a giant global conglomerate that makes like cameras and office equipment and stuff like that.
Yes, the company that makes the copying machines and advertises on television every day, all over the place. So who gets the job? I get the job.
Allan Rothbart gets the job. That's who. I don't remember any of this stuff. Obviously, I was a baby, and babies don't remember things. But what I do know now is that this was life-changing, like big time. He said it was incredible money, huge perks, and he was going to be one of the heads of this new division. And I remember a few years later, things getting a lot better for us. We started taking limousines around town, going to Atlantic City, staying in the penthouse suite of the fanciest resorts on the pier. I drank apple juice out of champagne glasses, or so I'm assuming. It was like we had become lifestyles of the rich and famous, which was a TV show, like MTV Cribs, but in the 80s. And these were the good times.
Mommy's doing well. Oh, folks. It's the Barry. King Barry.
What I later found out was that this job was life-changing for him, but not in the way I thought. And if this was true, if this possibly could be true, it was one of the craziest stories I'd ever heard. It may have determined the rest of his life from here on out. And maybe mine too.
Let's get another angle on this, folks. Stand over there, stand over there. Is your name Freddie?
No.
Is it Sammy?
No.
Is it Ralph?
No.
Is it Pushkin?
No.
What is it? What's your name?
Barry.
What?
Barry.
Only Barry?
Only Barry.
As I listened to the tapes of me as a baby at that time, I can't help but wonder, was my dad happy at that moment? Or was he terrified that his entire life and his family might soon come crashing down around him?
Barry's looking around in anticipation, folks. He wants more.
This is Searching for Allan Rothbart. I'm Barry Rothbart. Episode 4, I Want More.
When I came to, it was nothing. No files, no systems, no procedures, nothing. I built the credit department myself, literally peg by peg.
My dad was given a huge task at his new company, to find and assemble a team as he built up an entire department from scratch as the company's new national credit manager.
Hello?
Oh, hi. I'm looking for Cheryl Rogers or Cheryl Sumler.
Cheryl Sumler was very important. She was my secretary.
Allan Rothbart, yes, I worked with him. Yes, I did.
I hired Marianne Stillwagon as my assistant.
Are you Allan's son, Barry?
I am. How did you know?
Well, my phone said Barry Rothbart, and I only know one Rothbart, and I know you were his son.
Marianne Gadati, or Stillwagon as my dad knew her, was super helpful to him and me. She told me about someone else who my dad hadn't mentioned.
Peter Cole, did you have his name? He worked with your dad even before. And he...
Hello?
Oh, hi. Is this Peter Cole?
Yes.
Hi, this is probably really out of the blue. My name is Barry Rothbart. I think you may have known...
I know who you are, Barry. I know who you are.
That's a relief.
The last time I saw you, I think you were like 2 or 3 years old. But yeah.
Turns out, Peter knew me way better than I expected.
He actually has your baby crib.
What?
If I remember correctly, Tammy and him gave us your crib, and then we used it for our first 2 kids.
Whoa, really? It's so funny. I spoke to, I don't even know what you know about, like,
We started the whole thing together. Built it into, and I'm not bragging here, the best credit department in the photo industry.
The people who worked for my dad seemed to love him. It was like he was the greatest boss they'd ever had.
Maybe you could tell me, like, what you remember about him and, like, how you knew him and when you met him, and if you remember any of that.
Well, he was my boss. We were all in on the ground floor of this division that started. I was young and I worked in his office with him. I absolutely loved that job.
He was such a good friend and mentor to me, and would give me advice and input and tell me to shut up sometimes and get tough.
This was a side of my dad that I hadn't heard a lot about lately, but it was familiar, and I loved hearing about it. It was nice, and maybe it was something that I'd lost sight of recently.
They decided that we were going to have to put these decals in our car, I guess to make sure that we were in that parking lot or something. And I remember him pulling the sticker off of it and sticking it on the window right by his chair in his office and being defiant, saying that's my way of saying, screw them, because I'm not I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to put that on my car.
Yeah, that sounds like him. That sounds like a...
Yeah.
That sounds like something he would do.
So I was a young kid. I was very immature out of college. And I used to imitate all the management. I was a young man in the Kaiser would walk down the streets of Berlin. And, and I would do that for your father. Not that it's that humorous. I'm not a stand-up comic like you. But he loved that. And I think that's what we clicked on that kind of stuff. Because he was, I don't know, special person. He just had a way where he made you feel like you were his best friend, almost. I don't know how else to put it. And he had a way of doing that with like a lot of people, not just a couple.
That's such a good way to put it, yeah.
He had that gift with people.
He was heading up the credit department. That's the unit that figures out if customers, in this case stores that sell cameras, can be extended a line of credit for their merchandise. He was tasked with assessing how trustworthy those buyers might be, and always trying to maintain that trust with them.
1% bad debt loss, which was astronomically small. Accounts receivable of less than 60 days, which was incredible. Files, security agreements, personal guarantees, sales coordination. I was a hero. I got a raise. I got a bonus of $7,500.
I think at our peak, we were like $100 million sales division.
Wow.
So we had $100 million annual revenue. That was like our biggest year, I think, was like over $100 million.
It was going great. It seemed to be going extremely well, actually. And by the end of his first year, his numbers were way up, or actually down, as they should be in credit departments. And all the work he was doing was paying off. So he understandably wanted more. So he looked to get more, with all the extra money he was making.
Life was good. I had a new car, moved to a huge apartment. I paid $1,500 to get that apartment under the table.
He was feeling good about himself and his life. I mean, who wouldn't? When he spoke about it years later, he was always proud of the work he did there, the team he had built.
He was the most popular executive of the camera division. Sales meetings, he got standing ovations a couple of times. You know, who's going to give the national credit manager a standing ovation?
I look on that time as one of the best times of my life. You know, we always had so much fun and everybody was great.
I'm married to Terry. We're living in Proctor Towers as I still have money saved up. Life is good, but I want more. I always wanted more. My problem in life.
As my dad tells it on the tapes, it was then that something started happening there. He saw an angle, a way to make a few extra bucks here and there, a little bit of side cash.
I was like an operations manager, so I had to interact with him a lot because he was credit. And he was accounts receivable as well, which is a SOX violation now. I mean, because I think that's where he may have gotten into trouble.
This is when things started to take a pretty sharp turn. Something that would plant the seed for things to come.
I started to make side deals with dealers and made money from these deals. I'll say about $5,000 a month.
You hear some rumors, you know, oh, okay. You know, I wouldn't know about because I didn't know him personally out of work. You know what I'm saying?
And I was so happy. But it didn't stop me from starting a new career. I started a new career as an embezzler.
Basically, my dad was starting to take a little money on the side from the camera stores he worked with. Some of the money that was supposed to go toward paying for their product. But at the time, apparently it was super easy to do, at least for him. I mean, this was a mega huge company. It was unclear if they'd ever notice or even care. To cover, he was telling the company that certain local stores who he had relationships with weren't paying up the entire amount they owed. But in actuality, they had. And he was pocketing that difference, skimming it off the top.
I started small, then greedy, more and more. I was real slick.
He was already making great money, and now with this extra cash flow, it seemed like he was starting to do extremely well. So he started to take a little bit more, then some more. He was doing skyrocketing to the moon well, like he was in his second act of a gangster movie kind of well.
We traveled to Europe twice. We went to Greece, we went to Italy, we went to Mexico. We stayed in a fabulous hotel where we go out for a time in Athens, which is where Adolf Hitler and the Nazis had stayed when they occupied Greece. I even learned to say, good morning, how are you, in Greek, which is Yatsukikani. And we took a cruise to the Greek islands. Very, very nice. The New York Times wanted to do a story called Successful Young Executives of New York City. Henry was so excited one day when I got home, and I went crazy. I don't want anybody to know where I live. I don't want anybody to know where our address is. But there were certain things that I knew that Tommy didn't.
I actually remember these times as the best times we ever had as a family. It was exciting. It was fun. But we also felt close. Also, that's when the stretch limos started pulling up with the champagne apple juices and all that stuff. And we'd head to the shiniest, sparkliest hotels in all of Atlantic City.
I tip everybody. I tip people that open the elevator. I tip people that close the elevator. I tip people standing in the hall. I tip everybody. I'm Mr. R. Mr. R. You can push a button and within 15, 20 seconds somebody knocking on your door, catering to whatever you wanted.
He was gambling too, maybe even a lot, but it was fun. He was winning.
I sat with Dennis Rappaport, Jerry Cooney's fight manager, and almost came to blows with this idiot. On the night before the Jerry Cooney-Michael Spinks fight in Atlantic City, I also played blackjack with Francis Ford Coppola, betting more and more, then go on an incredible winning streak and win $1.8 million over a 6-month period.
He was doing great, but he was generous with his money too, throwing it around, spreading the wealth, wetting other people's beaks.
He would take the department out to lunch, so once in a while we'd go to dinner. He did one time take us to the racetrack, as an outing. He was very personable.
And Allan one time won a lot of money, and he gave each of us $100. And we went home with that, Wow. And I always was just like, wow, he was just a great guy.
I don't know the amounts, but he was handling a ton of money.
Then something started to shift. What started as a little money became a lot of money.
I got greedy. So 1986, 85, 86, over $2.5 million I embezzled.
He had done something, but none of us understood the magnitude of it.
Skimming became hoarding, grabbing loads and loads off the top. Then hoarding became maybe even pocketing the whole damn thing.
It was like a huge monopoly game to me. Moving money from here to there, creating new accounts, fake accounts, you name it. Shipping cameras and getting paid cash, over $2.5 million. Did business with Park Road Camera and Electronics, Montgomery Grant, 2nd Street Camera, Bell Camera and Electronics.
He said he had somehow kept this from his colleagues and nothing suggested that they were involved. How did he get away with it for so long and take so much? Then I remembered.
He had this fantastic opportunity, and he screwed it away.
Iris was in collections.
Here's how this works, okay? He's the credit manager, which means I buy cameras from he approves me for it. Then I have to pay my bill. So let's say I was the retailer and I paid my bill. Allan wouldn't put the check through. Then he would turn that store over to me for collection and tell me, don't do anything, I already got paid.
So he was taking the money that was being paid for the cameras and saying that it was never paid?
Exactly, and I did not know this until years afterwards.
He said he embezzled, he claims $2 million from them.
Well, if it was that much, that I wasn't involved with, but it could have been.
It was clear, though, someone was bound to find out soon enough. And if and when they did, he was facing some serious charges and a lot of jail time. Like, a lot.
I got a little out of control. It was 1987. It was getting harder and harder to hide the accounts receivable of money that I embezzled. I knew the noose was tightening.
Peter said that my dad often seemed distracted.
One of the times we came to your apartment, you were alive in your crib. We'd sit down and try to socialize, but he would be off. He was thinking of 8 things at once. And he cut me off almost at a point. And I couldn't figure out what was going on, actually. It hurt me because I felt like, what's going on, Allan? Did I do something? He doesn't want anything to do with me. It was like the switch went off, and
Yeah.
you had this person in your life, and he was, even while he was there, he wasn't. And it happened suddenly, like all of a sudden there was this aloofness. He didn't have time to talk to me. I felt like I was dropped like a rock, but now I understand it, and I'm actually very thankful to him what he did.
Then it happened. The dam broke.
He was just gone one day.
There one day, gone the next. You know what I mean?
None of us understood what happened. We found out, I think, later that he had done some things.
It was obvious someone finally caught up to him. But I wondered, who was it? Then I remembered my dad talking about some new controller.
And he wasn't stupid like the other people there. And I knew he was getting closer to my trail, so I knew it was almost over.
No one would let on who it was or what they actually did. Instead, they kept bringing up this guy, a VP. I think my dad's immediate boss.
Gosh, I can't think of his name. He was a big, tall guy. He was an Armenian.
Ray Ohanis.
Ray, like R-A-Y?
Yes, he was the VP, but he was Armenian.
He was a big dog.
A larger-than-life guy, and he had an incredible amount of pull. We had a lot of dynamic people, your father being one of the most, but Ray was equally dynamic. I don't think they particularly liked each other.
But he didn't seem like he was the guy.
Ray was not a good accounting type person. He was a sales guy, a marketing guy, but probably said we better bring in our own controller in our division to make sure that everything's on the up and up.
Plus,
He's passed away many, many years ago.
it was a controller. What did a controller even do, though? Is it the same as a comptroller? What's a comptroller? Are any of these things actual real words that people use? But then I got a clue when Peter kind of let it slip, or kind of just said it out loud, explicitly.
They brought in someone who basically started looking at everything.
Oh. And you don't remember that person's name or anything?
I know who it is, but I don't know if they'd want to talk to you or not on this. That's the only thing. I do know, yes. Basically, Ron Nat is the person's name.
Net, like N-E-T?
Nat, like a bug.
Nat.
Ron Nat. There it was. I had my name. But I still had to find him and get him to talk. I was feeling brave and getting used to this whole investigative reporter thing, so I jumped right in. Right after I called my wife.
Hello?
Hi.
I had a question. I need some advice on something that I think maybe you could give me. I don't know. Basically, I found the guy who I think caught my dad embezzling money.
Oh my God. LOL. Uh-huh.
I have no idea how to approach it, but I definitely want to call him.
I mean, you know, like this isn't like a weird kind of like punitive quest.
But I think I want to have some punitive thing, you know.
Do you want to beat him up? I mean, seriously, do you?
No. He's probably in his 80s.
Oh yeah, he's probably pretty old. I mean, they don't give a fuck. They've been through it all.
Yeah. All right, well, I'm going to give it a try.
Okay, good luck.
After that little vote of confidence from my wife, I was ready to make this call. The call.
Hello?
Oh, hi, is this Ron Nat?
Yes, it is.
Hey, how's it going? This is Barry. Oh, sorry. This is Barry Rothbart.
Is Allan your dad?
Allan was my dad. Yeah, he passed away several years ago.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry to hear that, you know. I saw something on Facebook. Are you on Comedy Central or something?
I've been, you know, it's funny.
Surprisingly, Ron was more than willing to talk, maybe even a little excited. It seemed like he knew me, or maybe was even a fan. Or maybe he wanted to get stuff off his chest about my dad and the whole situation.
Let me tell you something. He was well loved in the industry, and when I came there and I became his boss, I had people come up to me and say to me, basically, if you want to succeed in this industry, you better do whatever Allan tells you. I'm the boss. So it was like hard to hear that, but I said, well,
I'm sure we can work things out. And, you know, I'm going to be honest with you. He and I got along well until I found out he had issues that counteracted what he was supposed to do in his job.
It seems to be that he was maybe taking money or embezzling money or something like that.
Yeah.
Was that true? Did you know about that?
I proved it.
You proved it?
Yeah.
Whoa. Were you brought in for the reason of like trying to fix up that division?
Yeah. Everything was secret. I have a knack of looking at things and seeing if something doesn't make sense.
Really?
Looking at numbers, yeah. If there's anything that doesn't look right, I check it out. And, you know, that's what basically started off with how we found what we did. The way he did it was pretty clever. There becomes a time when you write off all your bad debt and really nobody looks at it again. After a year, if you can't collect it, you know, you put it to a collection agency, then after it goes there, you write it off, and then it's gone. Unfortunately, Barry, the thing that gave it away was the day he didn't show up for Christmas to be Santa Claus.
It all happened at a Christmas party. The camera division Christmas party.
I convinced him to be Santa Claus, and he was going to do it. All of a sudden, we came up and started asking questions about a certain thing that came up. And he didn't come to the Christmas party, didn't show up, couldn't get in touch with him. And, you know, he had a special relationship with the dealers in New York that they did things that I don't think they should have done. They paid him cash.
He found out because my dad didn't come to the Christmas party that year. And they were able to go over stuff because he wasn't around.
And I went in and I did a sort on transactions between a date and time to like 2 o'clock in the morning on the day of the Christmas party. And that's when there were hundreds of transactions that went all over the place.
Oh, wow. Which is illegal.
Well, it was more than illegal.
Wow, were you the one that had to tell him that you found out?
I said something, but I didn't say something to allude that I knew everything because I was sworn by my position to report it to security and the legal department.
That was it. He was caught. It was over. I wondered what was going on with my dad at that time. Was he scared? Sad? Did he feel like a failure? With charges being pressed, facing the prospect of so many years in prison?
If I wasn't so greedy, I'd gotten away with it. I really do believe that.
Well, whatever he was feeling, I know what he wasn't feeling. Done. Because apparently, what he did next, instead of giving in, cutting his losses, maybe trying to figure it out in a trial, is some of the most incredibly ballsy shit I'd ever heard anyone do in my entire life. It was swift, it was aggressive, and it was fucking bold. And he must have known it had to work, because if it didn't, what he was facing was the complete annihilation of everything he knew.
So I had to devise a plan, and I had to work quick.
And it was a plan so crazy, so diabolical, that it may have just been crazy enough to work.
When I knew it was almost over, I went to see Mr. James Beldner, who's an attorney in Manhattan. A bankruptcy attorney, actually.
First, my dad needed some help. He'd never dealt with anything like this before. He needed a good lawyer. I remembered in his old wallet where I'd found Iris's number, there were a couple of names in there.
Okay, here we go.
One was of a guy named
Robert Kalina. I think that's my dad's lawyer. And then Beldner, which I believe is another one of his lawyers, with a phone number. Interesting.
I knew your dad because I don't know who introduced us.
Jim Beldner still had his same number.
But he had I think it was an uncle who was an artist and did a lot of religious art, and he had a lot. And
Actually, it was his grandfather, but more on that later.
It's interesting because, he was keeping your number for some sort of reason. And
well, I guess in case he got busted for something, I don't know.
Yeah, probably.
And I sat down with him at lunch, and I basically explained my plight, and he was very cool about it, as lawyers are. He recommended Robert Kalina as probably the best criminal attorney he knew.
Did you know Robert Kalina?
Sure. When I had clients who were white-collar crime or some issues like that, or even not so, I used to phone them out to Bob. And he passed away. I went to his funeral maybe about 10 years ago, and we represented, my firm did a lot of work in the camera industry.
So my dad hired Kalina, Robert Kalina, this big-time attorney who's dead. He was slick, looked like a lawyer, and also had this big Hollywood charm. I Googled him, and it seems like this guy represented some big names, and for some reason a lot of rappers. Foxy Brown, after she attacked a nail salon worker, and most notably, Busta Rhymes, after he assaulted a fan.
I go see Kalina. I'm sitting in there talking to him while he gets a call from Joel Steinberg.
Joel Steinberg was this guy who infamously killed a 6-year-old girl he illegally adopted.
I tell Kalina almost everything. Almost everything. We agree that I'll give him $40,000 in cash, which I brought in a suitcase, in 20s. I visit every week or every second week while we're looking to close the deal.
Kalina was more than willing to take on his case, for a lot of money. And the scheme they concocted felt like a chapter out of a spy novel.
Kalina tells me, this is our plan. Just go see the senior vice president of sales, an American named Ray Ohanis, an Armenian. Tell him you're sick to your stomach. You can't talk about it, but you'd like to meet him for breakfast at a diner in Wayne, New Jersey. It's been 4 years accumulating incriminating evidence concerning illegal business practices, price fixing, you name it. They did it, and they wrote memos about it, and I collected every one of these.
Price fixing is the act of colluding with other businesses in your industry to artificially lower the prices and keep smaller competitors out of the market. It's super illegal and terrible PR, especially if you're a company trying to make waves in a new industry. And my dad apparently kept the receipts. The plan for my dad, a guy who at the time was making me dance weird jigs on our living room coffee table, along with his rapper and murderer representing attorney Bob Kalina, was to schedule a breakfast with his boss, Ray Ohanis, at a random diner in New Jersey to talk to him about the information that he had. Basically, attempt to blackmail the company he'd been stealing from, which just happened to be a huge, giant multinational electronics corporation, to get them to drop the charges. That was it. That was the plan. So, he walks into the diner. He sits down, maybe even shakes off the waitress who was itching to come to their table.
At breakfast, I tell Ohanis that I'm a sicko gambler. I've embezzled $2.5 million and lost it with bookmakers in Atlantic City and Vegas. I said, I can bury with violations. I have documents. And I really don't want to bury this company.
Then he gets up and just walks out.
Then I go to my office and just sit and wait. I know something's going to happen. My heart rate is going to be 2 million beats a second. Like Kalina had said, this is what's going to happen, and he was right. Soon the controller calls me into his office and tells me to go home. I'll be contacted. Enter Kalina. As soon as I leave the building, I call Kalina. Kalina calls corporate counsel and says, we need to meet as soon as possible about Rothbart. The word had already been out, and they agreed on a meeting almost immediately. Kalina explained what I've done, that the money is gone, but the evidence is there of transfer things, and within 3 months, we cut a deal. I agreed non-disclosure of my documents, and the agreed not to prosecute.
It worked. Somehow, the plan fucking worked. My dad got away with embezzling millions of dollars by blackmailing the company he worked for at a diner in Wayne, New Jersey. Or did he? Is there any way that this story could possibly be true? I had to ask Ron. He would know.
Yes, he did. They had it in division.
Oh, really? So that's true?
Yeah.
Wow. That's incredible. Yeah.
I don't want to disparage the image of your dad.
No. Honestly,
It didn't. At all. If anything, this made him seem kind of fucking cool to me again. More like a badass outlaw. And it made me realize some of the things he said to me on the tapes, and maybe even in life, may have been a lot truer than I thought. He was slick enough to get out of this insanely bad situation with a little bit of wily and a whole lot of major chutzpah. I was kind of proud of him again. It was strange. I knew it was bad, but I also thought it was kind of cool that he pulled it off. And it was true. Like it actually really happened. This was starting to feel familiar again and kind of exciting. But something else was clear too. This victory started to drastically change his life.
Kalina cut the deal, but now I'm out of a job, obviously.
This was the end of Allan Rothbart, the camera executive. No more standing ovations. And these people who worked for him so loyally for all those years were left to wonder, what happened to their boss?
Meantime, rumors fly. All the people I knew, either employees or dealers, customers, either thought that I was A, in drug rehab, B, was dead, or C, was in jail or waiting to go to jail.
We never really heard much. There was no follow-up afterwards. It was like almost like a gag order. And everybody was kind of like totally puzzled what happened.
They didn't want any kind of publicity. They didn't want anything. And they basically, they quashed it.
He got out of all the charges, but he wasn't just out of a job. He was out of a profession.
He got blackballed in the industry.
Wow.
Certain things you can't do. And trust me, I liked him as a person. I disliked him for what he did.
And he was out a wife.
I knew that it was a very, very bad situation. I didn't know details at all. I never knew details. But I knew that something happened. It was very bad. And it was, there was no way to go on after that. There was no way.
Then he kind of just...
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts.
What was he avoiding?
Some things that I left out. I will include any and all late additions to this as I review it again on the next tape.
That's when I remembered Ron had said something, and I realized there could have been a bigger reason why this happened. Maybe there was something more dangerous going on, possibly even involving the mafia and how he got into that life.
Something must have happened that caused a turn of events in his life. He got into excessive debt to a bookie or a gambler or whatever the The thing was that, you know what they could do. Who knows if they didn't put a threat and say to take care of his family. There could have been something that happened that could have jeopardized, your and your mom's safety. Then you do things you got to do. And you don't want to do it, but you do it because somebody's threatened your family's life. So people make mistakes, and between you and me, I don't know why. I don't want to assume why, but I can tell you one thing though, that there had to be something that caused him to take a leap of whatever to do what we ended up doing.
Did he owe someone something? Was he in some danger? Was I? That's when I started remembering things. There was a woman my dad knew very well, Valerie, who was pretty and would hang around a lot after the divorce. It's a vague memory. My dad told me that she had been stabbed not far from our apartment on the Upper West Side. She pulled through, but then not long after that, we moved apartments. Were we running from something? Or someone? Then there was a point where he completely stole his friend's identity. What was that about?
The only character I know about was Roy Joffe. And he, as far as I could have known, never actually even existed. I think he just took over his identity in some kind of way.
Yeah, I think he did.
Or maybe it was all nothing. I didn't know. But it stood out as I started to piece together some timelines from back then. I realized I maybe had to speak to some people that were involved with him around that time. Now, I had to get into his time in the mafia. He had mentioned names on the tapes, but they were all extremely unhelpful. Just weird names like Bucky and Smitty and Larry and Gordon and a guy named the Beeper. Then somehow, I don't know how, someone found me. Someone who had worked with my dad called and wanted to talk. Maybe they had heard through the grapevine I was looking for people or asking some questions. Either way, they said they knew my dad and they had worked with him for many years. And I didn't know it then, but I'd soon find out that this random call would completely change the course of this journey once again.
Oh, hello?
Oh, hey. This is Barry Rothbart.
Yeah, it is. Who's this?
It's Danny. Danny, I was friends with your dad. We worked together many years ago.
That's next time on Searching for Allan Rothbart by Barry Rothbart. I was driving down the highway one Tuesday afternoon, the 105 freeway, on my way to get a haircut, when my phone suddenly rang. The call came through my Bluetooth and showed itself on the screen on my Subaru. It was a 718 number that I didn't recognize. 718 is always special to me because that's Queens or Brooklyn, a different reaction than to say a 212 or a 646. That's usually Manhattan, and that could mean showbiz stuff. I thought, maybe it's one of those spam callers who somehow make their number look like your mom's number to try to fool you. But for some reason, this one felt a little different to me, and maybe even a little more special. So I picked it up. It was someone I didn't expect. They had a thick New York accent. Someone who knew me well and said they worked with my dad, even though I didn't know them. And someone who would end up giving me brand new insight on my dad, his career, and his time working in the world of crime. But I didn't record it. I mean, I was driving and I don't take my recorder everywhere with me. Rather than sit through me explaining it, to give you an accurate representation of the call, I decided to do a reenactment. First, we needed another actor, because I'm an actor who can obviously play me, so we put out a call, and the response was overwhelming.
You walk into my house, and you talk to me like that?
Snorkeling with the dolphins off the coast of Australia. Done.
What do you want I should do for you already? Huh? What do you want?
Sometimes the smells. Yeah.
Yeah, not the smells.
You guys muffle it. Look, if you don't quiet down, I'm gonna take you to Eminem Muffler.
Get out of here.
I mean, I'll have to go back and look at it, but I know who my favorites are.
I have favorites too.
Yeah.
I think one of them was like James Jameson or something like that.
His name was actually Jerome St. Jerome. He was our guy. We had to have a chat with him first to get to know each other a little bit, to see where he was coming from and for him to feel me out a little better too.
I just Googled you, just, a few minutes ago because...
Yeah, great. I thought maybe you had seen that beforehand. You were a fan.
I had vaguely heard the name, but didn't really think it was you, but,
And you've done some filming.
He was in a few series like Etheria and Reincarnated Love, Amy's Revenge. Then, of course, there was the matter of his rate. We wanted to play hardball, but definitely not scare the guy off. I mean, we needed to do this.
So it's $100 for about how much dialogue is this?
It's maybe one page, not even.
Still, it seemed like he knew his way around the biz.
If it's just one short scene, how about $150 to my PayPal?
Joe, is that doable? What do you think? 125?
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Deal.
Then we were ready to record the following day. I scripted it as accurately as I could to how the call actually went down, so there would be no confusion about what was said between me and my dad's former business associate. This is Searching for Allan Rothbart. I'm Barry Rothbart. Episode 5, The Mobsters.
Oh, hello?
Oh, hey. This is Barry Rothbart.
Yeah, it is. Who's this?
It's Danny. Danny, I was friends with your dad. We worked together many years ago.
Wow. Oh, you knew my dad. When did you know him? Did you know him well?
Well, let's just say, me and Bob, we worked together for years, doing some stuff. And Bob was a nickname we used to call him. Did you know that?
No, I didn't. Hey, Danny, do you mind if I call you back? I'm on the way somewhere right now, and I really want to be able to get into this fully with you, when I'm not in the car. Is that cool with you?
Yeah, of course. That's completely okay.
Okay, cool.
Cool. Okay, bye.
Yeah, see you later. Take care, Danny.
Bye.
Bye.
See you, Barry. Bye-bye.
Maybe this whole reenactment thing was a way of me avoiding actually calling him back. Either way, it was now a few weeks later. I hesitated, but I was ready to do it. So I went to my back room, sat down, pulled up his number, and then made the call. But here's another reenactment of how the call went down, because apparently I wasn't allowed to record him on the call, with me playing myself and once again, Jerome St. Jerome playing Danny, my dad's former associate.
Barry, you there?
Hey, yes, I am. Can you hear me?
So what's up? What's on your mind?
I'm just trying to find out some more stuff about my dad and all that.
Let me tell you, there's a side of him that you don't know. He hung out with a bunch of Italian guys. Did you know that? And you know how close him and I were. My God, I worked with him every day for years. You were just a little boy. You lived over on Queens Boulevard in those buildings, right?
Yeah, Parker Towers, actually. I guess I knew that stuff about him, I'm just trying to find out more info about who he was back then. Talk to someone about what he was doing exactly.
I'd love to talk about him. I love the guy. Great guy. Let's see what you want to know. I mean, how deep you want to go into what your father did, or, his life.
Actually, I was going to say, I'm going to be in New York in the middle of March. Would you be interested in having coffee?
Absolutely.
That was completely a lie. I totally made up that I was going to be in New York, but it sounded good and like something I should say in the moment.
I'd much rather do that in person, too, because there's a lot of things I don't know. Do you know about one of your grandfathers that was an artist? He was a painter?
Yeah, I actually do. I don't know much about him, though. My great-grandfather was a famous painter, and so was my great-uncle. But it was unclear why he would bring that up now, in this call.
Did you get the book? A thick hardcover book about all your grandfather's artwork? He drew all religious pictures. Did you see the book?
I did see the book, yes. I had it when I was a kid. I still have it, yeah.
But that's 35, 40 years ago. Those paintings got to be worth a lot of money.
Look, we should talk about all this in person. If you do have time in the next 2 weeks, I would love to find out all this stuff because, I don't know that much about back then, and I'm trying to find out more.
Absolutely. Bring the book. Could you bring a copy of the book, Barry?
Of course. Yes, of course.
Meet me, and I'll tell you whatever you like.
Then he brought up something that made me think, this whole thing could be a lot more dangerous than I thought. Honestly, I don't know anyone who knew this side of him, so this is just so cathartic.
And I'll get one of my friends who also worked with your father. A dear friend of mine, Carmine, and I grew up with him. He knows your father very well. He'll come too.
Oh, okay, cool. Sure.
We'll make a thing of it. But now that Carmine's involved, we gotta ask him, see what would be convenient for him, see where he'd want to go as well.
Of course, yes. Okay, well, yeah, I'll see you soon. Take care.
Okay, bye-bye.
I was kind of starting to get a little scared now. Carmine? Who's Carmine? There's a Carmine coming? I quickly ran to Grace. This one's a real conversation between me, and Grace, my actual wife.
I feel like Carmines don't fuck around.
I know.
I think they're gonna cut off your thumbs to settle debts. Dang.
Crazy.
You have to bring them some cookies as an offering or something.
I also had to bring up the whole art book thing to see if she thought that was maybe a little strange too.
What?
Yeah. I think that's he's like, if you bring me that, I'll talk.
Oh my god. Jesus.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
I thought to myself, what am I walking into? There's no telling what sort of stuff my dad may have gotten involved in. It occurred to me again, after what Ron said in the last episode, that maybe he did owe a lot of money to someone. And maybe those someones were these someones. I don't know. Was I walking into some sort of ambush? I told Grace she'd have to solo parent Rudy again for at least a week. And I headed out to New York City to meet Danny and Carmine, my dad's former associates from his mysterious mob days. My make-believe trip was now real. But first I had a convo with my friend Danny, whose apartment I was staying at in Brooklyn, and he didn't make things any better for me.
I just want a place that has exits in case I have to leave quickly,
Is he warm? Are you getting a sense that he's open?
I think he's a little suspicious. He's going to be potentially talking about sensitive stuff. It's tricky.
There was still the issue of where we were going to meet up, and I wanted to make sure it worked perfectly.
Do you think there's a way I could call a restaurant or something and get a back room?
That's an idea. I don't know. Are you gonna hide a gun in the bathroom? Behind the toilet?
But then it was decided for me by Danny, the other Danny, the one who worked with my dad, that we were gonna meet at a bagel shop in Far Rockaway, Queens, the furthest part on the peninsula below Long Island. And when I woke up, I was ready for anything. I drove to Far Rockaway, to the small bagel shop, recorder in hand.
I just got here. I'm outside of some bagel place where I'm about to meet some of my dad's old associates. Not sure what to expect, but yeah, I'm gonna go in there and see what happens.
I walked into the shop on a busy street near the beach. It was small, a quaint little mom and pop type place with a reasonably sized seating area. I saw two people at a table in the middle of the room, oddly sitting on the same side as one another. It was them.
How's it going? Hi, good to see you. Hey, it's Barry. Hey, nice to meet you. I'm recording now, just to let you know. I've just been for the documentary.
Danny and Carmine were right in front of my eyes. They were more normal than I expected them to be, and Danny did not sound like the actor we hired either. So the casting wasn't awesome, which I assume was Joe's fault. But what do you want for $125?
Good, you got dressed up for the meeting. Combed your hair and everything.
Oh my God, I felt so weird about that walking up. I feel like you guys are gonna think I'm a mess. This is so strange.
It must have been obvious how tense I was. It seemed like I was kind of getting loud for no reason, which is kind of my tell. Danny was a bit younger than I imagined. He was in his late 40s or early 50s, in solid shape, in a Carhartt type sweatshirt, a good-looking guy. Carmine was in his mid to late 50s, and in a dressier black and white knit sweater. As I got the mics out, I could tell they were a bit apprehensive.
Can I get you guys anything? You want
we're gonna eat. Aren't you hungry?
I'm starving, yeah.
We all got up to order. It was kind of strange. One of them got a bagel and asked specifically for it to be microwaved, not toasted. Huh?
Okay, give me a plain bagel with yellow American cheese and butter, microwave, not toasted. And don't want it toasted.
As we sat down again, Danny had asked me if I had any photos of my dad, and luckily I did. It was clear he was the one in charge, and Carmine was a little more of the sidekick.
I forgot, look at Allan.
Yeah,
that's him.
His mustache is thicker than it was when I knew him.
Now, see how nice his hair is short? He used to have it this long.
Yeah.
Parted here, then it used to stick to his forehead.
Yeah.
And we used to tell him, what are you fucking doing?
Funny. Well, I guess you took after your mother's with the height. Huh? You took after your mom with the height.
You're short.
Your dad was shorter.
Yeah, he's 5'8", 5'9".
Yeah.
Which way?
It seemed like they really liked my dad. Danny had called me out of the blue, and this is the first thing I wanted to know about. Why?
I called you right ahead.
Yeah, so how did that happen?
Your name. I was deep in a rabbit hole on YouTube. And I remember your face. I said, that's fucking... I called you and I said, this is Allan's son. So then, I don't know how I got your number, right? You must have it listed on, I don't have Facebook, but I must have found it somewhere.
I thought my dad had given you my number.
No, I called you out of the freaking thing. I called him up. I said, I just spoke to Bart's son. I called him up. I said, I just spoke to Bart's son. Yeah. He wants to hang out. And then you never called. I said, he got fucking scared.
He was afraid he was going to ask you for the money.
The money your father owes me?
Does he owe you money?
Owes me a ton of money. But I don't care. You could have. It's your inheritance.
Okay, cool. That's a relief, I guess. That's a good thing.
It's so funny, you guys know all about me, and I feel like did I meet you guys?
I met you once. I was at the apartment. You were leaving, I think. Getting picked up by your mother or your stepfather. I was there in the apartment when he was on the phone asking about the tickets to the Bon Jovi concert. And let me back up. His father tells him that he's a music producer.
Oh, really?
So he tells him he could get him tickets.
Manager. He said he was a manager.
So he could get these Bon Jovi's managers. So then I look at him, he goes, yeah, and then he makes an excuse that why they can't go, they're all sold out. I go, I don't understand, what do you do? He goes, Dan, I just lied. I go, but he's gonna always want tickets. He goes, and I'm always gonna lie.
He just out and out lied?
Well, he was never a music manager.
Yeah, he embellished a lot.
Listen, he was lying about a lot worse things than that.
Yeah.
You understand?
Like what?
Owing money. You know that. He owed everybody money.
No, I didn't.
I think I had an inkling of that. I mean, from what Ron said, but I don't think I knew that.
Can I ask how you guys met him, originally?
We ran a bookmaking shop, right? So it wasn't my office or your father's office, but I met him as a clerk. So he was making money, I was making money.
Everybody worked together.
We all worked together. It was a phone system.
Yeah.
90s?
I would say late 80s, early 90s.
And how did he get involved with that, do you know?
I have no idea.
I would have been 8 or 9 years old. It made sense. I remember him telling me after he left the camera business that he had to take some jobs to start making money. Maybe that was the first business he got into afterwards. Maybe this was right after that camera embezzlement thing and how he got into the business.
We all just wind up meeting. I don't know how anybody got there. What you did is you sat there, you worked, you answered the phone, and that was it. You got paid, and again, I couldn't even tell you how, again, everybody got there. It was a big table, big rectangle table.
I think you brought me there.
Yeah, it was sweet. And then that's how I met your dad.
Things were coming back to me. I remembered those tables, the back of pizza shops, and the random office buildings. This is where a lot of my memories as a kid took place. Maybe Danny and Carmine were even there. I don't know. I could smell the dark, dirty halls in the building where I'd pick up the envelopes. I was always kind of uneasy, surrounded by naked mannequins and locked windowless doors lining the halls. I was always convinced something was going down there, something unsavory, something illegal.
What was your impression of my dad when you first met him? You remember?
Oh, yeah. Sloppy, fat, sweaty. We'd have to walk up the stairs, your father.
He couldn't breathe.
Couldn't breathe, dripping sweat, lifting up his shirt.
Hello.
Every Jewish guy working gave us a wrong name. The Italian guys didn't give a fuck.
Didn't give a fuck.
My name's fucking Danny. I'm Anthony. I'm Joey. You're Bart. But he's Allan, right? His name was Allan.
Allan.
Nobody in the office knew him as Allan. Nobody knew his name. His name was Bart. They called him Bart.
I wanted to get into some of the names of those gangster people he said he knew from work.
Was that, because he used to say that his boss was Bucky or Smitty or Gene. You remember those names?
Nah, he's bullshit, dude. Those names don't mean shit.
Yeah.
No.
I just never knew because he was...
That's all bullshit.
If you tell a lie, you know how hard it is that you have to keep it going?
Kept it
you
up.
You don't think... Your father loved you. Your father loved you.
Yeah.
And, he trying to make himself out better than he was because he didn't, he wanted... he wanted you to respect him and love him back, I guess. I don't know. What kind of story do you want to write? Like, what do you want to write?
It's not that I want to write it. I just want to find out what the story is.
Are you making a movie? What do you want to do? You want to make
documentaries?
It's a documentary at first. I want to document trying to find out who my dad really was because he was so mysterious. It's not a gangster movie. I've never tried to.
Can't be a gangster movie. Your father was no far from a gangster. It's no gangster.
I'm going to tell you a little story that you don't know. People like to talk this, that it was like a mobbed up run bookmaking outfit. They had it all labeled the mafia.
Not at all. Nothing like it.
Really? I didn't know what to think. I felt this rush of blood go to my face. Were they really trying to say that for all those years, those many, many years, that I swore and I told everyone that I knew that I was working for my dad in the mafia, that he wasn't actually in the mob? All those years of interviews and podcasts and Joe Rogan and telling family and friends that he was working for the mafia, he wasn't? Is there any world where this could possibly be true?
I remember I met a guy. We used to go to the back of a pizzeria. I must have been 8 or 9 years old. And I used to meet these guys and they would give me $50 bills. And one gave me a Ken Griffey Jr. rookie card just as a gift. And this one guy named Michael Fusco was the biggest dude I'd ever seen. And he went away for a while for really hurting someone, I remember.
No, that's a lie.
Really?
No truth to that whatsoever. No, he's my dear friend. He just passed away.
Really?
We grew up with him.
What?
Yeah. Never went to jail.
Are you serious? That was a big story my dad would tell.
Oh my God.
You lived with that whole thing, this big glorified story.
He sold himself more as a Tony Soprano type, Not like a mob boss. I'm saying
No, but
this guy who doesn't take shit from anyone.
No.
That wasn't your dad.
Your father was a soft Jewish man who would have got abused by anybody. If he did. Now the hustle part
It was a lie, and I fell for it. I guess for some people that would be a good thing, to find out your dad didn't work for the mafia. But for me, for some reason, it made me sick. I felt like a fucking idiot. But why? Why would he lie to me about that for so many years? Maybe he was lying about everything. There were parts of the tape that were true. The embezzling and blackmailing scheme proved that. But why lie about what happened after that? What was going on in his life that would make him lie about this or any of it?
I think you just bursted his bubble.
Oh, you think he told him lies and I fucking stole his thunder in death?
He did. About the Fusco and...
Oh, no. Well, you don't want to be lied to. Aren't you fucking tired of being lied to your whole fucking life?
I am. Yeah.
Fuck that shit.
Yeah, this is why I wanted to talk. Yeah.
Dan, did you ask him to put this in the microwave or no?
Of course I did, my brother.
Okay.
It's not?
No.
You heard me with the microwave. Melted. They don't care, these people.
As Danny and Carmine argued about his disgusting bagel, I sat for a minute, taking in what they just told me. I suddenly started to feel angry. There was this righteous, burning fury rising in me. Then, they told me what he was really doing. Apparently, he was just some sort of clerk for all those years for some gambling business, answering phones for them for like an hourly wage.
30 an hour.
30 an hour.
And 6 to 8. A lot of us had daytime jobs. From the daytime job, you go home, you take a shower, you go up in the office, you make more money, having a great time. It sounds bigger than it is. Basically, we answered the phone. So when
And what were those mysterious packages that I was picking up and dropping off all those nights? Apparently, they were just math. I was bringing back math for him to sit at his desk at night and tally.
And then your father made the extra money by scoring them. So he would have to wait till the last game, stay up all night and score each ticket. Your father was making $500 just on a weekend, scoring the work.
Yeah.
On a football weekend, he'd get $250 on a Saturday and $250 on a Sunday to score the work. But your father was good. If the other guy wanted to do it one night, and then they created a system. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Tuesday, Thursday, and split the weekends because you made $250 on a weekend. Your father and this other guy, I forgot his name, another big, heavy guy. Larry, you remember Larry?
I remember Larry really well. He was this big Italian mobster guy, smoking cigars, wearing enormous gold chains.
Jewish guy.
Jewish?
Wasn't Larry Jew?
He looked like the most Italian guy I've ever met.
No.
He was Jewish.
Larry, no. Anyway, maybe he was, I don't know.
And the hits just kept on coming. Maybe even the biggest one.
His job.
You know, I was helping him for a while.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He claimed there was this deal that he got me in where the office would cover 50% of my losses.
Remember in episode 1 when I said that me and my friend Danny were working as bookies alongside my dad with a 50-50 split? Well, it turns out that maybe in reality, it wasn't so 50-50.
50% sheet.
Yeah, it's a half sheet.
Half sheet. He was doing it for you. What are you talking about? He was the other half. 50-50, half sheets, he's got to pay. So your father was making 25% of your money and only risking half. He was beating you. No, half sheets all right. Right, come on, half sheet.
Yeah.
It's confusing, but all you need to know is that it seemed like on top of all this other stuff, he had this deal worked out with his office where he was taking a bigger cut than he was telling me about. Was my dad conning me? I felt like I didn't really have anything else to stand on here. Like the rug and maybe even the entire floor was being pulled out from under me, and I didn't have any idea of what to do. Then, as we were wrapping up, they brought up something else that I realized might open up a completely new angle to my investigation.
I was in the house plenty of times.
Why were you there?
No, whatever. I was in the house.
Play Monopoly?
Playing Monopoly, you know. That's probably when he was luring me into fucking the whole paintings.
Oh, yeah, the painting.
Yeah.
The paintings. My great-grandfather's paintings.
I don't know if he said it was his cousin or his grandfather who was the painter.
Grandfather.
And then he had died. Sam Rothbart. Yeah. So, and then he said that the grandmother, I guess his grandmother, he had the paintings because I personally wound up buying a couple of paintings. He sold me on this big.
What?
He sold me on this big thing of how the guy is gonna be super famous and he's famous Jewish painter. Oh yeah.
You bought paintings?
Yeah, I bought paintings. Mm-hmm.
That's why Danny had asked me to bring the book.
I want to say I paid like $40,000. Yeah.
He was very convincing. If
I think there might be one in this book. I'm gonna tell you the name. I got this painting. Henry.
That was a portrait of my grandfather.
I remember that painting.
I have Henry.
You have that still?
Yeah, because I have some stuff. Like, I like some art and stuff like that. And these, you know, I got this so long and I got robbed on it. It reminds me of how, you know, you can't listen to everybody.
What seemed to have happened was my dad sold some of them to Carmine, who also felt kind of conned by him, too.
I didn't buy them all, but I bought a lot of them.
So he inherited them?
Well, he said that his aunt gave them to him. There was so many paintings, he said, at a house. Which, did she live on an Ocean Parkway or something like that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Supposed to some big house, and he said...
Full of painting.
That's what he said, full of paintings.
Were they ever worth anything?
Supposedly. I don't know.
My question is, how did Allan how did he inherit the painting? Why him?
It was bothering me. I started to remember more about the paintings. My dad had said he was going to get a bunch of them from his family, and that maybe one day I would get some too. But then he never said anything else to me about them, ever. Where did they go? Where are they now? It seemed like something was up with these paintings, and if I looked into it more, maybe they could reveal something else. Something much bigger he might have been keeping from me.
All right, Barry.
Appreciate it, guys.
So I left thinking about the paintings. I needed to figure out what happened all those years ago.
And Samuel Rothbart with an O is your grandfather?
Yes, my great-grandfather, actually.
Okay, perfect. We'll pass this on to the Secretary's Chief of Staff, and we'll figure out the right person that would be able to track down where this art could be located.
That's on the next episode of Searching for Allan Rothbart by Barry Rothbart.
Keep my money in the bank.
Samuel Rothbart is quite different from those sculptors who make a fetish of preserving as much of the original character of their media as possible.
Spontaneously, a play of fresh, vibrant color catches the eye.
He retains the wildness of nature without losing the beauty of the cultivated bouquet.
His still life is an unconventional study of flowers, something fresh and new.
While it may seem nostalgic to some, to the artist, painting was his diary, a record of his life.
If one didn't know he was untaught, one would say that the French Impressionists had wielded enormous influence over him.
Rothbart may do a forthright, realistic figure of a child attached to a man's head, then moralize on the nature of the man losing his head. He will not sculpt a gravestone, but the thoughts of a gravestone.
This is Searching for Allan Rothbart. I'm Barry Rothbart. Episode 6, The Best Flower Painter in America. I had always been aware I was from a family of artists, and especially my great-grandfather, Samuel Rothbart. But after hearing that my dad sold off a bunch of his paintings to his old associate from his gambling shop days, it got me thinking. Was this just his way of making a quick buck? Or were the paintings indicative of something bigger? I decided first to look into their origins with a quick online search. And immediately, I realized his work is featured in the collections of several museums. The Levim Judaica Jewish Art Gallery, the Hasidic Art Institute, the Boca Raton Museum of Art, the Heckscher Museum of Art, and most notably of all...
Thank you for calling the Smithsonian Call Center.
Yeah, that's right, the Smithsonian. The fucking Smithsonian Permanent Collection. So obviously I wanted to start there.
Which office is this that I called?
You called the Smithsonian Secretary's office. And Samuel Rothbart is your grandfather?
Yes, my great-grandfather, actually.
We have 18 museums and science centers, so
Right.
I genuinely have no idea. But
He'd made a granite carving of Jonah and the whale that I could see on their website. The receptionist didn't know anything about it, though. Turns out there's a lot of stuff in the collection, and no one who could tell me about it right away. So instead, I started at the Heckscher Museum in Long Island, which seemed like a nice place, picturesque, and I was already in New York. I'd called ahead, and a young curator named Jessica was incredibly enthusiastic about meeting. When my producer Joe and I walked into the museum to find her, a lot of eyes were on us, because it was clearly closed while they were putting up Christmas decorations.
Let me put this down, and then I will take you wherever you're supposed to be.
Yeah, take your time. No, I've never been here. It's beautiful.
The museum was small, yet grand. Like a wing of the Met was chopped off and put in North Shore, Long Island. Jessica walked us out of the main building and into their offices next to a lake, complete with pedal boats and families of swans bobbing on the surface.
But I was thinking we can just... I'll grab the files and we can just set up over here. Right. But yeah, you guys can sit on these nice stools made for 5-year-olds and...
Jessica carried over a stack of printouts neatly organized into plastic folders.
So here we have your great-grandfather's object files and artist files. So we acquired his works in 1995. And then after that, we got a few more from these other people that donated a bunch of work to our collection. We also have his book, but yeah, he has a whole ass book, which is pretty cool.
It was amazing. There was just so much stuff here.
Like, it seems like he really was a multi-dimensional artist in many ways.
Like me.
Just like you.
It seems like he was prolific between about 1910 to 1950. Making portraits, landscapes, and lots of sculptures out of all sorts of natural materials. Jessica handed me all these flyers and catalogs for these shows, records of auction sales, his various writings and reviews, along with lists and pictures of the artworks in their collection. There was just so much more to this than I ever knew about.
So this one, Lower Manhattan, this is a handwritten letter from Ida.
Ida, wow.
Which is cool.
Cool. Dear Mr. Carroll? Carroll.
He was our director, I guess, at the time.
With the pleasure of all my family that my father's sculptures are now included in the collection of the Heckscher Museum of Art. You know, Ida, I was very close with, so she lived in his old house. And
just so you know, here's a brief, hopefully minimally confusing overview of my family and my relationship with them to this point, which will be important for you to know really soon. I promise. Trust me. There's Samuel, the artist we keep talking about, and he had 4 kids. One of them is my grandpa, Henry, my dad's dad. One of his other children was Ida, my great aunt. We were close, and Ida was my connection to the Rothbarts and their art early on. The only other family members that I ever had contact with and was close to was my dad's cousin, Janice, and her daughter, Jenny, who was around my age. They faded from my life when I was a teenager. I would often go to Ida's house as a kid and see the art, but I didn't really see it. I mean, I was 7, and I don't really know where the art went after that.
some went to families, some went to museums. I don't know where they went. There was, I would say like 500 works at least in that house. There was so much stuff.
And the house is, you don't have it anymore.
House is gone.
Take anything, without anything.
Thank you.
That's super interesting. I guess it's a mystery then. Sometimes when people pass away, it's very common for like an aunt, a sister, a sibling to bring us pieces of art to kind of keep their loved one's memory alive. And I think also that's important to do in like a respectable way.
After leaving the museum, I started to realize how much of a rich history there was here. I knew I had to contact someone in my family. So I decided to track down Janice, my dad's cousin, and one of the only other 2 family members I knew. I emailed and I called her, but she never got back to me. I wasn't even sure I had the right info. But something had been ignited in me. I still wanted to find out more about the art and where it all went. Then I stumbled into my next lead, a woman who turned out to be much more helpful than I ever could have imagined. Enter Harriet Semigram Barry, no relation. She seemed to pop up everywhere where Samuel was mentioned. She even made a film about him. She seemed excited to chat.
Oh my goodness. Oh, this is amazing.
Oh, yeah, I mean...
But why are you Rothbart instead of Rothbart?
Huh. I didn't really know. My dad had always alluded to the fact that his parents maybe changed it along the way for some reason, but I didn't really know why. As it turned out, Harriet was not only Samuel's former dealer and curator, she was also a close personal friend of my family and seemed to know the Rothbarts really well.
And your grandmother was
Belle?
Henry's wife. Oh my God. Amazing.
I went to meet Harriet at her house in a strange little neighborhood near Prospect Park in Brooklyn. A little oasis of 4 or so square blocks of extremely old and beautiful mansions, kept safe from the sprawl of the modern city. And as I approached, I was stopped in my tracks because the house was incredible. A cross between a Tim Burton movie, A Little Girl's Dollhouse, and the Royal Tenenbaums. I took my first steps into the foyer, and I could instantly feel its age. Each step had the loud, crunchy creak of a floorboard that you could only get in a house that's seen the course of history. But the one thing that's unmistakable when you enter this house, the thing that shocked me the most, the thing that seems like its entire purpose in existing, and maybe Harriet's too, every single inch of the house, each room, wall, counter, cabinet, floor, kitchen, and bathroom was covered with the art of my great-grandfather Samuel and his son Lawrence. It was amazing. I couldn't believe my eyes.
This is War Clouds. Again.
You want me more?
Yeah, take that arm and pull forward. There. War Clouds. Korean War Clouds. Wow. That's the Bell Parkway. That's Fort Hamilton. Samuel did that mosaic.
He gave it up?
That was the only mosaic. If you stand back, you'll see the face.
Yeah, I can see.
It's a self-portrait. It's amazing.
It's unbelievable. I just can't believe how much he's created, how much work he did. It's unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
I was thrown off. It was like a shrine to my family and their art. There were portraits, self-portraits, landscapes, gnarling sculptures. I saw these vibrant scenes of Jewish shtetls, Brooklyn cityscapes, and lots of flowers.
As a little boy, he used to do modeling and sculpture from his mother's dough. He did travel around Russia. He did some cantorial work. He became a Bundist also.
What's that?
A revolutionary. Anti-Moscow, anti-Russia, anti-Stalin,
Really?
yeah. And then, after that, with the anti-Semitism and pogroms, for whatever reason, he then decided to come to America, which was 1904. He became known as the best flower painter since, I forget the English painter, Fernand something or other. And he would only paint the flowers that he grew.
Mm-hmm.
He grew all those flowers, and he painted them. I'll take you upstairs, okay?
Yeah, sure.
I'd seen pictures of this art in books and then some of it briefly when I was very young, but this felt like a completely new and different experience. There's so much texture you could see and feel. These thick, massive brushstrokes that jump off the canvas. It struck me this time. This art was all a part of me. Like I was related to it. The artistry, the talent, the history.
I was walking up the steps one day in his house. He said, "Boy, you have the most gorgeous legs." He was close to 70.
Is he hitting on you? Yes. He sounds like a fun guy.
He was. He had a great sense of humor, but he could also be really nasty. If something was done that was really wrong, there was a complete change to the person. I saw that in the house.
As Harriet told me more stories about her friend, I started seeing Samuel as this real person, not just an abstract idea of a great-grandfather or an artist in some book. He was a real man who lived a life and had a child, who then had a child, who then had a child, and that child was me.
Then I have more over here, his sculpture. Oh God, I have so much work.
But obviously for the family, it wasn't always roses and shtetls.
It's a very complex family, you know, with a lot of internal breakdowns, so to speak. There was Henry, your grandfather. Then there was Ida. Then there was Larry. And then there was Ruth.
Apparently the art became a point of contention.
There was a time when Ruth was on the outs with the family because she wanted the collection sold so she could get her share. They didn't do it, they couldn't do it, whatever.
There was a lot more art out there than even this. Apparently, there was a court battle at some point in the 90s, and most of the art Harriet had wound up in someone else's hands.
And the case was closed, and at that point, whatever cash I still had, and whatever work I had, Janice came with Ida to this house, and I gave them everything, and that was the end of it.
Maybe Janice was still the one who had a lot of the paintings. And I was wondering, what was my dad's place in all this? Was he given some paintings? Did he have a lot more? Like other than the ones he sold to Carmine?
Did you know my grandfather or my grandmother? Henry or Belle?
No.
No. At that point,
They were out. I don't even know if the Rothbarts were at their wedding. She caused the break in the family.
Yeah.
How or what, I don't know, but I know that was the end. Once Henry got involved with B, that was it.
B was a nickname for my dad's mom, Belle. If they were out, did they maybe not get any of the family art that was passed down? Either way, it seemed like Janice could be the key to a lot of this. I had to find her.
Amazing how many artists were in my family. You know, my dad seemed like the only one who wasn't
Yeah, but
involved.
you are.
I know, yeah. It skipped a
it's
generation.
there, you're in the arts, you know? It doesn't matter what
Yeah,
form.
so is Jenny, who's now named Molly. Do you know Jenny?
Molly Crabtree.
Crabapple.
Crabapple.
That's Janice's daughter. We were close when we were very young, maybe 5, 6.
Jenny was the one I had to find to get in touch with Janice. Jenny, Molly, whatever it was, I had to contact her, Jenny Molly, to see what she knew and how to get in touch with her mother.
I have to go slowly because of my leg.
Sure.
I have more of a collection in here. Keep the cat away.
When I got back to where I was staying, I was feeling nice and refreshed. Then I sent a message to my cousin to see if and when I could maybe get in touch with her mom. And she quickly got back to me, kinda curtly, to say we needed to talk first, on the phone, which made me feel kinda strange. A quick moment to talk about Molly Crabapple, aka Jenny. She's a successful artist, like very successful. MoMA even owns her work. She's also an activist and a widely published writer. Her animated films have been nominated for 3 Emmys. She's made work about refugee camps, Lebanese snipers, the ravages of Hurricane Maria in Puerto Rico. According to her website, she even once, and I quote, confronted Donald Trump in Dubai about the fact that his workers there got paid $100 a month. So she's done a lot, like kind of a lot. And as soon as I got the email, I quickly gave her a call back.
Hey, Molly, Jenny, it's Barry. Should I call you Jenny or Molly?
She told me she didn't want to be recorded. Then she told me that her mother, Janice, had no interest in talking to me for this project. And she didn't even want to talk to me at all, like off the record, even to say hi. Not even an email or anything, because of something my dad did to her. She wanted absolutely nothing to do with me, and maybe forever.
I was like really nervous about emailing her. Or calling her. I don't know, she just seems so intimidating. Not sure why. But she got back to me because I asked her if I could get in touch with her mom. You know, I told her what I'm doing and everything, and she was like, actually, can you call me first? Because I don't know if my mom wants to talk about this. Your dad was like she really doesn't like your dad.
What?
Yeah. Like he did something really shady to her.
What do you think it is?
Something with money? She said it was something with money.
Maybe it was something with money or something else. It didn't really matter. What mattered is that it made me feel like somehow because of my dad, I might have lost something even bigger, something even more irreplaceable. My family. I hadn't spoken to Jenny in like 30 years, and she immediately treated me like an enemy. I felt like I was suddenly from the deviant, outcast, dirty tree branch of this family. The same family I had just started becoming proud of. But I thought maybe there was some larger answer behind all this. Something else going on behind the scenes that I just wasn't seeing. So I went online to dig even deeper, to look for more leads, anything to do with the art or my family. And I found a name that kept popping up again and again. Some guy named David. David had this website called David's Art Expo, but the only art he was expoing that wasn't his was my family's, the Rothbarts. I quickly expressed interest in talking, and he agreed. And he ended up giving me a different perspective on this entire thing.
Hey, David, how are you?
All right, I'm listening to the Rolling Stones here, pretending I'm Mick Jagger. Hold on, I gotta turn this down. Okay, I mean that's the music of my youth. I never thought I would make the Medicare years. If I'm ready to rock and roll with that.
He was indeed an expert on Samuel and the Rothbarts, but he was also married to a cousin of mine that I'd never even heard of. He was actually someone else in the family.
My wife, Treya, she passed away.
Treya was my cousin.
It's hard to believe because I got this light reflecting. It's okay. I don't know if you believe in spiritual stuff.
Yeah.
But I had gotten messages from someone who I was never a fan of. He's a singer, a performer. And a year before Treya died, I was sitting on the bed with my laptop, and I was all of a sudden out of nowhere. I just had an urge from, believe it or not, it's stupid, it's weird, and maybe it's just my brain, Elvis Presley. I had this urge to connect with him.
David was kooky. He's a thin and bespectacled guy with this wiry, jumpy presence. There was a weird tension between us at first. I think he was wondering what I might have known, and I was clearly wondering the same about him.
You mentioned something about doing something with Rothbart art. What did you have in mind?
I don't know how close you were with my dad, but he was this kind of mysterious figure.
I wasn't close to you. I met your dad, and I heard from, maybe it was Ida, that he had gambling problems, I think. Is that your dad? I remember once I met him, but he was a very, very nice guy. Your father was Treya's father's brother.
Henry, it was my dad's dad. And I think Treya was Lawrence's daughter.
Lawrence was another one of the 4 kids of Samuel.
My great-grandfather is Samuel. And
that's correct.
Yes.
My son's great-grandfather is Samuel.
I've been very separate from my family on my dad's side for a very long time, and I don't know why. Did you ever meet Janice?
Of course.
Yeah.
She's been to my house, and her daughter is very bright too.
Jenny.
Crab apples.
Jenny, she turned into...
Then we got into the artwork.
What happened was, my son was a year old, so I'll say 1996, we get a phone call from Ida, out of the blue. And somehow she found my wife, and she said, David, I want to go to the house. I want to see Ida, and I want to see the house. I have never been the same since I walked into that door. The house, and you know the house.
Yeah.
The house was wall to wall, masterpiece.
To the ceiling. Yeah.
Yeah. All over the house, every corner, every nick and cranny was paintings on the wall. You go upstairs into the bedrooms. They weren't bedrooms. They were just stacks and stacks of paintings. His tools were still on the bench, Samuel's tools.
I remember.
And spider webs and sculptures and dust. Okay, we leave. Treya and Ida get very, very close. And that's how Treya meets Jan. 3 years. Until one day, Ida called us on the phone and said, I have bad news, sad news. I'm dying. I have cancer. I'm not going to do anything about it. I'm just going to go. And she did. Ida had no children. Unknowingly to us, she left half the collection to Jan in the city, and she left the other half to us. I had a truck come. My house is wall-to-wall Rothbarts. I got Rothbarts all over the freaking place. I'll show you.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And that's when it was all revealed to me, what he actually had. What I could only describe as the most crap shit ton of the Rothbart's artwork that I'd ever seen. I got none of this stuff. There was like an insane amount of it. Maybe most of the rest of it that was still in the family. It was everywhere, all over his house. He was holding onto a treasure trove of the Rothbart artwork.
Oh my God. Yeah, I could see. Beautiful. I remember some of those. I remember that one. That's Rose.
No, that's Lawrence in the backyard painting.
Oh, I remember this. I remember a bunch of these. Oh my God, it's so beautiful.
But then I asked him about my dad, and his answer made me realize something.
And I don't want to be negative.
No. I've heard it all.
From Ida, she probably heard this because she did not know your dad.
Yeah.
Funny guy, but as Ida and my wife said, he's got some problems, but, I look back, we all got problems anyway, so. But
yeah, maybe that's why he didn't get any of the paintings, because she probably thought he would sell them or something.
You know something? That you're bringing back memories. You're right. You are right.
Really?
I think there is validity to that Ida did not want to give him paintings because she thought that he was going to gamble it away or something.
Oh.
I remember something with that, but I'm not saying that to be negative.
No, please. Look, I'm under no illusion that my dad was like a saint. Something must have happened.
It dawned on me that the reason my dad didn't get any of the paintings, and therefore I didn't get any of the paintings, even if he stole a few from Janice and that's how he had some to sell, was obvious. They saw that he clearly could not be trusted. And because of that, I was robbed of a family and a heritage, and denied a bigger story of who I was and who I am. But instead of feeling mad about my dad in that moment, I suddenly started to feel bad about myself. I was convinced from the beginning to the end that he was always doing the right thing by me. I was the only one who didn't see him for what he really was. Maybe there was something in me that just didn't want to. I thought, is there something wrong with me? Maybe I'm the problem here, and it's always been me. I started to get scared. I saw myself sitting in this room with this little Zoom H6n recorder, a 41-year-old man tracking down these dumb leads, away from my family the whole time, talking to people who I knew would tell me some terrible shit about my dad, listening to some cockamamie tapes, talking to some guy who thinks he's making contact with Elvis. I didn't know what I was doing.
Oh, that's so nice. Yeah. All right, I really appreciate it. Yeah, this was really amazing. Thank you so much, David. I really appreciate it.
It was really good, really good.
Then, as I was about to go back home on some terrible last-minute flight, probably Southwest, completely dejected, with my self-image in tatters, I found someone who might be able to explain what I was missing. And he came from one of the most unlikely of places, the famous New York Comedy Club in 2002.
I grew up on welfare in a rich town, and show and tell really sucked. I had nothing to show, nothing to tell. So the teacher said, well, bring in something you've never seen before. I brought my father.
That's next time on Searching for Allan Rothbart. I'm Barry Rothbart.
Okay, now are we ready? Give me a hand. Talented. Come to the stage, the very talented Barry Rothbart.
Let's go right into the masturbation jokes. I don't want to waste you guys' time. You're all drunk. You ever masturbate so well that you want to cuddle with yourself when you're done? You ever masturbate so well that you consider calling yourself the next day?
When I was 18 years old, in September of 2001, I started doing stand-up. For my first ever show, I walked into the New York Comedy Club. At the time, it was probably the dingiest club in the entire city. You could smell the must of wood and sense the ghostly aura of old comedians' headshots as soon as you walk in. I passed the bar and walked to the green room, a room that was so small it felt like some sort of construction mistake. There were no chairs or couches. It was just like this tiny standing crawl space. I anxiously waited for my call to go on stage. I kept going over my notes over and over and over. It could have come at any moment. I felt like I was going to puke, piss, and die of butterflies in my stomach with some sort of butterfly dysentery. But next to me, in that tiny room, I noticed another man. Rather, a mere boy at the time. He was someone who seemed as traumatized as I did, but he was handling it better. His name was Jeff Cerulli. We became friends from that moment on.
They're telling me that's my time. I gotta go, guys. Appreciate it.
Check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check. Microphone check. 1, 2. What is this?
I went to Jeff's apartment in Long Island City because he was basically the only person I knew from that era who I hadn't spoken to yet. And I was in New York anyway, so I was kind of like, why not? We hadn't caught up in a bit, and I also wanted to chat about the old times.
There we go. Okay, I don't really know exactly what we need to talk about, but I figured because you knew my dad. Okay. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not going into this with like, Jeff, tell me about the times.
Yeah, I remember. Do you remember how we met? We met at New York Comedy Club. So I think we were both doing bringer shows.
A bringer show was when you were allowed to go on stage, but only if you brought people to watch you. But they also had to buy tickets and drinks. So you were basically paying to go on, but through your friend's pocket.
It's a very sleazy arrangement, but I thought you were funny and we became friends. And I remember my friends liked you. I remember you had one they liked that you were like, you ever masturbate so well that you call yourself the next morning?
Yeah, that was my big one.
That's your big one?
That was my big one back then. That was what everybody said.
We'll just make this podcast about you killing at bringer shows.
Please.
There was like a guy named like Jack, and then there was a guy who had friends there named like Greg. So half the room was chanting like Jack, half the room was chanting Greg. So it was like Jack, Greg, and then you went on stage and you were like, hi, what's up? I'm Jack Greg. And it was just like, it was...
Really?
Yeah, I remember that.
You always bring up shit that I said that I think is hilarious, and I never remember saying it.
I mean, that's pretty clever if you're like a new comic to just pick up on that and be like, because that's like a thing that's in the moment that's so funny.
Yeah.
So yeah, my friends thought you were funny. Like, we clicked pretty fast, I think. It's just...
Then, of course, we got into the topic of my dad. He was one of the few people in comedy that might have actually known him.
I was thinking earlier that you were actually the first person I ever met in comedy. I remembered you knowing my dad, but I can't remember if you definitely did or not.
100%.
What do you remember about him?
The story with your dad you always told me was like that your dad at one point had a lot of money, and then by the time I met you, he was poor, and he was like kind of living off the grid.
I know that he couldn't work anymore in like the early 90s because he'd stolen from this company he was working for, and I didn't know this until way later. At the time, it felt like he was up and down, but I feel like that time was so stressful. I was just like, starting comedy was just so stressful. It felt like war every day. I just remember like having these tiny memories of him coming and like enjoying it, but I don't remember him going a lot. Did he go a lot?
Yeah, I remember him like kind of just coming, and then it was like he knew Chris Murphy, who was one of the comics that would host a lot in New York Comedy Club.
Yeah.
So that was a funny connection. I just like hey, Chris Murphy knows my dad. And that was like...
Chris Murphy, yes. Jeff was right.
I gotta talk to Chris Murphy.
You should talk to Chris Murphy, honestly.
Chris Murphy was someone I hadn't thought about in many years, at least more than oh yeah, that guy, Chris Murphy. When I started comedy, he was one of the guys who was around me the most. He knew me well back then, but not so much now. And yeah, he did know my dad. I mean, he knew him somehow. I didn't really know in what capacity or how close they were. I felt like I could see my dad more clearly now, but also I saw myself, and I didn't really like what I saw. Someone who believed without question in a false prophet, and maybe was even responsible for creating him. Either way, Jeff had now presented me with an opportunity, someone who could take me back to my younger days, when my dad and I were at the peak of our relationship, maybe even the high watermark of our bond with each other. I knew I had to contact Chris Murphy, but I also knew he was kind of eccentric.
That's so random. I don't want to contact Chris Murphy.
You got to.
This is Searching for Allan Rothbart. I'm Barry Rothbart. Episode 7, It's Thunder Gulch.
Okay, cool.
This is my friend Joe.
Hey, Joe, what's up? One of these?
Nice to meet you. Hey, man.
Hey.
It's been forever.
Be funny if I hugged him after I just did that.
Yeah, you kiss me on the mouth.
Chris Murphy looked like Big Bird if he'd been a comic in New York for 35 years. He also has the longest and most beautiful mane of flowing red hair that I'd ever seen. And there he was, in the flesh, standing right in front of me and his apartment, which looked like a building from a drug PSA in the 90s. Exactly the guy I remembered from all those years ago.
I forgot about walk-ups. It's been so long since I've lived here.
His apartment was small and very Lower East Side New York-y. The hallway had a vibe of long nights of Chinese takeouts.
It's not a very big apartment, so hopefully I have room for all of you.
Is it cool? Take my shoes off?
Yeah, absolutely. I always say people, it's like it's New York nice.
Yeah.
Or it's New York big.
Yeah. I mean, I've lived in much smaller.
I actually hadn't.
Oh, okay.
I'm getting a new couch. I'm already apologizing for how my place looks.
No, it's fine. This is actually really nice for a New York place.
It had been 15 years or so since I'd last seen him, and Chris seemed a little nervous at first. I think we reminded ourselves of this different time in our lives, and we could both feel that pretty quickly. He fell into his default mode, and the default mode for so many comics: work the room.
Here, I'll take the popcorn. Still trying to do a bit about that.
About having popcorn?
Well, I don't get a big popcorn, but I didn't have any medium, so I got the big, and I'm taking it
We
home.
finally settled in to talk around his coffee table.
I just remembered one of your lines from one of your jokes. I want to see if you remember it.
Chances are I'm probably still doing it.
You would go, boyfriend, boyfriend, boyfriend.
Yeah, that was a staple of mine, and I pulled it out of my ass 2 weeks ago. It was when girls never tell a guy they have a boyfriend ever until after the guy buys them the drink. And I would go, buy them the, and we'll go like that, so they all would shout, drink! Then once the drink hits their hand, all of a sudden, you remember, oh, a screwdriver, thanks a lot. That reminds me. My boyfriend loves screwdrivers. Gotcha! I would pace back and forth. My boyfriend this, my boyfriend that. I would take a drink. Boyfriend, boyfriend, boyfriend.
Chris was the kind of guy who had been doing a version of the same jokes for 25 years, but he was also funny and reliable. That's why he was known for being the host in New York, running so many stand-up shows around town. He's a real staple of the scene, still.
How did you get into comedy?
It all started when I was a kid watching David Brenner on The Tonight Show. I said, I didn't say I can do that. I was like, I'm supposed to do that. And I said, okay, let's just bomb. And I started bombing. And then within like a year and a half, 2 years into it, I passed at the Improv.
Wow.
And
that was huge then.
And that was so big back then.
The Tonight Show was the golden goose for every comic in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. Still somewhat today. And the way to get on it back then was to get in at the big clubs in New York and LA, the Improv being the biggest one.
And I got a job in the coat room. I said, I want people to root for me. I see so many people like whisper like, man, this guy sucks. Where, like, I heard the story of Josh, the guy who did Pineapple Express.
Seth Rogen?
Seth Rogen, when he was in the movie that Judd Apatow did about cancer. Funny people.
Yeah.
Every comic in LA was in that movie. I heard he got rid of a lot of comics who were like really lousy to him when he started out. So I said, well, I'm working the coat room. Then I got a job at the door. And yeah, it's funny. Like, my history is your wow. I'm like, this is my history. It's like you can say someone to someone else, oh my God, you did that. I go, well, yeah. It's my life. Oh yeah, like you're on Conan.
Yeah.
If you told your 10-year-old self you'd be on Conan, like
I was on the Tonight Show.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
See,
I know. Yeah.
The Tonight Show, like that is freaking crazy.
What was your impression of me, like when you first met me, like when I came to the comedy club?
Oh, you know, just a nice kid, like any other comic starting out. Like,
you can be honest.
I see so many comics starting out.
It made me feel uncomfortable for some reason. It was cringy to see myself again through his eyes, with all this false bravado and this chip on my shoulder, thinking I was so dynamic and amazing and special, clearly denying the fact that I was terrified and deep down feeling like I wasn't good enough.
And I did know that, like, I couldn't tell from your demeanor whether you're going to make it or not on some level, but I remember once telling you, because you asked me some advice, I said, it's not always the funniest guys, it's the one who can take it. Mm-hmm. Who actually can embrace this lifestyle.
Yeah.
The ones who, because if you embrace the lifestyle, you'll stick around long enough, so then you'll get better, you'll make it.
That's what it was.
Yeah, so.
And also having nothing else.
Once I knew who you were, then I took more of an interest.
Really?
So, oh shit, this is Bart's son.
Then we got into it. The reason I came to see him.
What do you remember about my dad in those years?
Very fat.
Yeah.
You know, I'm surprised it took him so long to die of colon cancer, because he was big.
I'd learned a lot about my dad to this point. It had been tough to hear what person after person had said about him, but the fat thing still kind of hurt me for some reason. Maybe because I was a fat kid, or at least I thought I was, and I struggled with how I saw myself through him. I remember kids in my school making jokes about his weight. One of them used to ask if my dad was the manager of a grocery store because he was so fat. The joke didn't really make sense, but it hurt. It felt humiliating, but I was able to push it down, not see it, and at some point, just not notice it anymore.
I just remember him just being this nice, sweet guy. I did remember him coming in, and we already knew each other. Hey, Chris, how are you? And he brought him a couple of his friends.
Which friends? I don't remember that.
They were probably people we just friend, you know, that he knew, but it was like two people. One was Asian and one was white. I do remember that.
I'm trying to remember who it was.
I don't think you knew him. It was just like friends of his that probably a side of him that, you know, he didn't want you to know. Or how much did he share with you?
I was wondering which side he was talking about. There were so many now.
In New York, you meet everybody. Like I met a guy at a bar, and then he knew your father, but I knew that guy, and I know your father was Bart, and he liked me because I was a comedian. Didn't know why. And we went to a Christmas party.
Yeah.
Because
you know, I do vaguely remember it.
It was either 93 or 94. And that's when I met you. You were like 10 or 11.
What?
Yeah.
You met me when I was that young?
Yes. And your father said to you, see this guy? He was on Evie at the Improv. And your eyes lit up like a saucer. I said, what friggin' 10-year-old or 11-year-old cares about Evie at the Improv? It's a kid who will grow up to be a comedian.
Wow.
And you were just so excited.
I vaguely remember this. Wait, I'm blown away. You knew my dad that long ago?
Yeah.
What?
I know him that long ago.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. Really long time ago.
Why did he never tell me that? That he knew my dad for that long? We did so many shows together. I could sense something was coming, so I tried to help him get to what he knew.
He was, for me, he was a good guy, and he was to me, in my mind, he was a good father.
Feel free to be open about anything, because people have been like surprisingly open about either thinking he was the worst person to ever live or thinking he was amazing.
Who thought he was the worst person? Probably people he owed money to. Because I know him as the nicest guy you ever want to meet in your life.
Yeah.
So, but he never owed me money. And I don't want to burst your bubble. I don't know.
No, please tell me whatever.
Because I've talked to him, like, hey, your son's doing comedy. I met him, whatever. So he spilled the beans a little bit. So what he was doing, he more than likely owed people money. And what they do, these degenerate gamblers, they have him in, and they work off the debt by working as a clerk.
Sure, I always knew my dad gambled. For some reason, though, degenerate wasn't ever a word I was able to associate with him. But I think what he was trying to tell me, what I wasn't able to really ever see before, is that maybe he was up to something that was a bit more insidious than I thought. My dad's history with gambling and my relationship to it was always complicated. I had never really seen my dad gambling firsthand when I was very young, but my mom and grandma would talk to me about it after the divorce, with such disdain and vitriol against my dad that I kind of just chalked it up to talking points in a larger war against him. Then I would see it every once in a while, and I'd be like, he's just blowing off steam, having some fun after work, it doesn't matter. Then, one afternoon in 1995, that all changed. I was 11. We were playing golf at this pitch and putt, just messing around, and he seemed to get distracted. He asked if we could go into the clubhouse to watch a race. We went, and on the big TV, I saw these horses lining up at a gate. It was the 1995 Kentucky Derby, and suddenly, they were off. They went around the first turn. A horse named Thunder Gulch was running steady on the outside in fifth, and my dad was transfixed. As they neared the second turn, the announcer burst in, "Thunder Gulch!" I suddenly saw my dad lock in a way I'd never seen him lock in on anything before. His face lit up. It was pure, unadulterated excitement. And that's when he yelled from deep down in his gut, "Come on, let's go!" And he said 5 words that I'll never forget. "We've got money on 11. We've got money." Now, I was transfixed. I joined in with them. We yelled, "Come on, go!" That's when they rounded the final stretch and the announcer started screaming, "It's Thunder Gulch who gets the lead!" Thunder Gulch, this 9-1 underdog, passed everyone on the track and rocketed up from the outside. We screamed even louder, "Let's go!" Didn't even fully know what I was screaming for, but we were doing it together like a team. Then, "It's Thunder Gulch winning the Derby!" My dad jumped higher than I'd ever seen him jump, which was higher than you'd expect now that you know how big he was. Then he landed and his face turned into something I'd never seen before. Shock. As he pulled out a folded piece of paper from his pocket, double-checked it, triple-checked it, then said, "Oh my God. We just hit the fucking trifecta." Which, if you don't know, in racing, means you guessed all the top 3 finishers in order. All 3. Then we got home and he handed me $1,500 as a gift, or a payment. And he said, "Hey, here's your cut. We earned it." We did. It felt like we did earn it. And I also think, at that point, I started to put some concerns about his gambling aside. It was exciting to me for nearly my entire life. It was like a fun feature to who he was, not a flaw. It felt like one of the most special things we did together. And then eventually, maybe he did gamble a bit more, and I noticed it even less. And then I started working for him, and the rest you know. But as I sat there, hearing it from Chris about how everyone else saw him, maybe I started to see it, and my dad, with a bit more clarity.
He got the job because he owed people money?
Yeah, I don't want to spoil your story for your bit.
No, honestly, this is just me trying to find out the truth.
Yeah. More than likely, what he was a clerk in an office, paying off his gambling debts. He was good at it, so it was not great money, but decent money. You know, for a guy like him who's fat, can't work can't really. You just sit on your ass and pick up a phone. Like, he can do that.
I mean, so he had a reputation as being a bad gambler?
Even amongst gamblers, he was out of control.
Really?
Anyone who got that job, they were out of control, and they weren't allowed to bet in the office either. That also might have been why he didn't do it, because he might have lost his job. Hey, you're gambling, even though it's only like $3 in quarters. That they may not like that.
Wow.
Yeah.
I thought my dad was such a high roller, too, because he always had money. How do you think he had money always then?
When you say money, like cash?
He had cash laying around all the time.
Yeah. You have a lot of cash but not be wealthy. Like, maybe he has several $1,000s on him, but when you think about it, is that a lot of money to have a kid and support the kid and do other stuff? No, it's not. But
maybe he was just borrowing from one person and then to pay off another person, and then
yeah. He was probably doing things he would never do if he didn't have like debts and stuff. It wouldn't shock me if I found out he was like doing like horrible things because he had to get the gambling thing, and probably cried about it afterwards. I mean, not killing people. He wasn't capable of that, but this like probably swindling.
A lot was starting to come back to me now. Like, I could finally see some of this stuff in focus. The haze of who I thought he was started being replaced with these memories. His sneaking off to payphones all the time. And then later, when I was 7 or 8, wondering why he didn't really have a stable home. Going from hotel room to hotel room. When he said we'd go to Disney World, then suddenly he said we couldn't and left me crying. His deteriorating physical appearance and life. The dirty sheets, the garbage stacked up, when he stopped wearing clean clothes, and all the ripped up racing tickets all over the house. All the things I just saw as quirks. He was in a downward spiral for most of my life. It started to bring into focus something that I just didn't want to see for so many years. That he obviously was an addict. And he had this problem that he just couldn't control.
I've always heard stories about that guy's like, he owes so many people money. But then, back then, they were stupid. They allowed people to gamble when they know they didn't fucking have the money. Like, how do you pay the guys back? Because I think probably way back in the day, they broke legs and whatever, but they got smarter over the years. All right, we give a credit limit. But there was a time when he stopped. 1990, 91, like that era, he didn't do it for a while, and he was just clerking, and he was probably making okay money for back then, and maybe he was saving it because he wasn't spending it. He kind of got his shit together. But how do you keep it together when you're surrounded by that atmosphere? It's like an alcoholic becoming a bartender. It worked out in Cheers, but it was always like he always owed somebody money, and he always said the same thing: nice guy. But don't do business with like don't bet with him because you may not get paid if you win. He'd owe everyone, and he was just in over his head.
I found myself feeling bad for him, and I started to realize that maybe it wasn't his fault or mine either.
So he was really looked at like the loser. He was like,
yeah, I'm more of a lovable loser, kind of like when I say loser, like. Loser because he gambled and lost. Because they're all losers. All those guys are losers, even the successful ones in a way.
Yeah.
But when I say loser, I mean he lost a lot. He was out of control. He would just like double up and what they call chasing.
Yeah.
Like if you're down, like you would just chase more. You're not supposed to do that.
Yeah.
It's the most ridiculous thing to ever start doing, is that if you think you can win. And the worst thing that can happen to anybody is if they win in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
I remember talking to people and saying, this guy's winning. That's the worst thing that can happen to him. because then they think and they got the answers. And men have egos. I don't drink because my father was an alcoholic.
Yeah.
And I was young when he left, but I think if I was around him more, I might have drink because like gambling could be like a bond with your father.
I was gambling with him. And actually, I gambled myself with my friends. And maybe I never really clocked how dangerous that might have been. I also started to see some of the good stuff about him, too, that maybe I'd forgotten.
Now, you might think he was a perfect father, but compared to what I had, your father was great.
Yeah.
Because he was there. You have stories about him. I don't have any stories about my father, really.
Yeah.
Other than beating my mother up and walking out of the house and not come back. But that's not the funny part.
Yeah.
So, to me, he was a great dad.
Yeah.
And he's your father. That's all you had. That's the father you had.
Yeah.
It made me see that he had this inflated image that he had to maintain. Similar to me when I started comedy. And at the end of the day, maybe my dad and I weren't too different from each other.
Yeah, you became a comic because of him. He influenced you on that level. Everything that's probably good about you now is because of him. I don't know, what was his father like? What kind of...
He was a house painter.
Yeah, well, we don't even think about our fathers having fathers,
Yeah.
And the influence they had. He was a house painter.
I don't know much about him. I don't know what he was like, really. I remember when I was young and then he died, but yeah.
My grandpa was Henry, Samuel's son. He had died when I was a teenager.
Yeah, I bet your father has some cross to bear. That's an old Catholic saying, having a cross to bear, because Christ carried the cross. Yeah, okay. Well, you're Jewish. I don't know how much you know about
No, we killed
Christ.
him. Yeah. People don't get into comedy when their life is good.
No.
You don't do this to yourself if things are going okay.
Because our brain needs to protect us. It's an old saying, our brains are millions of years old. There's anything to protect us. Years ago, when a tiger was coming after us, we knew to run. The brain says run. Right. So in comedy, you're standing in front of people that you don't know. It's saying be funny. And so it's the way our brain is made up like that. It's our protection. So you want the fear. Like from Rocky, use that fear.
Yeah.
And don't say you're scared. Say you're excited.
I just remember the terrible shits I would take before I went on stage because I was so nervous in that terrible New York Comedy Club bathroom.
Oh my God, I remember. I once cried in that bathroom. The only time I ever cried in comedy.
Really? What happened?
It was on a Saturday night. I had this awesome show, and my surgery was coming on Tuesday. So I had inoperable cancer. So I had this killer set, and for some reason, then I said, "Thank you. I'll miss you." I just came, and all of a sudden my eyes were like, what the fuck was that? And then I made a beeline to the disgusting bathroom and started crying. I never cried when I was told I had the cancer, never. That was the only time. And I said, why am I crying? I said, because I'm gonna miss this. And I said, wait a minute, how lucky am I? There's an old saying, no one ever wishes they spent more time at the office. Well, I did.
Yeah.
I wish I was doing this more, and I'm going to miss comedy. Well, I guess I made the right decision doing this, because when I leave here, comedy is what I'm going to miss most. I said, well then, shit, I was successful. Someone once asked me, would you do it over again into comedy, if you don't make it? I go, no, I would definitely do it, because I knew I would probably fail at everything else anyway.
Right.
So why not fail at this? But I couldn't really go out and smooth everyone out, because I didn't tell anyone I had cancer.
Right.
I didn't want people to treat me differently or whatever.
And you never did jokes about it?
No, not a whole lot.
Yeah.
One time I would go, hey, I'm a cancer survivor, and no one clapped. I was like, all right, this is like...
What do you got to do to get an applause around?
Yeah.
Comedy was my life, and my dad sharing comedy with me was one of the things I missed the most with him too. Then I knew it was time to leave.
Yeah, man.
I'm just going to say, can we just do 15 seconds of complete silence just to reflect on what has happened here?
Okay.
All right.
Room tone.
It sounds like my audience.
Well, I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, so I don't know if I helped or not, but...
You didn't, but, it was worth a try.
Typical comic.
So I walked out with some sense of relief, feeling a bit closer to my dad, with a lot of my questions answered. I felt this kinship to Chris because of how well he knew my dad, but also because of the comedy. And I felt like despite him telling me a lot of things that were difficult to hear, I'd unlocked something. But as I walked away, I also couldn't stop thinking about all the ways in which my dad and I were similar. And I wondered if maybe I was at risk of making the same mistakes as him, a little more than I'd like to admit. Either way, I left feeling some sense of final closure about this whole thing, that maybe there were some questions that you could never really answer. I went back to LA, back to my life and the things I knew.
You want some broccoli that I'm not going to eat?
No thanks.
And I started to move on. I felt more grounded. I continued with my life, but knowing that even if I didn't know everything, I knew myself and my dad a little better. I cooked with Rudy the way I loved doing it, with her grabbing at dangerous things and nearly cutting herself with incredibly large knives.
What do you know about my papa?
What?
Did I ever tell you about him?
No. Can you tell me what your papa did?
He did a lot of things. I don't really know. He was a good guy, and he made money for his family sometimes.
Does he have a
And he did the
funeral?
right thing, by me at least, sometimes. And he would have loved you a lot.
But I didn't got to meet him when I was little.
No, because he died. Does that make you sad? Why?
I didn't even get to say that.
I know. That happens, but you don't have to worry about that for a long, long time.
I won't even remember it.
Maybe.
This might be good dinner. Oh, it's getting burnt.
It's getting burnt.
Now can you play with me?
Okay.
I was settling in and wrapping up the things I needed to wrap up, doing all the things in my life that I'd been putting off for the last several months. Then I got an email. It had one sentence in the subject headline that threw me off, even if just for a moment. I'd forgotten all about it. It said, "Your DNA test is ready." That's on the next Searching for Allan Rothbart by Barry Rothbart. Test. So I'm going to the Ancestry.com DNA page. I've been nervous to open it. I don't know why.
I know. I feel like you've been sitting on this for a week.
Loading. Are you going to want to do this?
No.
Depending on what I find.
To see if what?
See if my dad's your dad. Imagine.
Imagine? What a nightmare. That's the
We have
worst
some issues.
possible scenario.
Okay, here we go. My results summary. You ready?
Yes.
This is Searching for Allan Rothbart. I'm Barry Rothbart. Episode 8, DNA. Okay. A bunch of stuff is loading. Origins. 99% Jewish.
Yeah.
1% Baltics. What? Hold on. I stared at my laptop screen, sitting with Grace in my living room, looking at my DNA results, trying to make sense of it. I had sent my DNA away looking for siblings or whatever nearly 3 months ago. A lot has changed since then. I wasn't really expecting to find much. On the screen, there were lots of numbers and charts and graphics and pictures of cavemen. There was also this stuff about where my family immigrated from, going back who knows how far. Ashkenazi Jews, Northeastern Europe. 6 ancestor stories found. Ashkenazi Jews, Central and Eastern Europe.
This means like where people migrated?
I get my family. And then DNA matches. Whoa.
Who these?
Ancestry gives you listings of everyone who's ever taken a test through them who's related to you. Then they suggest the probable relationship based on the amount of DNA you have in common. Second, third cousin, second, third cousin. Whoa, I have a lot of cousins I didn't know about. Look at all these cousins. Oh, I have messages.
From who?
Hi, Barry. Ancestry believes we are second, third cousins. Do any of these surnames mean anything to you? But it was nothing. No. I'm sorry. They don't.
Is this like a social media platform that people can like chit chat on? Should we get off?
Do you want to hook up with your cousin? And then there wasn't really too much else.
Looks like no siblings.
There was nothing that seemed all that salacious. To be honest, I was kind of disappointed. It was like deep down, maybe I wanted one more big thing, one more reveal. But there was nothing, except a bunch of these weird traits. Able to smell asparagus metabolites, yes. Birth weight above average, bitter sensitivity. Wow, there's so much caffeine, likely to drink a lot less caffeine than average.
Not true.
Dancing, likely to enjoy dancing.
I wish.
Personality. Angry. Interesting.
Angry.
Unattached earlobes, that's true. Earwax type, wet earwax. Oof. Sun sneezing? What's that?
I've always said you're a sun sneezer.
I can't believe this told me nothing.
I just told you you have waxy ears and get angry.
All right, well, tried. It felt like there wasn't much else to look at anymore. Even my production meetings with Joe were grinding to a halt.
What else should we, do we need to discuss?
No, maybe that's everything.
So it seemed like I didn't really have other siblings. My dad didn't get anyone else pregnant, as far as I knew, and there were no other surprises. Then, I'm not sure what made me do it, but I decided to look a little deeper. I could have easily just left it alone, let sleeping dogs lie, but I didn't. For some reason, it was like I just wanted to find out something else. So first, I looked into these other cousins that were showing up. Going through my data and seeing all these second and third cousins reminded me how I'd always been looking for other family members out there who were related to me on my dad's side. Once, many years ago, I even created this Facebook group called Rothbarts Unite, where I friended every single Rothbart in the entire world that was on Facebook to try to find more Rothbarts. But none could really confirm that they were related to me. And now here were all these matches, just names on a screen, but real people, cousins of cousins, and cousins of cousins of cousins. And now that I had this Rothbart family tree unfurling before me, I was reminded of this other thing that had kind of been bugging me for years. It was another story my dad would bring up, and my family would talk about pretty often.
I remember sitting in my room, getting a phone call from my quite hysterical Aunt Ida that my Uncle Lawrence, who's my father's brother, had been murdered.
It was a murder mystery, actually. My great-uncle Lawrence was the son of Samuel Rothbart, also a painter. Remember him? His murder was strange, and it had always been a big part of Rothbart lore. Basically, the story was this. Lawrence, in his 30s, was home one night with his pregnant wife and 2 kids, when suddenly, a man broke into their house. He confronted the family at the dinner table, at gunpoint, demanding money. Then when Lawrence defiantly said no, the guy shot him in the head and escaped. The police caught him soon after, and he was sentenced to prison for the rest of his life. But in 2015, the story kind of changed, at least for me, when I got this call from the Brooklyn DA. They asked if I was a Rothbart, and I said I was, and then they asked if I knew anything about the Lawrence Rothbart murder. I told them what I knew, and they said that the man they had put in jail all the way back in the 60s, who happened to be a black man, was recently released because of new DNA evidence. I was like, why would they ask me about that? And I always wondered what they meant. It stayed in the back of my mind. Now, looking at all these cousins, I realized this might be my opportunity to find out a bit more. So I searched for mentions of the name Rothbart or Rothbart in any family tree, and that's when I found a guy named David Luders. He had put together this really extensive tree of the Rothbarts, stretching back generations. Plus, he had added all these articles about the murder to Lawrence's profile. I figured he'd be a good place to start. So I messaged him, and he got back to me almost immediately and said I should call him right away. So I did, immediately.
Shh. Hey, time. Stop. Enough. Down.
Well,
David?
yes.
Oh, hey, this is Barry.
I'm gonna pull off the side of the road.
Oh, yeah, no, you could call me back, too, if this is a bad time.
No, it's okay. So I'm off the road in a rural part of Airway Heights, Washington.
Where is that?
David turned out to be a pretty interesting guy. He was an ancestry expert and loved to work on trees on the site. You know how there's always someone in everyone's family that suddenly goes from a normal guy who maybe wants to know more about his great-grandparents to knowing where your third cousin twice removed's father-in-law's dog is buried? That's David.
In my retirement, I have this genealogy hobby where I scrape up all this documentation and do DNA tests all over the place, trying to fill out my tree and other people's trees.
He was the father-in-law of this woman, Tiffany Palella Rothbart, who was the daughter of Sherry, the baby in utero at the time of the murder.
Wow.
So that's where I come in, but I'm not related to you, but Tiffany is. You were saying in your message that you were contacted by the DA to try to solve this cold case.
I didn't really tell him that I was trying to solve this case, but maybe now I was. It seemed really interesting, and he was willing to talk to me about it. So I was like, well, here I am. Maybe this is another mystery to solve.
So if this fellow who was serving time did not commit the murder, then who did? Nobody knows. You can draw your own conclusions, and the DA can draw their own conclusions. The people that did know could be, the widow of Lawrence Rothbart or Harriet Semigram Berry, who was in the same neighborhood, who took care of Sherry when she was orphaned, basically.
Harriet. The lady who I spoke to about the artwork of the Rothbarts in her amazing house.
You can read the acquittal articles, and it talks about the Lawrence Rothbart family. I believe that Sherry Palella would like to solve the murder mystery and get some closure, probably. It just kind of gets her down.
Sherry, again, was the one in utero during the murder. It felt like it all might be leading somewhere. I didn't know where. I thought maybe this is my next podcast, even. I felt like I was getting really good at this investigative thing. So I figured, why not? But then, before I could really think about that, he told me something else that kind of threw me for a moment.
Part of my genealogical hobby is to do DNA matching, and I'm really pretty good at it. There's a tool that genealogists use to figure out the probabilities of various family relationships based on the centimorgan value.
Centimorgans are a metric for how much physical DNA you have in common with someone. Basically, how related they are to you. So parents are 3,500 centimorgans, and then more distant relatives are lower and lower. You get it. David hit me with this thing he had noticed about my relation to my cousin, Tiffany.
Ancestry predicted the relationship you have with Tiffany as being 5th to 8th cousins or something like that.
Wow.
But your trees say, well, you're supposed to be second cousins, which is theoretically impossible. At 11 centimorgans, it's barely above the lower threshold that ancestry has at 8 centimorgans.
Huh. Weird.
You would expect like 100 centimorgans, something like that, for a second cousin.
That's really bizarre.
Yeah, you and Tiffany share great-grandparents. You know, that's Samuel Rothbart, according to the tree. But the DNA does not lie.
Interesting. Yeah, if you could solve that mystery, then let me know. I don't know what that would even mean.
Then we wrapped up the call.
All right, well, I appreciate it.
Yeah, good talking with you. We'll be in contact. It's better to do it via email so we can attach hyperlinks and photos.
But I left still thinking about the DNA and that 11 centimorgans thing with Tiffany. I still didn't know what to make of it, and something didn't sit right with me about it. I spoke to Grace in the car outside of Trader Joe's.
So this is his granddaughter that I found was that he's like, I did research and he's like,
Lawrence's granddaughter.
yeah. He's like, so we share a great grandfather, basically. And then he said, but I looked at your DNA, like your DNA match with her, and it says you're barely related. I don't know, it goes by CMs, the DNA, but he's like, it's very weird that she's your second cousin, like legit second cousin, and you guys are barely related. It's saying 8th cousin, which basically everyone's an 8th cousin.
Then I came to a sort of conclusion about Tiffany's grandma, Lawrence's widow. A really dark conclusion, actually.
You know what's also possible is that her mom, the lady in question, who is Lawrence's wife,
cheated on Lawrence.
She cheated on Lawrence. That's possible too.
Oh no.
And then Grace brought up the obvious about the murder.
Also, it makes sense as to why she, is a killer.
And that really got me thinking, could this be right? Tiffany's mom, Sherry, who was in utero inside of Lawrence's wife at the time of the murder, might have been illegitimate, which would make sense why it was showing that Tiffany and I weren't completely related. But it could also show a motive for murder. If Lawrence's wife was having an affair and had this child with another man, well, I got chills thinking about it. I realized I had to contact Tiffany now to try to get some answers and maybe even reveal something that would be difficult for her to hear.
Am I gonna have to tell this girl that her dad's not her dad or something? Or her grandfather's not her grandfather?
I mean, that's awkward.
Hey, is this Tiffany?
Is this Barry?
Yeah, hey, how's it going?
Hey, it's going. How are you?
Good.
I got on the phone and gave her a call. And after catching up and all the niceties of talking to someone in your family that you've never spoken to before, we quickly got right into the meat of it.
All I know is that, my mom's dad was shot when she was in the womb. And so, I don't know if you know that story.
I had only heard about it tangentially, but so Samuel had, I don't know how much you know, but had 4 kids, and Henry was my grandfather, Lawrence is yours, and they were brothers.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense.
So yeah, my grandfather's brothers with your grandfather. Although something is weird that David brought up, your father-in-law, David, that we don't have that much DNA in common, which...
Yeah, he said that too, what is it, 8%, 10%?
No, less than 1%.
Oh, whoa, that is really odd considering if they were brothers.
Yeah, because we'd be second cousins, and they're saying we're 8th cousins. So it's sort of making me think that maybe along my line or along your line, somebody was not telling the truth about having a kid with someone. Because it's very weird that we're And granted, like, you're the only person that I've spoken to in my family that I've matched with at all, DNA wise. So do you know anything about like anything that could have happened like that?
I honestly don't, unfortunately. I don't think I know any more than you do. I'm like kind of like trying to figure things out too.
Oh man. Yeah, it's a lot. Are you close with your mom still?
Yeah, we are. We both live in Medical Lake, so like my parents live like 10 minutes away from us.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're pretty close. Like we had our...
She didn't know much. She said she would try to connect me with her mom on email. But then, as we wrapped up the conversation, we started talking about something that gave me pause. Something else that I wasn't looking into, or maybe didn't want to look into yet. Thank you so much for wanting to chat. I mean, I've been doing this documentary about my dad, Allan Rothbart, who was, he's the first one to be a Rothbart. For some reason, they changed it from Rothbart to Rothbart.
Interesting.
It's so weird. The more I learn about this family, the more I'm like, what crazy stuff happened? I don't know if this is every family, but it just seems like it's such a crazy story.
It really does. And I know like everyone has skeletons in their closet, like their families, but I'm just like, holy moly, just like you, I'm just like mind blown and like, this is not normal.
No. As that week went on, thoughts kept going through my head, not about the murder anymore, really, which my subconscious seemed to file away. It was about the DNA. Maybe it was something, maybe it wasn't anything, but now I was thinking about it all the time.
What do you make of that? She did a DNA test too.
So have any of her siblings done DNA tests?
I don't know.
Is there any way to get your dad's DNA?
I don't think she has siblings.
Well, because either it's her lineage or yours.
Yes.
It was obvious. I had to look into this now. The only way forward was to speak to an expert who could help me figure it out. Maybe show me what's really happening.
So my name is Paul Woodbury, and I am the research team manager over all of our DNA researchers at Legacy Tree Genealogists. And have helped solve hundreds of cases of unknown parentage, misattributed parentage, switched at birth scenarios, you name it. I love the opportunity that I have to help people like you in exploring their DNA test results and exploring what they might mean and exploring sometimes some of those surprises that come out of the tests that we take with these genetic genealogy testing companies.
Well, it sounds like you're perfect for podcasts. I feel like, is this the first one? Because I feel like so many are like, here's this weird thing that happened. Can you find the killer?
Yeah, well, I haven't found any killers, but I'm happy to help find biorelatives, so.
Yeah, it's interesting. So what is the difference, just so I know, like between genetic genealogy and any other type of genealogy?
DNA is kind of special, and with genetic genealogy, we're incorporating DNA evidence as part of the journey of trying to find who are my relatives, who are my ancestors. So really the difference is we're just incorporating DNA evidence to help us answer those main questions that we typically are trying to attempt with regular genealogy, where we're limited to just the records that are available to us.
Right, it's more of a science-based investigation of it.
Yeah, but at the same time, genetic genealogy is just genealogy in some ways, and you can't prove anything with DNA without also considering the records and getting the right people in the right place at the right time.
So I got into the story and explain this whole thing to him, at least the long and short of it. So I take the DNA test and I find these matches, and then I find the only other person who was in my family tree who, as far as I know, took a DNA test and was supposed to be my second cousin, and it turned out she had, DNA-wise, from the research I did, almost no relation to me.
Yeah, so I think some things that we'll want to consider kind of going into this are that in the Jewish population, you are probably going to run into some endogamy.
Apparently, endogamy means that Jewish people were all screwing each other in the shtetls. So we're all kind of slightly related, back, all the way down the line. Every one of us is like an 8th or 9th cousin of each other.
I want to show you, if you want to just open up a new tab in your browser, and I want to take you to a tool that can help in evaluating these amounts of shared DNA. It's called DNApainter.com.
He brought it up on our shared screen.
Like when you look at the CMs, it's science, it's concrete, yeah?
Yeah, so the centimorgans are very reliable and give us some really great data to make strong conclusions regarding relationships between individuals.
Okay. So the first thing I'll show you is, I'll go to my matches. There were a bunch on my mom's side that I recognized.
Okay.
So I was able to deduce which parent was my mom very quickly, and then based on that, who my dad was.
Okay.
And on the other side, yeah, I had no one on my dad's side that I recognized.
Okay.
Never heard of any of these people. They don't have any connection to me. That could possibly be what you said, which is that, you know, some Jews share a lot just because they do.
So the fact that you're seeing that she is sharing a lot lower DNA than we would expect, given her proposed relationship as a second cousin, coupled with the fact that you have some really close DNA matches who you have no idea who they are and who are on your paternal side, really suggests that there is something going on here.
Sometimes there are these moments in your life where you know everything is actually about to change. You can feel it happening. You're about to learn something that for the rest of time, you can never unknow.
Either somewhere in her ancestral line back to your common ancestors, there was a break, there was a case of misattributed parentage, or somewhere in your ancestral line going back to your proposed common ancestors, there was a break and a case of misattributed parentage. My suspicion is that it's probably on your side because you have these close matches who we don't know who they are.
Whoa. Huh. Yeah.
Okay, so how are you doing? I'm
okay.
I wasn't actually. There were too many things going through my mind.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because this was at the moment where I learned so much about this side of my family, and I was like, hey, they're really cool. And then it's like, yeah. So I guess that was one of the questions, and then I guess the second part of this is like, can I verify this further? Is there a way to? What do I do from here if you were me?
Yeah. So. Something to keep in mind is there's probably a case of misattributed parentage, but it's somewhere in the line, and we don't know exactly where that is. I suspect it's on your side, and it could be that your paternity is misattributed. It could be that your father's paternity is misattributed.
It was like I couldn't feel anything really, just the weight of this information. And then suddenly came this fear, the stinging fear of the unknown, the scary unknown of what comes next.
So the next step that I'm going to recommend is let's go back to your closest DNA matches, who are these paternal relatives, and let's take a look at what we can see based on their relationships to you. How are you doing?
I'm okay. Thanks for checking in.
Yeah.
You're very good at that.
It was clear. My grandfather was either not my grandfather or my dad was not my dad.
You know, for me, this is my everyday. You know, I am constantly dealing with who's the bio father, where did the break occur, who are my biological ancestors. But I also recognize that for a lot of other people, this is life-changing, right? Can be earth-shattering too. And so, as you are exploring this, I'd encourage you to be aware of how you're doing, right? And go at the pace that you're ready for.
I got off the phone and immediately I had to talk to Grace. She's my rock.
So I just spoke to the genealogist.
Oh my God, what did he say?
I'll tell you more in person, but he essentially was like, you're probably not a Rothbart. But yeah, he was like, yeah, you're probably not.
But it's you who probably isn't, not your cousin?
Yeah, because I have these cousins that I don't know.
Whoa. How do you feel?
I don't know. I feel really weird, but yeah. I don't know. We'll talk more when I get home, but yeah, I just wanted to let you know.
There was another call I had to make to the person who was possibly the break. And I realized it would maybe be one of the hardest calls I'd ever have to make. I had to call my mom and ask her if my dad was my dad.
Hey there.
Hey, how's it going?
What's happening?
Not much.
Going good. I mean, dreary weather, very cold.
Are you home?
I'm home, yeah.
That's next time on Searching for Allan Rothbart. I'm Barry. When I was a kid, there was a story my great aunt Ida used to tell me. It was about my dad's grandmother, a lady named Rose. Rose was very young in the old country, today we call it Russia, and her mother was holding her in their horse-led wagon as it cobbled down a dusty dirt path. It came upon a wooden bridge that crossed a ravine. As the story went, for some reason Rose's mother decided she was suddenly going to turn around and go home. She didn't know why, but she felt like she needed to. No more than 5 minutes later, another family in a wagon crossed that same bridge and it collapsed underneath them, throwing them into the river, killing everyone on board. My aunt would then say something about how there's a thing in all of us that tells us when something is wrong, and how if we're in tune with ourselves, we can hear it. And if Rose's mom hadn't done that, none of us Rothbarts would be here. The whole family would never have existed. But there's a second takeaway from that story that I get now. In these family stories, we, the Rothbarts, were always the heroes. We were the ones who were blessed, the ones who were smarter, more unique, and more special. And those other families, the dumb idiot families that fall in ravines, well, they were just everyone else. They were the others. Since my DNA results had come in and shown I was unlikely related to Ida or any of the Rothbarts even, I was thinking about this story in a different way. It was on my mind a lot. Maybe I was the others. And if I don't have these stories to tell myself now about where I'm from and who I am, then who am I? This is Searching for Allan Rothbart. I'm Barry. Episode 9. Hi, it's me. I'm the problem. It's me. One thing was clear now. Either my mom or my dad's mom, Belle, was lying. And either my grandfather wasn't my grandfather or my dad was not my dad. And since my grandmother died in the 70s, I only had one person to reach out to. I sat there about to call my mom, to ask her maybe the biggest question I'd ever have to ask. But I knew I needed answers.
Hey there.
Hey, how's it going?
What's happening?
Are you home?
I'm home, yeah.
Do you have a minute? I wanted to chat with you about something.
For you, I have many minutes.
Okay.
Always. Are you alone?
I'm alone, yeah. I'm at my co-working space. I'm in a conference room.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, because I get hours where I could...
I didn't know exactly how to ask, so I just went for it.
But yeah, so I took a DNA test. Did I tell you this?
No.
So essentially, because remember he said that he had people he might have gotten pregnant. Remember that?
Yeah, but then you said they weren't even intimate with him, they said?
Some were, and were like, definitely they didn't get me pregnant. But regardless, that's why I took the DNA test. So then, I mean, this is a really long story, but
I filled her in on everything. David and Tiffany, the Rothbart family tree, the centimorgans, Paul the genealogist, everything. And then I just asked her.
DNA match. She's the only one I can find in the Rothbart family tree who's done a DNA test, and I'm not related to her. I have no DNA in common with her.
What?
Yeah.
So what does that mean? Did the genealogist tell you?
Well, it means I'm not related to her. And he said because I have these cousins that I don't know, it probably means I'm not a Rothbart.
What?
I'm not a Rothbart.
How does that happen?
So what he says is somewhere in the line, someone's not telling the truth.
About
having a kid with a certain person.
Oh, but we don't know who the person is.
Well, I mean, I assume it's not you, right?
Right.
Like
not telling the truth.
Like my dad is my dad, right?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
So
I never
then-
cheated.
I guess I had to take her at her word, which forced me to maybe ponder the other scenarios.
So then maybe Belle, my dad's mom, had him out of wedlock, and Henry's not his dad.
Oh my God. Are you serious? I just got chills. But how would you know it's her? It has to be,
It has to be either her or the genealogist said that I have such close relatives to me that I don't know, that it is most likely either you or Belle.
No, not me. 100% not. I never cheated on him or never. Cross my heart, hope to die. Plus, you look like your dad, so, I mean, you know that, right?
Yeah.
You definitely look like him. Your nose, everything. You don't look like me, you look like him.
I think she's right. I do kind of look like my dad.
I wouldn't lie to you, Barry. I would tell you.
Yeah.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable. Wow. And she maybe never told him. She just, you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, that maybe she never told him it wasn't
maybe
his.
your dad may not have known.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm sure that happens, right? It happens in life that maybe people raise children.
I mean, there's also a chance that she didn't know, that Belle didn't know. You know, and what I'm realizing now, do you think maybe this has something to do with why Janice won't talk to me?
Janice was my cousin who had a lot of my granddad's paintings, who refused to speak to me because of something my dad did.
Yeah, but she never was like that with you, was she? I mean, what was the last contact you had?
But I'm saying, like, it's weird that my dad was completely cut out from getting any of the inheritance, right? I mean, maybe they knew he wasn't related to them.
It was an interesting thought, but I was grasping at straws.
Yeah, but I'm sorry that it's weird information that you got.
Yeah, very weird.
All right, Bubba. So, yeah, it's weird. Weird news.
Yeah.
Okay, love you, Bear.
All right, love you.
Love you very much.
Then I was in my car on the way home from the office, and she called me back.
Hello?
Bear, hi.
Hi.
You have a minute?
Yeah. I'm in the car.
Can you talk? You're alone?
Yeah, I'm alone.
Okay, I just wanted to say one thing. I'm not minimizing anything. I know that you're searching for different things and it's not easy. I just want to say maybe at some point it's healthier just to I know that you're working on a project and everything, but at some point it's healthier just to let certain things go. You know what I'm saying? That you don't know. So it doesn't torture you. It doesn't continue to upset you or torture you, or you see what I mean? At some point, you know what I'm trying to say, not to...
No, I know.
Some things we'll never know. Some things we just won't know.
I didn't know quite what to say, Saying just let it go is what guilty people in political thrillers say. But I also wondered if I should. Is this worth it? Should I keep looking into it? Hi, I'm not sure if I'm calling the right place, but I looked online and I have a question about permits with body exhumation.
Did you say body examination?
Exhumation, to exhume a body that's buried in Paramus.
Oh, to exhume a body in Paramus. Yeah, you know what? Let me.
So you want to exhume a body?
I've been trying to do this paternity thing, and I was wondering if that's something that you could get approved. It's in Paramus. No idea. I realized I needed to trust my mom, that he was my dad. He seemed like my dad anyway, and he did look like me. We always had the same fingernails too, concave at the bottom, then turned up at the tip. But I kept thinking about this DNA thing still, over and over. It was consuming me. I felt like I was walking around aimlessly with this new body that had just been exhumed, and I didn't recognize it. Was I the Rothbart matriarch, feeling like there was something wrong up ahead, and I knew it? Or was I the other family, riding around on a bridge that was about to collapse? Whatever the smart or logical thing to do next might have been, I didn't do it. I had to figure out who I really was. And to do that, I had to find my real family. I contacted the only person who I knew could possibly help me, my personal DNA man, senior genetic researcher, Paul.
Hello, Barry. Can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you great.
So we can go to connections.
Let's go ahead and scroll down just real quick and take a look at some of the other clues that we do get from these test results. So
we went through some of the highest paternal DNA connections that came from my results, and Paul helped me try to trace them back to a single ancestor. This was the way in. This is the way it happens.
Okay, so I find that there is a Gerald Foreman who married it's loading, Phyllis Schnall.
Whoa.
In 1950 in Dade County, Florida.
So that's Phyllis Foreman, probably.
I bet it is, yeah. So let's take a look at Phyllis. So Phyllis Schnall is the daughter of Samuel Schnall and Rose Levy.
Oh, wow.
Just looking. Okay, so here's Rose Levy in the 1900 U.S. Census, daughter of Abraham and Ida.
This wasn't the Rothbart Rose or Ida. Apparently everyone back then was named Rose, Ida, or Abraham.
So, based off of that, and based off of the amounts of DNA that you're sharing, I'm expecting Phyllis is a first cousin once removed to you.
Yeah.
And that Tracy is your half first cousin.
Tracy Glatzer. She was my top match and had the most DNA in common with me.
That would mean that your biofather is a half sibling to Tracy's parent. And if I remember right, you told me that your father was an only child, is that right?
As far as I know, yeah.
Eli Levy is really interesting.
Eli Levy was a man who died almost 40 years ago. He lived in New York for most of his life. In Brooklyn, to be exact.
And I'm just trying to think. So I am guessing that you are probably a descendant of, certainly of Abraham and Ida. I'm not sure on if you're a descendant of Eli and his wife. Okay, you would probably be descended only from Eli. And that would make sense. It's most likely that you are descended just through Eli, through a child that nobody knows about. Whether that's your father or some other person, we don't know.
Oh, man. Wow. Fuck. After more research, we realized Eli Levy is my grandfather. I'm actually a Levy. I had to contact Tracy, the closest matching Levy to me on the DNA list, to see what she knew and to see if I could maybe meet or talk to my new family.
I would ask her if if she'd be willing to collaborate with you to figure out how you're related, you can let her know that you think that you're probably related through Ellie, but you don't know how.
Now I was on the road to finding them, my real, actual, biological family.
Also recognize that when you're getting to the point of making contact with biofamily, that you also give the same grace to those genetic cousins that you're reaching out to and those biofamily relatives that you may be contacting in the future, and give them space and time because they'll need it. You may have had several months to think about this and go through and figure out what's going on, and then they'll have to go through that same process.
Wow.
Well, I'm going to talk to Tracy Glatzer. Figure it out.
Are you starting to question it? Because I feel like before you were like, yeah, but my dad's probably still my dad. Like, are you questioning that now?
No.
You still feel like he is?
I just feel like I look like him. Is that crazy?
No.
It's very weird. It's very weird. It's a very weird feeling. I don't know how I feel knowing that I could just eliminate those Rothbarts as like being related to me. It's very, very strange. Very.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know what to make of it.
I messaged Tracy, my brand new biological first cousin, top of my list family member, and she immediately said to call her. So I did.
Hello?
I can't even deal.
It's
like you're my mother's first cousin. If they are, wait.
As it turns out, she was excited and shocked, but more enthusiastic about the whole thing than Paul thought she'd be.
So they did some digging and they found out that because of my match with you and this guy Bruce Roberts, that my grandfather is a guy named Eli Levy.
Eli Levy.
Levy.
Oh my God, my son is named after him. My grandpa, I grew up with him. I have his picture right here.
Apparently it's pronounced Levy.
It's crazy.
And Lottie, my daughter is named, like the L. My grandma Lottie, she's been with, like, this is so amazing.
This is amazing. My mind is blown. I don't even know what to make of any of this. Do you know where did your grandfather live most of his life?
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn. That's where my family's from.
God, that would mean that my grandfather had an affair. This is mind-blowing because he's so not that guy. Because your dad was younger than my mom.
Yeah.
So they were already together.
It's still very strange for me to like talk about this like it's my family because I've been so used to talking about, just like how you're used to talking about the Levys, I've always talked about the Rothbarts as like my family. And now I'm like...
And they still are, and they'll still always be your family.
I don't know. It's a very strange feeling.
Right, like you're finding out. It's like something is different.
Yeah.
It's like, maybe not for you, but it's a little exciting too. You know what I mean? Your mom passed away?
No, my mom's still alive. And she swears, she swears that my dad is actually my dad and that it's probably my grandfather.
Wouldn't it be him?
There's almost no other explanation. Unless it was from his first marriage, but my dad is born in 1947, so...
Yeah, couldn't have been, because his first marriage, your dad is young, it would be the baby. So your dad would be my mother's brother?
Yep.
He had a sister. He was someone's brother, like me, a half-brother. He always thought he was an only child.
Yeah, that would mean that my dad is your uncle.
This is crazy. What color are your eyes?
Blue. Did you guys have higher foreheads?
What?
Like bigger foreheads?
I always had the hugest forehead.
Yeah, me too.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Wait, can I just tell you?
I texted her a photo of me and another of my dad, and she sent me one back.
Wow. That's you?
Yeah.
You look so much like my daughter. It's so weird.
After that, we just caught up.
We've been in Florida for a long time, and my grandparents moved there too. And then I just recently moved to North Carolina because I missed cold weather.
Do you have any kids?
I do. I have 3.
Wow.
Yeah.
Cool.
A 30-year-old son. I'm 59.
Wow.
But no, I'm 60. I just turned 60.
I was kind of half in and out of paying attention. It was a lot to process, but we were hitting it off. It was exciting and refreshing, but also unavoidably weird. We agreed that in order to really confirm all this, her mom would also have to take a DNA test.
That will bring a lot of it together.
I think so. I mean, look, it's definitely like here. It's just like that will confirm most of it.
Yes.
And sure enough, a few weeks later, her results came back, and it was confirmed. According to the DNA match, she was my biological half-aunt. I was her nephew. I was 100% a Levy, not a Rothbart. My dad's dad wasn't his dad. I suddenly had this new life and this new family. At the end of the day, this had all scratched an itch for me in a way, and it was exciting to find a new family. But it also left me feeling completely different in a lot of other ways. Like I couldn't find my footing anymore, or make sense of what this was all for. I realized I did learn a lot more about who my dad was, and that the most likely scenario was that he grew up an illegitimate child. And that reminded me of something I'd heard him say on the tapes, that I was hearing differently now.
My father, Henry, was treated like complete dirt. He slept on an army cot, verbally abused every day by my mother, called every name in the book. I was kind of really alone. All I had was my very dysfunctional family, meaning my mother and father. My family might have been one of the most dysfunctional families that ever existed. So I kind of was neither here nor there. I had no siblings. My parents weren't even supposed to have me. So obviously there were no other kids. I did terrible socially. I had very few friends. I kept to myself. Socially, this was not my time.
When it came to me, I didn't know how to feel or what to think. I guess learning about who your real family is and finding them could be nice, but for me, it felt like something I knew, something familiar in me, had died. It was gone. I thought about this one call I made a while back. I was trying to find the daughter of one of my dad's old associates. It turned out to be the wrong person. I was looking for another Jessica, but she told me something about her life that turned out to be strikingly relevant.
I just figured, did you know your dad? Or are you is this like a DNA thing?
I knew him, yeah, and this is a lot of TMI, but
only because I just went through it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I did a DNA test, and my whole life blew up.
Whoa. Apparently, she found out her parents weren't really her parents through an ancestry DNA test.
So when I got my results, boom.
Oh my God.
So, yeah.
Did you ever find out who your actual family was, or no?
I did find my bio father. I wasn't even Italian. Little adjustment. So yeah, it was like big lies. So I'm like a rare, what they call NPE, that has happened multiple times and then ultimately being confirmed with a DNA test.
What is NPE?
Logo. NPE means not parent expected.
Or turns out it could also mean non-paternity event, misattributed paternity. But they all mean the same thing.
So that could be like your stepfather's raising you, or it could be that your mom just lied to her current husband, or whatever. You know what I mean? Just basically finding out things that you didn't know. And I will tell you, at this point, I actually know in my personal circle 8 other people who this happened to. And all of us basically have the same agreement of, will we ever be 100% okay with it? And most of us say no. I've been Spanish since the day I was conceived. I was lied to. I just didn't know it. I was convinced that I was something I wasn't. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean, Jessica. Paul, the genealogist, had put it in terms that were easier to understand. I talked to a lot of people about like what the value of knowing versus not knowing is, or like if it's good or bad, or just how do you feel about that from the position you're in?
Yeah, so I think that discovering sensitive information about your family through genealogical research can be a traumatic experience. We often talk about it in the context of historic events that were terrifying, but I don't know that we often talk about it in terms of, discoveries that can change the way that we think of ourselves.
And as a side note, he mentioned how common it might be.
The truth is, I think the majority of the population will at some point, if they take a DNA test, come across a case of misattributed parentage, whether that's in their own direct line or if they suddenly are connected with a previously unknown first cousin or child or, something along those lines. And so our experience has been that if you haven't come across surprises in your family tree yet, just wait. And maybe you're not looking hard enough.
I was suddenly left feeling this strange sense of existential nothingness, this incompleteness that's kind of hard to describe. Like the blocks of my foundation were pulled away, one by one, and there was nothing left. I felt like I'd made a lot of progress, and I knew more than I'd ever known, but somehow I knew myself less than I ever had.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I wasn't giving it enough credit that, I don't, if something fundamental changes, maybe you don't have as much of, a feeling of knowing who you are. Does that make sense? Changing.
Is it about not being a Rothbart? Is it, about the,
It's all of it, yeah, I guess so. It's, not knowing. It's weird, you haven't, how would you feel if you found out you weren't a Rosanova? It would be weird, right? But it's not I don't know, it's not it's hard to explain.
No, yeah, explain it.
I don't know how to explain it yet. I haven't figured it out.
That's Oreo, my dog, drinking water.
It's just making me not feel like myself. I don't know, that's as far as I've gotten.
I had built my life around a false vision of who my dad was. And now, a false idea of who my family was. I'd lost something. Actually, a lot of things. I first spent years figuring out what I lost, then I thought I found it, and then that got taken away from me. It felt like an exponential loss. I wondered why. Why did I need to go through all this? I kept listening to that Taylor Swift song, Antihero. It's a real banger. Maybe I was the problem. It's me. I'd gone into this investigation of my family precisely because I knew deep down something didn't feel right, like Rose in the wagon. But I also felt like the other family too, falling into the abyss, a bloody mess of guts and brains and wagon pieces on the jagged rocks below. I realized it was possible to be both. I wondered, where should I go from here? What the fuck was this all about? Or even worse, was it all pointless? So I scheduled a session with my therapist, the therapist I've been seeing for 7 years now. This time, I had a lot to talk about. And that's on the next and final Searching for Allan Rothbart by Barry. Should I say Rothbart? I don't think I should. I don't know. Yeah, maybe I'll say Roth. Or should I just? What should I say? Should I? I shouldn't say Levy, right? you say something? Just make sure.
Hello, hello, hello.
Thanks for doing this.
No problem.
I was in a small office in South Pasadena, above a theater. I'd been seeing Bart, my therapist, for years now. I sat down opposite him on his plush mid-century couch. He has a commanding presence and is incredibly deliberate. And most importantly, he didn't mind if we recorded our session. I just feel completely different. I don't know. This is Searching for Allan Rothbart. I'm Barry Rothbart. Episode 10, When Men Laugh.
Here I am, walking around with $20,000 in my deep pocket. I had some information, like I said, inside information from Jack Gimler. Got involved with a man who we call Scarface. I never knew his name. He was a mobster from up in Canada. Over $2.5 million I embezzled. I was real slick.
I never thought about how weird it is that I do listen to my dead dad all the time. And this week I was just like, I just felt really bad. Like, I just felt really, like, what's the point of doing this whole thing?
What is it that you were feeling bad about?
It just feels like my life is completely this thing, and I don't know the boundaries of it anymore, you know? I don't know. It's just isolating. At first I was like, it's just gonna be weird to hear his voice because I haven't heard it in so long, and I'm gonna miss him.
Yeah.
But I think it then became difficult because I was like, oh, my life is different now because I heard this and I don't see him like I used to. It like became less funny. It was just like, you know, he's talking about all this crazy stuff and I'm like, I just don't know who this guy is. Bart is great at getting to the core of what I'm actually feeling and going through.
So you were anticipating missing him and maybe yearning to be around him again, but you didn't realize you were going to miss your former impression of him or the way you used to see him.
Yeah, I think now I'm at this point where I'm building this podcast and I'm like, I see it ending. And I didn't think that so much of my story had to do with, number one, my dad, and then number two, who I came from, like my family. I mean, I guess my dad I did, but I don't know. I just feel completely different, and I don't know. You know, I was telling my friend this, it feels like the last few weeks, especially since finding out this family thing, I just feel like, you know the feeling like when you move and you suddenly are in like a new apartment or house and you have to figure out a new routine. Like, I just don't feel like I know who I am in this setting yet. And I need a new coffee shop and where am I going to walk every day? You know, it's just like, it feels like that, but I didn't move. Like,
you're
it just,
walking around with a different sense of self.
Completely. Plus compounding like that my old life of like, I haven't done stand-up in forever. But in a way it doesn't, I don't know if it's bad because I like, it feels fun and it feels exciting at times, but also sometimes I feel like I'm disassociating and I just feel nothing. I don't know why I'm laughing.
Well, that's part of it, right?
Yeah. What do you mean?
In some of my training doing couples work, the emotionally focused work, they say if men start laughing, follow that emotion because eventually it may become tears.
I find myself still finding comfort in believing the old story about my dad and like going back to being like I'm gonna find this new exciting thing that he was actually the whole time. He was like the boss of a mob division. I don't know. I find some comfort in that to be like, we still were pretty gangster. Because I feel like I used to bring up my dad just and be like, how crazy is this shit that he used to do? And now that I'm so obsessed with it,
I feel like it's more about how I experienced it and how it affected me and it is affecting me, right?
Yeah, I think that the difference is maybe you're more in reality now. You weren't seeing him as a positive role model. But I think you always held on to that fantastic story of someday my jackpot's gonna come in or something like.
Yeah, that we were like hustlers and we figured out a way to get what we wanted and
yeah, we're gonna be in the closest seats at the hockey game. We're gonna end up on the ice even. I mean, didn't that happen?
On the ice?
Yeah.
That's right, yeah. Yeah, no, we used to get, he would pay off one of the guys who sell the programs to give me the programs that had the special ticket to like shoot at halftime at the between periods. And I would do it and I'd be like, I'm famous.
So, I mean, some of the things came true, right? Do you think he believed his next big win was coming or something big was going to happen for him?
He ended the tapes by being like, I will rise again.
I'm looking to work in Costa Rica this football season to bankroll money. I will rise again. It's like getting my life back together again.
Don't you think he believed that?
I think he had to.
Yeah.
And now maybe he is rising again, though in a different way than he expected. He's having his story told.
I think what really pissed me off is number one, he didn't apologize for anything. Like at the time when he was making the tapes, I was supporting him completely, and he didn't bring that up even a little bit. But then he brought up hockey and like all the hockey games we went to, and like it just made me so mad hearing that. I don't know why. I was just like, how do you not have any deeper emotional reactions to all those years that I was alive?
Did you not see me?
Yeah. Or like how crazy the shit we did was.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the bottom line is the thing that I've been kind of scared to think about is that like, and that really makes my stomach hurt, is that maybe I made everything up, you know? Like, maybe it was just me. I invented this thing because I needed to be cool or something. And I invented this mafia thing and I just needed it to have an exciting story. That's much harder to accept than like, he was conning me.
Why do you make that something wrong with you if you did do that? If you created a narrative that gave you something to kind of look forward to or something to be proud of.
This is going to sound so stupid, but like wanting to be cool is kind of lame.
Do you think it was just wanting to be cool?
I think wanting to have something bigger, larger than life, to think I mattered in some way, maybe. What I'm learning is that there was a feeling of not being significant or like knowing that my dad maybe deep down was not this person, but needing to feel like I came from something special, and that would be why I could make something more important out of my life, maybe. Remember I told you the story about when I tried to throw a chair at a friend of mine and I got into like a fight at school because he ripped my hat. I was like 10 or 11. And I remember like they would make fun of my dad sometimes. They called him fat. What they literally said was, I think your dad is the manager of a grocery store because he's so fat. And maybe just feeling so bullied and kind of less than, I was like, no, actually we're better than you and he's doing something cool. But then again, like he did feed into it. I mean, this is where I keep going back and forth. It's like, I don't think I invented it completely. Even on the tapes, like, it sounded like he was writing a movie about the whole thing, you know?
Right. But when these kids said that to you, you felt very humiliated.
Humiliated?
Yeah.
Yeah. I just felt like I was the fucking smallest, ugliest, weirdest kid in the whole school. And I just was like, yeah, I didn't feel great about myself, and I think maybe I needed something, but I was like, well, what we have is special, and now you're making fun of it, and you're making me think that he's actually a loser when I think he's a hero.
Yeah.
So it made me really mad, you know?
Sure. They were shattering how you saw it.
Yeah. Or maybe how I kind of maybe knew deep down it was, but...
Well, it's interesting because this whole process has been somewhat of that for you.
What?
Interviewing all these people and finding out their perceptions of your dad. And when you first started doing it, it was like one after another perception of people saying bad things about him.
Yeah, maybe then you're like, am I really not special? Am I just that kid who got picked on, doesn't have a special dad, you know?
Yeah. I mean, they say it's lonely at the top, it's lonely at the bottom, right? So often when you feel at the bottom, you go to the, like, I'm at the top. They're both isolating things and differentiating from the masses.
Yeah, I guess I needed that.
I was thinking more your dad needed that.
Oh.
He needed to present that. And something happened. He kind of had you bought into that story. Of course you would want to be bought into that story. He's your father, you're a kid. You want to be able to hold your head up and be like, look what we're doing.
I mean, that is more comforting to be like, he fed into it than to be like, I was complicit in it, you know?
Well, what would you have expected of yourself as a kid?
Maybe like have my own thing that I feel proud of and not make something up. I don't know. Be more realistic. If I'm delusional, then it's like I'm kind of like him. You know what I mean? Like I'm living in this world where everybody knows the right thing, and I'm living in this strange dream world that I'm amazing and my dad's amazing, and you know, I think what I'm trying to say. It just sucks for people to think that people see you as delusional.
Sure.
I guess that's the fear of becoming him, is right? It's like, you know, when I don't want to think about my finances, or I don't want to think about the reality of what could happen, and you know, you start to open yourself up to making very irresponsible choices, and you know, you feed into the fact that that next hit is going to be it. It's going to solve everything, you know, and eventually that you could really, I don't know, it doesn't feel like the way to achieve what you want, and it feels like an irresponsible, a way to like really fail hard, kind of like he did, you know?
I mean, you hear about manifesting and all of that kind of stuff. Like, at what point does that become delusional, or at what point is it just hopefulness? Where do those two overlap?
If I didn't have some of that, I don't think I would get to where I got in life.
Yeah, believing that something great could happen. It's very important.
I do think for a while, though, until I kind of tried to mature a bit, I was like, everything's going to work out because I'm the best and everything's the best. And I think it made me not want to learn and not want to put the work in as much to like get better.
Yeah.
It's the reason I didn't go to therapy for so long. I was like, I know everything, I could handle everything, I could fix everything, you know.
Like magical thinking.
Yeah, I think so.
Have you heard the statement, faith without works is dead? So it basically just means faith is important, but faith without doing the work.
Because it's easier to live in that other world where you're like, this is amazing, and just because I came up with it, it's gold. You know, it's much easier to think everything's going to work out because it's supposed to, versus being like, what's the responsible thing? What's actually going on here with my life? What's, you know. I mean, I've never done what my dad did, which is like, just keep borrowing money from people and fucking people over, like. But maybe he was in his head like, if I just borrow this one last time, which maybe that's just an addict. That's what an addict does.
Yeah.
Because I mean, that is what gambling is, right? It's like being like, this is gonna work out, and if it didn't work out this time, it's gonna definitely work out next time. You know. Looking into an uncomfortable or painful reality, it can really sting, and not always in the way we expect. I think I tried to protect myself from all that for a reason. We need to do that sometimes. And maybe that's what the tapes were all about too. One final gift at the end of his life
to immortalize his own story the way he always wanted to, for the last time. And maybe even with the unsaid agreement that I would immortalize it one day too. And in return, he gave me the story he knew I always wanted.
By the way, this is for you, Ben.
And maybe to him, that was my inheritance. The last gift he could give me. A story that was different from the not-so-cinematic reality of his and our circumstances. He was a man who had failed for a lot of his life, given me a turbulent childhood, someone who was an addict and didn't really get a bunch of women pregnant, and definitely wasn't the mobster he wanted to be.
My closest friend, her husband, was the major player. If you ask me, did he want to be like my friend Stewie, a big shot wise guy? Yes, most definitely.
And then as he recorded those tapes, he was dying, penniless, in a tiny basement in someone else's house, with me, his only son, supporting him. And it worked, having that story, for a long time, until it didn't. I needed to do things with my life, bigger things. If I didn't have and believe in some sort of story larger than myself, I don't know what I would have done or accomplished or strove for, because the reality kind of sucked and it wasn't useful for him or me to look into, until maybe it was. We all get to a point where dealing with reality becomes more important than whatever the lie was, because you need to see yourself clearer in a more nuanced way, the way you really are, so you can move forward, really move forward, and grow. I realized I was at that point, and maybe my dad was one of those people who never really got there.
It's really interesting, like after finding out this family thing, like I found out how isolated my dad was from his family for so long, and how he had no brothers or sisters, he had nothing. And like, I went back to the tapes and I remember him saying like, my parents were just not there. And it made me be like, I wonder if that's how he started to get into like some of these bad habits. And it's like he didn't have this sense of community around him or safety or something, I don't know.
Guidance, all of it, security.
That was the first thing he spoke about on the tapes, was how this makes much more sense now, but he was like, my mom hates my dad and my dad hates my mom, and they don't sleep together in the same bed, and they never have. He actually made a point of being like, they never had sex.
Mm-hmm.
And with the illegitimate child thing, I guess that makes a lot more sense now. But yeah, he made a real point of being like, my mom at some point isolated us from our family, the Rothbarts, and I just didn't have anyone. And then I spoke to this other woman who dated him for a while, and she was like, yeah, that was his whole thing. He grew up alone. And I just sort of realized how much he identified with that.
Of not having family support.
Yeah.
Well, now that you know that who he thought was his dad was not his dad, it makes sense that there was like a distance there. If they knew it, maybe they knew it, maybe they didn't.
I can imagine now how my dad might have become who he became, by feeling alone, by having to make his own decisions in a world where no one was there for him, an absent mother, a father who never fully supported him. Maybe growing up in a family built on a lie made lying the norm for him. And I inherited that too. But for me, at least at some point, I had to be honest. In the end, you either confront that reality or you don't. And maybe that's what makes me different from him. I had the opportunity to face the truth and go through the uncomfortable reality, and he never did.
Well, what are your feelings knowing that this stuff was thrown on your dad as well? Like, he didn't ask for to be born into that unhappiness.
How does that make me feel, you mean?
Yeah.
That he should have done better?
Yeah. What would you have wanted him to do?
made a life for himself despite that. It's like, it's so hard for me to be like, I'm a victim and it wasn't in my control, and to see other people as victims that wasn't in their control to be better. There's a side to his story too that I don't know. Maybe he was an okay guy and people just shit on him too.
Well, there was a point in his life where he was just an innocent child that was thrown into things, for sure. I don't know where you stand on genetics or like nature versus nurture around people's ability to do hurtful things.
Good question. I don't know. I don't know. When I think about personality, for some reason it's hard for me to see genetics in it. I mean, on one hand, it's scary because, to be like, I'm inheriting maybe what he was, But on the other hand, I kind of wouldn't want to not have that, because then you take away the kind of good stuff about it too.
Right.
And I'm like, maybe I did get some good stuff from him too, this drive, this like slight delusion, I don't know. Why do you ask?
Well, when I asked about how you felt about him being a kid that was thrown into this unhappy environment, your response was that he should have done better, which is also your response with yourself. And it is seen as you're either a victim or you overcome whatever it is. But there is room to say, oh, that is kind of sad. That was hard. That would have been hard for him. And he should have done whatever he needed to do to make sure his life was okay. And you've struggled with that with yourself as a kid.
Whoa, we are on the skyway.
We are all the way up in the air.
Well, look at that.
In front of us. Look at the Magic Kingdom. Get the Magic Castle back.
I can't get everything back.
Magic Castle.
Oh, yeah. I'm banging the camera.
Is it recording?
But for a while there, it was really difficult for you to open up to empathy for the little kid that went through what he went through.
And what's the purpose of that? Why is that important?
I think it can soften how you feel about yourself, how you feel about your whole story, how you feel about your dad.
It's hard. I can never tell what he was actually feeling, because he just wanted to paint this picture so vividly of what his life was,
He didn't invite you into his real world.
He never let on what he was going through to me, I don't think he did. It was always just like, it's fine. Everything's fine. Even when he died, he had cancer, he was like, he didn't tell me he had been given a year to live. He just was like, oh, by the way, yeah, they gave me a year to live, but, that's like, I'll make it further than that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was just, that was his thing. I don't know. I think I have some of that, but, yeah.
Alrighty, well, we have to wrap up.
Thanks, Bart.
No problem.
I took my last trip to New York to finish the podcast. I was looking through the storage room at my mom's apartment building, and I found this old tape that I hadn't thought about in many years, but I remembered it clearly. My mom still had a VCR, so I stuck it in.
Tonight on Talk Cross Fireline, we come to you from Bethesda, Maryland with a very special guest, accused serial killer Ernesto Valdez.
It was something I had made in college for my filmmaking 101 class. Probably the first film I'd ever made. Some fake 2020 or Dateline interview with a serial killer. And it starred none other than my dad, Allan Rothbart.
I was not home when the search occurred. The authorities came in without my knowledge, and I was obviously set up by whoever the true killers are or were.
What first struck me is that he wasn't that good of an actor.
Some people get high, some people get drunk, some people get married, some people break dance in the park, some guys wear ladies' shoes. That's why I eat people and enjoy taking apart their internal organs.
But what also struck me is that he showed up to do some ridiculous film for his son's class. He took time out of his life to learn lines somewhat, to come all the way out to Hofstra University in Long Island and actually try to do a good job for me. He showed up. And it also made me see that I needed him. And without him and that little bit of magical thinking, that little bit of larger than lifeiness, I might not have gotten to where I am today. And it definitely wouldn't have made me the dad I am to Rudy. A dad who absolutely loves having fun with his daughter, doing those stupid little things, just spending whatever time we can together, and even picking up my camcorder or phone, whatever that is now, and making my little films with her too.
All right, what movie did we forget? Is there any that are not silly?
Poopy picture.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And maybe that was why I had to face reality now. Because I'm a dad, and I knew I needed to grow so she could have a better life. Maybe a better life than I had, even with all the good. I knew I had to be a bit more of a boring dad.
What was the real title of that movie?
Mr. Poopy Picture.
It was Mr. Poopy Picture Goes to Pooperston. Right? Yeah, it was.
But still, again, I wouldn't have done a lot of what I did in my life without that little bit of delusion first. Because maybe it is the delusional people who, at the end of the day, tell the best stories. I sat there with Joe in the offices in New York, about to finish up the podcast, nursing some LaCroix, and something else occurred to me that was weighing on me, that I needed to get off my chest. When I was listening to the tapes in the beginning of the podcast, I heard this thing that he wasn't maybe in the mafia.
I'm doing quite well at work at this point. I go to work in Brooklyn with my mafia wannabes.
And I just omitted it for this whole podcast until the end. I really wanted to have this thing for this entire time, which kind of takes me up to this moment, is like where I could really try to find something, I guess sexier, but like something to give me a new story about him. Mm-hmm. Something to give me this brand new story that he was still exciting. I guess when I look at it now, I may have extended that little bit of delusion to you guys as well. And then it made me realize that I kept that from, and that line hit me a lot when I was listening to the tapes, and I kind of kept that out. And I think it's because that was the hardest thing for me to hear for some reason. And I think the reason is I built what made me special and interesting on something that might have been completely dishonest, and that's something I probably bought into also and was complicit in. Mm-hmm. So maybe that's what makes me different from this whole thing, is like I could be completely honest and not go down that road and live like, maybe that's the way to move on, is what I'm trying to say, is like be completely open with everything I'm feeling and not live any lie, you know? Not pass that down to Rudy, too.
Yeah.
Like, saying that your life is interesting or not is a very difficult thing to have to put out there.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, and I think struggling with that has been kind of what this is about. We were writing the ending to this very episode, but a more realistic one. I didn't feel the need to make it as flashy anymore. Something that was smaller and more simple, more truthful. Later in that trip, I stopped at my dad's grave in a huge cemetery in Paramus, New Jersey, surrounded by thousands of Jewish burial sites.
I think it's somewhere in here. Let me see. Shit, almost fell on a grave. You could tell this is where the poorer people are buried because they're just so close to each other. I think the closer you are to the road, the more money you had. I don't know. I can kind of almost go by feeling like he's calling me. I feel like it's somewhere this way. It's starting to look familiar. Here it is. I found it. Yeah, look. There it is.
When my dad first died, I couldn't afford to have anything inscribed on his headstone. There was just a blank space for many years. I told myself when my career took off and I could afford it, I'd have something inscribed. About 8 years later, it finally did, and I was able to. I went back and forth for a while about what to put, and finally, I landed on
Devoted Father, Gentle Soul. Yeah, I remember because everyone has beloved. If you look at everyone, it's always beloved, beloved. And I was like, was he beloved? I don't know if that felt honest. Gentle soul. Yeah. There it is. I feel like I need to cry. I don't know. You want to give me a minute? Hey, Dad. I'm sorry if what I'm doing now pisses you off or you don't like it, but I don't know. Love you. I didn't mean to say anything bad, just trying to be honest. Okay. Joe? Joe? It's weird, there's like a feeling of like a full circleness to this whole thing. It just feels a little like I was able to grieve him, finally. Coming back, like, kind of finally knowing him more as a full person, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, he's right under here. All right. See you soon. Hopefully. All right. Should I take this off?
It was all coming to an end. Everything was wrapping up in this tight little bow. Then, the strangest thing. Something happened that changed everything. Again. I decided to Google my dad one last time, and I found something crazy. Like something insane that I could not explain. Apparently, for most of my childhood, just 3 floors below us in the building where I grew up was another Allan Rothbart. And he was somehow born the same year as my dad, spelled his name the same way, and was living within 100 feet of us. Could this just be an insane 1 in a million coincidence?
I don't know what to make of it. Maybe it's just one of those things you just have to accept is real and...
No, it's too much.
It might be the only 2 Allan Rothbarts on the entire planet lived within a few feet from each other. I don't know what to make of it.
I realized I had to contact him, so I just picked up the phone and called him, not knowing what to expect or what I would find.
Oh, hi. Is this Allan Rothbart's phone number?
How can I help you?
Oh, I'm Barry Rothbart. This is very random, but I think I may be related to him, and I saw this phone number online, and I don't know, I just wanted to call it and see, if he's around, if I could talk to him.
Okay, I don't believe you are related. I'm his daughter.
This has been an Audible original, produced by Audible and Campside Media. I'm Barry Rothbart. The series was created by me and produced and written by me and Joe Barrett, with story editing by Lane Rose and Mark McAdam. For Campside Media, the executive producers were Josh Dean, Vanessa Gregoriadis, Adam Hoff, and Matt Scher. Executive producer for Audible, Joshua Poole. The series was sound designed and mixed by Mark McAdam, who also composed original music. Our studio engineer was Ewin Lai Tremuin, fact-checking by Erica Gaida. The voice actors were Jerome St. Jerome, Mike Bichetti, Jeremy Broekman, Robert Fleet, Michael John Parker, Aidan Mayeri, Jacob Reed, Emily Stevenson, Nellie Stokeed, and William Schwartzbar. Head of Creative Development at Audible, Kate Navin. Chief Content Officer, Rachel Giazza. Copyright 2025 by Audible Originals, LLC. Sound recording copyright 2025 by Audible Originals, LLC.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.